You know, it's almost Donald Trump's birthday, and I'm pretty happy. Yeah! It's such a badass song. It's such a badass song, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. It's a badass song. I know it is.
Don't want to get mixed up with a guy like me. I'm a loner, Daddy. A rebel.
Oh, no. It's Feral Friday already? It's the news. Skyjack Morgan. New dawn.
Every story. Some glory. Stay informed, stay tuned.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Here we go. Start your day just fine. Coffee in my cup, you feel it right. Yes, 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 yes. How are you? They do this at DJ. DJs always do this.
Feel the vibe. Sky will keep you well supplied. Good morning headlines with Skyjack Morgan. Start your day just fine. Information for you, darling.
I feel like that's all the DJs do, really. I was a DJ once. I did that. Oh, what a beautiful day. Oh my gosh. DJs don't always do that dumb shit you're doing. No, they don't. Yes, they do. They always do that. They always go like, they do. Yes, they do. Don't give me that shit. I worked in Vegas. I worked nightlife. I worked all sorts of places with DJs. They don't always do that. Fine. They don't always do that. But the famous ones do. The famous ones always do that. They're playing music and they go crazy. DJ Marco did in his clown shoes. Oh no. Oh no, not the clown shoes. Viva la résistance. Where do I see that? I saw the Viva la résistance. Sehr gut, sehr gut, sehr gut. Oh man, last night I was about to go to bed and my friend, when you have friends in Europe, they call you in the middle of the night. They're always like, "Hey, how are you?" And I'm like falling asleep, man. It's midnight. And they're like, "Oh yeah, I just called to talk. It's 9 a.m. here." Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you for calling me first thing in the morning. Like, you old man going to bed at midnight. Going to bed at midnight? Come on. Who doesn't love inflation? That was the poll yesterday. A lot of people, a lot of maggers say they love inflation, man. They love inflation. I should introduce my name is Skyjack Morgan. I'm an independent news and culture commentator, free speech and critical thinking advocate. And this is the #1 news reaction show on YouTube. Thank you. #1 news reaction show in YouTube history. This is Feral Friday, where I don't wear a tie and I just kind of we just hang out. It's more of a hangout sesh, bruh. It's more of a hangout sesh on Fridays. It's casual Friday, It's Friday. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying. Any of you guys ever work in an office where they have casual Friday? I always thought casual Friday was a fun thing. I've worked in a few offices, and it's always so fun, isn't it? Casual Friday's here. We're going to pretend like you're humans. We're going to pretend like you're humans. Wear your favorite sports team jersey to work. Mackie is well supplied. 6'5", blue eyes, epic fury in the pants. Oh man, I need a little extra room. Sorry, Sky, not everyone can be Troy Boy. Not everybody can. You're right. Not everyone can be Tiesto either. One day, I was watching. Let's just hop in. It's Feral Friday. We'll just do what we want on Feral Friday. Shit gets crazy on Feral Friday. It's Friday. Did you ever? Who's down with Casual Friday? You guys like Casual Friday? You guys like the ballroom? Donald Trump blowing the balls of the ballroom? I hope you do. I don't know if you guys like it, but I think we need a poll right off the gate. Right out the gate, we need a poll. Do you love inflation? No, I think the poll should be. I don't know. I don't have any poll ideas. Do you think Trump likes boner bumps? No. How much do you like boner bumps on a scale of 1 to 5? 4 being highest. Still no peace deal Friday. I thought we had a peace deal. What do you mean? The news is saying we have a peace deal. We have a peace deal. Do you practice safe sex Friday? No condom Friday. Do you say casual Friday? Do you practice casual Friday? That's the poll of the day. I want to know if you're down because I'm cash, man. I'm super cash. Super cash. Got my linen shirt on. Hell yeah. Yes, I'm getting lots of yeses. All right. Sounds good. I love it. I just want to check out this guy. This guy, he makes me feel good. I like these guys.
The first Trump administration was a lot of fun in that he hired a bunch of people that he knew seemingly nothing about.
Absolutely.
And then treated them like dog shit.
I think it's so funny. Like, I just saw that. I thought that's friggin' hilarious because do you remember when Rex Tillerson got fired on Twitter? You have to admit, like, do you know who Rex Tillerson is? Because Rex Tillerson, former Secretary of State, an American diplomat, energy and executive and former diplomat, served as the 69th Secretary of State from 2017 to 2018. He was a civil engineer with Exxon, graduated from a bachelor's degree with civil engineering from the University of Texas, Austin. By 89, he became a general manager of Exxon USA Central Production Division. In 1995, he became president of Exxon Yemen. That's where those Houthis are. They got the Houthis. He knows some Houthis. And Esso Exploration and Production Korat Incorporated. In 1998, he became vice president of Exxon Ventures. This guy, he's kind of a big deal. He's kind of a big deal. You know what I'm saying? He knows Rex Tillerson. This guy, Donald Trump hired him to be Secretary of State and then fired him on Twitter. Like, this guy must have been like, what the are you serious? Did I just get fired on Twitter? I was the general manager of Exxon Yemen. What do you mean I just got fired on Twitter? I was the president of Exxon Yemen Incorporated and Esso Exploration and Production Korat Incorporated in 1998. I became the vice president of Exxon Ventures and president of Exxon Neftgas. In 2004, I was the president of Exxon Mobil Corporation. And then I became chair and chief executive of Exxon Mobil and the world's 6th largest company by revenue. And then I became Secretary of State. And I just got fired on Twitter by a reality star. Do you remembering in this economy? No way. Do you remember this? It was one of my favorite things. I remember hearing this on the news and being like, no, did they just fire Rex Tillerson? Rex Tillerson is a bad dude, right? He's the head of like one of the biggest oil tycoons in the history of America, history of the world. But fired on Twitter? Like, it doesn't get much better than that, right? Fired on Twitter. I think it's fantastic. Oh, how the mighty fall. I think it's great. But in the meantime,
fired them publicly and humiliated them. And then they all were like, I think he's a bad guy. And the second time around, he has not made that mistake. He has only hired the dumbest, most loyal idiots in the world.
Yes, lapdogs up and down.
Carolyn Levitt, that stupid bitch. She'll go up there every day and be like, I think what the president meant was. And she will never get fired.
Yes, every person is a decoder ring in that way. Like he says whatever, and they're like, okay, so what that actually means is, and it's like
that's exactly. I feel like that's what all of MAGAs have to be, right? That's all of MAGA. They have to be. Well, actually, what Donald Trump actually meant was that he loved inflation because it makes the Iranians look bad. What he actually said was, what he meant was that he wouldn't date 12-year-olds. But 13 was okay if they looked 16. That's what he really meant. What he really meant was when he said he wanted to fuck his own daughter was that she's very beautiful. It's okay to say your daughter's beautiful. Men say that all the time about their daughters. What? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
No, I can see the words.
It's true. Like every MAGA is trying to be a decoder ring. That I think is a wonderful thing. I think that's a perfect way of putting it. It looks like 71% are saying yes on the Casual Friday. You're my type of people. Friday, TGIF. You know what I'm saying?
I read it.
Yeah.
It felt like first Trump felt like everyone, all his supporters were mad that it's like they're not letting him do what he wants.
Right.
And now he's doing what he wants, and they're all like, oh.
Yeah, now they're having like Trump remorse.
Whoopsie diddies.
Like, okay, maybe next time we don't vote for him. They will.
They will. They absolutely will.
Like, I don't know if I can.
I love how comedians are just like, they will, because he's going to run for a third term. He cannot run for a third term.
Keep standing for this. They will.
Yeah, my farm has been burned to the ground. Well, let's try it a third time.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what they will be. They'll be like, well, you know, what he really meant was that soy farmers of America should all rot in hell. What he really meant was that Chinese are going to have to pay for the wall. That's not, he didn't actually mean that Mexico was going to pay for the wall. That wasn't really what he meant. What he meant was that Mexico would be paying for it. You'll pay for that, like Austin Metcalf. Hey, don't touch me. You'll find out. Don't touch me. Don't touch me, bro. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Austin Metcalf. Look, don't touch. Austin Metcalf would be like the worst at a strip club. You look, you don't touch Austin. Don't touch him. Don't touch the strippers, Austin. Don't touch. Touch and find out what happens. Touch and find out what happens. And then he touched. That's how it would happen. Every single time. Donald Trump is probably also very bad at strip clubs. Donald Trump and Austin Metcalf, I think, have a lot in common. That's insane. Do some research on where more violence comes from. Yeah. I don't know. Have you guys ever heard of the Oklahoma City bombing? Who was that all? Who did that one? I'll wait. I always love people do that on the internet. I'll wait. Like, what the fuck? What do you mean, I'll wait? What are you talking about? This is the internet. Like, we're all just waiting. We're all just waiting for Godot, aren't we? We're all waiting for a superhero to save us because none of us are willing to do the hard work of meeting our neighbors and getting to know each other. Ooh, that's a spicy cup of coffee. That's a hot cup of coffee, y'all. I like it. I like it hot. Do you love hot coffee? Me too. Please donate to the Skyjack Morgan Charity Fund so I can get some hot coffee. I gotta change this background. This is Feral Friday. I can't have that shit. I can't have the fucking American flag. No, this is Feral Friday. This is more Feral Friday for you. There you go. Hopefully it's not backwards for you. It's backwards for me. Is it backwards for you? Hopefully it's not backwards for you.
Y'all can let me make something racist up.
This is Austin Metcalf's father. Okay, we were just talking about Austin Metcalf. This is Austin Metcalf's father. He's been saying some things on the internet. He's been saying some weird stuff on the internet. This grieving father. What am I drinking, Nurse Rod? I'm drinking. I threw away the packaging, but it's like the cheapest coffee I could find on Amazon. in the bean form. It has to still be beans. That's the only I can't go back to powdered coffee. I'm sorry. I'm not going back to powdered coffee. I'm sorry. I don't care how bad it gets. It's either beans or no coffee. I'm sick of I don't want no fucking Keurig cup. I don't want no freeze dried Nescafe. I don't want any of that shit. I just want some coffee beans. I can grind in my cute little grinder. I grind them up in my little grinding machine. I put them in my French press. I just want them. I just want my little. Can I just have that? Can I just have that, Donald? Donald Trump. Sure. Donald Trump, put everyone in concentration camps. Can I just have my coffee beans, please? That's all I want. Are the small creature comforts. The small creature comforts. Yeah, there you go. There's some. I knew the race. I love how all of the racists were like, it's not about race. It's not about race. It's not about race. They were so insistent that it wasn't about race. And then as soon as the conviction happens, they feel so emboldened to say things like this. Watermelon felon. Wow, that's a really racist ass thing to say. Incredible. How is a racist? Let's see how his racist dad. I wonder if Austin Metcalf was a racist. I guess we'll never know, but we could think about it because we know that this is his dad.
Austin Metcalf's father. Okay, this is what he said.
Let me make something racist up so y'all can go viral. I got a new name for him because he was such this little boy y'all were trying to portray. How about?
He's 19 years old. You're not supposed to call black men of grown-ups. You're not supposed to call them boy. Just putting that out there as well for you.
Watermelon felon. How's that one strike you? You can live with your lie if you want to, but my truth is forever.
Whenever you have a bunch of people out there that are defending Carmelo Anthony, almost all exclusively black, his family is defending him for this too. How could somebody not be racist?
Oh, there you go. Great take. Wow. Osmond Gold gone full racist as well. How could you not be racist? If black people defend a guy, how could you not be racist? Blink, 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 blink. I don't know. A lot of black people defended OJ. OJ was definitely guilty. And I'm still not racist somehow. A lot of black people defended OJ, and I'm still somehow not racist. It's incredible how that works. I'm not. It's not letting you send a tenner. Oh, no, Crazy Jackdaw. Thank you so much, Crazy Jackdaw. I love you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Crazy Jackdaw. Get some jubilation for Crazy Jackdaw, please, 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 please. Crazy Jackdaw. Yes, we've got lots of racism in America, and I love that it's all coming out. Thank you, Crazy Jackdaw. Oh, Crazy Jackdaw, you're incredible. Thank you. Well, that's, splitting it up. Splitting up's kind of fun. It's kind of fun splitting it up, isn't it? It's kind of fun splitting it up. Ben from Berlin knows what I'm talking about. Are we having a healthcare plan? No, we don't get healthcare plans in America. Sorry, the healthcare plan is good luck. The healthcare plan in America is we need more cops. There you go. If there were if there was a pair of twins, or I guess just one set of twins, if there was a set of twins who were black athletes and they came after me and I said, touch me and find out, fuck around and find out. I think this is a stand your ground situation. I mean, Texas is a stand your ground state. How come this isn't stand your ground? How come Trayvon Martin's dead and Robert Zimmerman is allowed to sell? George Zimmerman is allowed to sell the gun he killed Trayvon Martin with, and they said it was self-defense. Is it because Trayvon Martin was a black 17-year-old? Is that why? Maybe. But I love that Asmund Gold's just come out as a full-on fucking racist. I think it's beautiful. How could you not be racist? If someone says, how could you not be racist? That's a racist talking. Asmund Gold, 100% a racist piece of shit. I always said it. I always kind of thought so. I always sort of knew. But I love that he's just come out. Donald Trump creates a permission structure so that everybody could come out and just be a racist now. Yeah.
after that happens. You have to deal with people sending you death threats because your son was stabbed to death.
I want to make this very clear. This is not a race issue. This is not a black and white issue.
I'm a white man saying it's not a race issue. I'm a white man. Trust me, it's not a race issue. I raised my boys to not be racist. Turns out you're an unspeakable fucking racist. So I'm guessing your sons were racist too. Just a hunch. Teenage boys, they were probably racist just like you texting piece of shit. And this piece of garbage, Asmund Gold, saying that, oh, it's what the hell did he just say? Let me bring that back.
To death.
I want to make this.
They're getting death threats. He's getting death threats. The other parents are getting death threats too. And guess what they're writing? Since day one, Carmelo Anthony's parents have been getting death threats. And guess what? Guess what they call them? It starts with an N. And it's not Nintendo.
Very clear. This is not a race issue. This is not a black and white issue. I don't want someone stepping up on a soapbox trying to politicize this.
Of course not. Of course not. You don't want people politicizing this. You raised a racist. Your son didn't want a black kid in his tent, and he was a racist piece of shit, and he got stabbed.
So that's how it started. Hunter, you're next, bitch. It looks like the entire Metcalf family needs a blade to the chest. Carmelo Anthony's mother and father.
My son didn't intend to hurt anyone. My son was the
He was trying to show him the knife.
What stuck out to me, number one, was
her son was being bullied by two white kids in Texas. I think that I think he has a perfectly reasonable claim of self-defense. If you're in Texas and you're black, and anytime a white person even moves like this, I mean, you should feel afraid because it's Texas.
the all-white jury. But I was
Carmelo Anthony's father. Your son stabbed somebody in the chest, but the real problem was white people.
all right, it's not that big of a deal. I mean, the truth is on our side.
What? Holy fuck. The claims of an all-white jury is incorrect. The jury included Asian, Indian, and Hispanic members.
That means nothing. Yes, there was no black people on the jury. There's only 12 people, by the way.
Yeah.
Master plan, Mr. Anthony, to use your son as income and soak up as much money playing victim to line your pockets
Well, as a matter of fact, actually...
and then abandon him when he's at sentencing?
Wait, they weren't at his sentencing? Damn, so his own family roached out they dipped out.
Left him up
Let's take this guy's word for it.
there by himself? Amazing. What kind of father are you? You want to talk about what kind of father? All right, let's talk about what kind of father
You raised a racist child.
you are. Let's talk about your arrest. Let's talk about your warrants. Let's pull it up, because I'm welcome every one of you to pull up my criminal history. Someone who tried to make up some bullshit saying I'm a sexual assault person, please check the registry. Please check my background in criminal history. It's not there.
Jeff Metcalf speaks on slavery.
Do you know how stupid that really makes you look? You're going to support someone who does something against the law. You're encouraging and saying it's okay because he's a certain color. Oh,
No one, I don't think anyone's saying it's okay. People were like, no, this is a horrible thing that happened. No one ever said it was okay. I haven't heard anybody say it's okay. I think there was a horrible thing that happened. I wish it didn't happen. I wish that these two kids hadn't bullied Carmelo. And I wish that Carmelo didn't bring a knife that day. I wish that knives, weren't so easily accessible to young people. I wish that sports weren't on high school campuses. I wish a lot of things, but it happened, and I think he's guilty clearly of manslaughter. Like if I fired a gun randomly into a crowd, right, and I hit people, that's considered manslaughter. Because I wasn't thinking, and I didn't think I would kill anybody. I don't think he thought he was trying to murder someone that day. That is the very important thing about capital murder versus manslaughter. Did you intentionally want to murder somebody? I don't think he did. I think Austin Metcalf fucked around and found out.
you've got more melanin than me. Ooh, so you get more privileges because 400 years ago, someone sold you, and then we had a civil war to free your ass. And now you want to
free your ass. We had a civil war to free your ass. That's what we did. Yeah, brother. Yeah, we had a civil war to free your ass. Yeah, I did that. My white brothers, we all fought a civil war for you.
talk shit. Oh, I'm being so oppressed. Look how far you've come. Look at all the free shit we give you.
Look at all the free shit we give you. All the white people. We give you all this free shit. All this free shit we give you. White people, you should be thankful for us. You should be grateful for the whites who give you all this free shit. That's it. That's all. Just shut the fuck up and be thankful that we whites grace you with our presence. You should be happy that somebody went to Africa and stole your people and colonized Africa, destroyed their economies, and continue to enslave people of that nation, continue to exploit people there. You should be happy about that because all the free shit we give you. What's the free shit again? His family lost the Civil War. His family lost the Civil War. Yes, exactly. We fought a civil war. I mean, what side was Texas on again? Exactly. Texas was on the wrong side of the Civil War. And he's trying to be like, look, yeah, we fought for you. We gave you free shit. Good points.
You're not oppressed. You're
Can I get some jubilations?
fucking entitled.
Even this black lady, man, I love this guy. There are a ton of black people. They're fed up with this shit too. They don't want to deal with this either.
We had to take actual
I don't want to deal with this either. Well, yeah, there were Jews that voted for Hitler, so I guess that means he was cool.
responsibility for our own actions. Wow. What a concept.
The next question is, are you satisfied with the sentence that Carmelo Anthony received?
That's a real easy question for me to know. Hell no. What is justice? Justice for me is when Austin walked.
Justice might have been what your son got. I mean, I wasn't there, but judging by your temperament, I mean, maybe your son did have it coming. I mean, shit. I love how everyone is so quick to be like, Austin Metcalf was innocent, just an innocent little boy. Like, I just saw Leif Erikson. Are you defending this guy? Hold on a second. Did I just see Leif Erikson? Are you defending this guy? You're really into the whites today, huh? Each team had their own tent. The athletes were told ahead of time they were not allowed in other teams' tent. You're a bunch of passive-aggressive racists. Give me a fucking break. They were told ahead of time, you aren't allowed in each other's tents. Have you ever been to a track meet? What the hell? In a track meet, people go to each other's tents all the time. All the time. No! You will not enter anyone other's tent! You motherfucker! You better get out of that fucking tent, you little bastard! That's not like that. They're going back and forth between the tents. They're meeting each other. They're hanging out. For some reason, Austin Metcalf had a problem with this one certain individual. No one knows why, but you're certain that Austin Metcalf was innocent, just totally innocent, good boy. Just totally good boy. Okay, so then you know that when you were in high school track, that everyone goes to each other's they're all hanging out together. There's camaraderie amongst athletes. They're not at each other's throats. It's not true. Everyone shakes hands at the end, at the beginning. Everyone shakes hands. Even I was in wrestling. I was a high school wrestler. And even we hung out with the other boys. We talked. We weren't like, fuck you. It wasn't like that. It just, I don't know what happened at your school. But if your school was like that, then I feel sorry for you, bro, because there's a camaraderie amongst athletes. Like, you feel good being around people that are into the same shit you are, because at your high school, all you have is this one little creepy crew. And if you go to other schools, you get to meet the other ones, especially at a track meet. They're all different. There's all different schools. There's usually like 3 or 4 schools there and shit. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Then you know what I'm saying is true. I love how everyone is so quick to be like, Austin Metcalf was an angel. And Carmelo Anthony was a devilish bastard who broke all the rules. He was a rule breaker. He just decided that he was going to blaze his own trail, and we cannot abide that from a Negro in America. Hell no. But Austin Metcalf he was pure as the driven snow. He didn't do nothing wrong. That boy, he was innocent. He was like a little baby in the Bible. What was that baby's name in the Bible again? Do you think that baby in the Bible would have said, "Get the fuck out of my tent"?
Through that door can hug me. That's how long he should stay in jail, until my son comes back through that door. Do I think
Fucking
justice was
base.
served? No. Austin will never come back to
Oh my God. This isn't grief talking. It's straight up racist stereotyping, anti-black hate from a racist white man.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, he's just kind of like just old style, old man racism.
That's what happens whenever your kid gets stabbed and you get harassed for saying that he should go to jail.
Yeah, that's what happens when after 400 years of oppression, two white boys go up against a black kid. He's afraid. That's what happens. Asmongold. That's what happens. That's what happens when you've lynched and enslaved and beaten and shot all sorts of innocent young black people, and now all of them are a little high strung with even just a minor threat. Just a minor threat from two white people could really trigger a black man, a young black man, a black child, 17 years old.
What did you think was going to happen?
So they told us, go get white attorneys. I feel like it was just a setup.
From day one.
Go get don't get white attorneys.
I said this was never about race.
Oh, you said that. Thank you. It was never about race. It's so nice. It almost as if you're overcompensating because you raised a racist child who was doing racist shit that day and it got him stabbed. You raised a racist. He did some racist shit that day, and now you're down 1 out of 2 kids. Good thing you had doubles. I'm glad you had twins. Now you at least got one half of your racist dynamic duo.
Please don't make it about race and don't politicize it. And what did you do? You chose
This
both.
guy drunk?
They want to sign it as much as I.
Speaking of racists, Donald Trump is here too. Yeah, his whole statement is filled with racism. And part of me understands the guy, the father, like, I understand that because your son's dead. But the fact that he calls him the watermelon felon and does some like old school, like real racist, like 1950s racist shit, you know what I mean? Watermelon felon. He's like, I made up a new name for him. Makes me think it's not just a knee-jerk reaction due to your grief. Watch later on, give him a year, he'll come out and be like, I'm really sorry. I lost so many opportunities, and my son now has lost so many opportunities because of my racist mouth. And I just apologize. I was going through grief at the time. He'll apologize later. Will you believe it? Will you accept his apology? Because it's coming.
Do or more.
President Donald Trump on Thursday said the United States and Iran could sign a peace deal as soon as this weekend. That would.
Oh my God, I love it. Thank you so much, Gambling Odyssey. I love this one. Speaking of racists, here's a guy who's blaming white people for slavery and ignoring the fact that white people ended slavery for the first time in recorded human history. White people ended slavery? That's remarkable. So there's no more slavery then. So there is no slavery today, right? Because white people ended it. So first of all, you have no sense of reality, TGO, the Gaming Odyssey. You have no sense of reality. Slavery is still very much a thing today. There are more enslaved people today than there were back in the 1850s, I guess. White people ended slavery. No, what happened was, for a long time, they were importing Africans to America and using them as slaves. And then anyone born to those Africans were also considered slaves, which was kind of novel. It really hadn't been done before. So we white people, Western Europeans, let's just call them, they were going to places like Africa and other places and stealing people, and anyone born to those people were also considered slaves. And therefore, it became a racial thing. It was as if race was just being invented, because it kind of was at the end of the 15th century. It was just really getting going. Just at the very end of the 15th century, race became a big deal all of a sudden, right when colonialism started. And so then they kept it going for a long time, saying if you were born a certain race, you were a slave, even though before that slavery existed. But sometimes it was temporary. Sometimes it was because of conquest. It wasn't based on race. You weren't just born a certain race and considered a slave by virtue of the fact that you were a member of that race. You see the difference? And so many people fought, and people were killed. And then there were some legislative things they tried, didn't quite work. The English abolished slavery in 1830. That was 1833, I think. It was very cool. They said, fuck it, we're not doing this shit anymore. Kind of neat, right? And then the Americans had to fight a war over it because of racist assholes like you. We had to fight a whole fucking war over it because of imbeciles. Because people who don't understand that freedom and liberty are values and principles. And you either support them or you don't. It turns out most Americans don't give a shit about liberty, don't give a shit about freedom. Turns out most Americans don't care about equality. These ideas don't matter to most Americans. Not at all. Most Americans are perfectly okay with enslaving others, perfectly okay with most forms of slavery, perfectly okay with women being treated as second-class citizens. Totally okay with it. Because they don't hold the values of the Enlightenment. We have anti-Enlightenment people like this guy, Donald Trump, who thinks that the world is a zero-sum game of users and losers.
Reopened the Strait of Hormuz, but Iran says no final decision has been made. Iranian media reported Foreign Ministry spokesperson Ismail Baghaei as saying that large parts of the text.
Okay, so again, this is how stupid you are. Listen to the words coming out of my mouth. 15th century. Did you hear that? 15th century. You're a lying piece of garbage. Slavery wasn't invented until in the 1800s, and you are so effing dumb. Yeah, I know. It was invented thousands of years ago. It was invented as soon as we figured out how to do it to the animals. We started doing it to people. As soon as we could enslave animals, we enslaved people. Because some humans are kind of like animals, according to certain types. If you have better technology or more friends, then everyone else looks like an animal to you. So you're able to enslave some people. But it still wasn't based on race until around 1492, when Columbus sailed the ocean blue. But it really wasn't about Columbus. It was about the Spanish Inquisition happening in Spain, where Western Europeans thought that it was perfectly okay to start enslaving and owning anyone who wasn't white, that white supremacy was born. You understand? You understand now, smarty pants? You understand now, TGO? Read a fucking book.
Under negotiation have been finalized, though Tehran would not budge on core demands. Speaking at the White House, Trump told reporters,
We just made a great settlement of the war with Iran, and we're going to be...
Who thought Africans would even be good slaves? It wasn't that they would be good slaves, that the Indians were fighting. They tried to enslave the Indians first, and the Indians went along with it for a little while, but then they started fighting wars, and they were like, this ain't good. But they figured out from Europe they can go with long steel guns and stuff and start killing Africans and kill large groups of them at one time, from very long distances, and can just round them up and enslave them. You could kill so many of them, so you can take them. If you kill half of a tribe in one day, it becomes really easy to take the other half. If you kill all the women and children, it becomes really easy to take the men. That's what they do. Every country had slavery. I guess you just found that out. Every country had slavery. That's not even true. Every country didn't have slavery. But again, racial slavery, American style slavery was unique. It's very special, very special. The way we did it. because what happened at some point is that Americans decided that they were going to make the slave trade illegal. Importing slaves would be illegal. So you couldn't import slaves anymore, because going to Africa and killing all the women and children and then stealing all the men became a little unsavory. So they said, we're not doing this shit anymore. In fact, there's a very interesting place in Florida where during the embargo, when it was against the law, because guess what? There was then a black market for imported slaves. A ship crashed and all the slaves died on the beach. And there's this giant mass grave and memorial in Florida right on the beach. It's pretty nuts, man. It's crazy to think about that. Importing slaves was illegal, but they were still doing it anyway. And they were having naval battles. Like the Navy would go out and try to kill pirates, but it's very difficult to kill the pirates without killing all the slaves on the vessel. And so a lot of slaves died that way in being imported into America. Pretty nasty business. But we tried to do that to stop importing them, but then the slave owners just said, okay, well, everyone doesn't matter, because any babies born belong to us too. So we're enslaving babies. That really wasn't a thing. That really wasn't a thing anywhere else, having little babies as slaves. Slave babies. America hates kids. I think this is why MAGA hates kids. MAGAs just hate children because you can't get that ROI you used to get off of kids. You used to just be able to own poor people, own the politically vulnerable and powerless, and their children just belong to you. That was something very special, and only because of their race. You can own their children. Race babies, race slave babies. That's what founded America. Slave babies. God bless America.
Subject to finalization of documents, which should get done over the next few days. We'll probably have a signing maybe in Europe.
And has the Supreme Leader approved this deal, sir?
I understand the answer is yes.
The president's announcement came after he called off planned military strikes on Iran,
Again, he called it off. He keeps chickening out. I don't know
citing progress in talks. Oil prices fell to around $89 a barrel on the news, as traders reined in fears of further escalation after tit-for-tat attacks. In recent days, a U.S. Apache helicopter was shot down, prompting new American strikes around the Strait of Hormuz. Iran hit back with missiles and drones targeting U.S. bases in the region. Trump says any agreement must block Iran from developing nuclear weapons, something that Tehran denies pursuing. Iran's demands.
Yeah, I mean, don't forget, like the whole idea of, I guess we're just gonna have a slavery episode. It's Pharaoh Friday. We're gonna have slavery episode. Of course, America, accelerated chattel slavery to the point where it was just this cruel, barbaric thing. And Americans also engaged in things called buck breaking. Do you know what buck breaking was? That was when the slave master or somebody hired by the slave master, a white man, would literally fuck a dude in the ass to make him more docile, to show dominance. They called it buck breaking. That's what they did. They would tie black men up and sodomize them with their own penises and call it buck breaking to have dominance over them. And they started that because it was at some point made illegal to castrate them, because they were castrating black slaves. They were castrating them because, just like animals, when you castrate people, they become more docile, easier to manage. That wasn't happening all over. That was a good old US of A thing. I mean, I love when people say that every country had slavery or shit like that. Everybody was enslaved. Slavery was an old thing. Yeah, well, it's in our Constitution. It's in our Constitution. It's in our founding documents that slavery is rad, and that black people are only worth 3/5 of a white person when we're counting them for our censuses, because blacks outnumbered whites in most of the rural South. Almost like North Carolina, South Carolina, blacks outnumbered whites because they had so many slaves. So many slaves. You guys, I can't believe I live in a country where people are starting to like cope. They're coping all the time. Trying to pretend like, oh, well, it wasn't that bad. We treated them great. And, it was happening other places too. So it must have been okay. It was happening other places too. So it's okay, right? It's okay, right? It's okay because it happened other places. What? Well, in Saudi Arabia, they have child brides, so it's okay that the Republicans want to lower the age of consent to 14 across the board in all 50 states. The Saudi Arabians do it. Why can't we do it? The Saudi Arabians have 14-year-old child brides. It's totally normal. Why can't it be normal in America? We want it in all 50 states. Why do I have to go all the way to Nevada to marry my 14-year-old? Huh? If I want to marry my 14-year-old cousin, why do I have to go all the way to Nevada to do it? It happens in Saudi Arabia. Why do I have to be so? Why do we have to make it so hard here in America?
Include the lifting of international sanctions, the release of billions of dollars in frozen assets, and recognition of its control of the strait.
So nothing. So Trump blew it. Trump blew the deal. They want all their money back. So the Iranians want all their money back. They want all these embargoes gone so they can sell their oil to whomever they want. And they want recognition that they control the Strait of Hormuz. Who runs Bartertown? Can I get who runs Bartertown, everybody? Who runs Bartertown? Georgia. Florida voted to keep marrying cousins legal. Yeah, well, it happens in Saudi Arabia, so it's okay, right? It's okay. I love this. Stop living back in the 1700s. Blacks sold blacks to other. This is a fucking other one. Blacks sold blacks. You see this? Racist. You could tell it right away. And the Spanish and Arabians, long before they ever made white slave owners deal with today's slavery, whites ended slavery. You see what I mean? This person is a racist motherfucker, whoever this little lady D is. Little lady Dick? Is that your name? Little lady Dick? Little lady D? Little lady Dick.
Welcome back.
Maria Bartiromo. Maria Bartiromo.
Good Friday morning, everybody. Thanks so much for joining us this morning. I'm Maria Bartiromo, and it is Friday, June 12th.
Thank you.
It is 8:01 on the East Coast.
I hope she wakes up every day. I hope Maria Bartiromo has the Joey Ramone song that he wrote about her as her ringtone. She better, right? She better have that as her ringtone. Maria Bartiromo.
Kick off the hour with the hot topic of the hour. President Trump has canceled planned strikes on Iran, saying that there's been progress in discussions with Tehran's leadership. The president saying in part on Truth Social, quote, discussions and final points have been in both concept and great detail approved by all parties involved.
You know what's funny about this? The South is extremely racist. The Confederacy got owned, got mad, then vowed to revenge. The South will rise again. Part of the reason that happened was because in the old days, like the top, it used to be like whoever got the most votes was first, what was president, and then like whoever got the second amount of votes was vice president. It was so stupid. So this guy named Johnson became president after Lincoln took it in the head. Planned, maybe? Do you think this was part of the plan? So then Johnson became president and he was super sympathetic. And so all the deals that the Union made with the freed slaves in the South were just like, no, we're not doing that. We're not doing any of that. In fact, you guys keep doing what you're doing. In fact, pass as many laws as you can to keep black people from voting. Would you? Go ahead, pass as many Jim Crow laws as you could think of. In fact, it's still totally legal. Okay, slavery's against the law, but killing a black man is totally legal. It's totally okay for a white man to kill a black man in the South, but slavery's illegal, okay? That's all. That's the only difference, okay? You're just not allowed to own them. You can still kill them.
Including the United States, Israel, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, Turkey, Pakistan, Bahrain, Kuwait, Jordan, Egypt, and others. The Navy blockade will...
I don't know who that is. Just do live debate with unfiltered and raw. I'll have a dialectic with them. I love that. I love that type of thing. I love talking to people, having good conversations. I like having conversations with people. Yeah. Shut the fuck up. You're an idiot. How dare you? You think that Maria Bartiromo is an idiot? You're an asshole. Maria Bartiromo is a goddamn national treasure. Joey Ramone hit that and wrote a song about it. She's so nice.
Will remain in full force and effect until the transaction is finalized. Time and place of the signing to be announced shortly. The president also revealing a peace deal could be just days away. Watch.
We just made a great settlement of.
This is all these people standing here every time. All these like faceless people. This is like they all want to be close to this guy. They're like, not too close, just a touch further away. I gotta speed it up because it takes too long to listen to this asshole talk about his cancellation policies. I guess you lost our cancellation policy. These guys just gotta stand here and take it. Howard Lutnick back here. Look at these two guys. These two guys, they own most of the stable coin in America. So Howard Lutnick owns all of Tether, and this guy owns all of USD1. These two own more counterfeit American currency than any other people in the world. Just these two dudes alone. Every time I see them together, I'm like, man, we could solve a big problem right now. This could be great. Let's get this party started.
The war with Iran, and we're going to be subject to finalization of documents. We should get done over the next few days. We'll probably have a signing maybe in Europe, and it's a great thing.
We're taking, man, don't you love it when they take the sitcom to Europe in like the third season, like when Al Bundy and Peg Bundy and the kids went to England? I always love that. They always do that. They did it in Friends. In every sitcom. They probably did it in The Big Bang Theory. I don't know. I didn't watch The Big Bang Theory. Did they do it in The Big Bang Theory? I'm sure they did it in 2.5 Men. And they always do it. They take the whole gang and they do a Europe trip. Even The Sopranos did it. They all do it. They all go to Europe. And I guess this is we're all going to Europe. We're going to sign it. What was I talking about? How much ketamine are they giving this guy these days? This stoned Yoda.
Stock market's up 1,000 points. That means they like the deal.
Like we're watching this at 1.5% because he talks too fucking slow. Yeah, Brady Bunch did it too. Yeah, they all do it. They all do it, don't they? They all do it. Yes. Oh, you want someone to call in? Sure, we can put the call in thing in there.
Oil's dropped. Oil will start coming down to, I think, even lower than it was before.
Joining me now is Fox News senior strategic analyst and chairman of the Institute for the Study of War, General Jack Keane, back with us. General, good to see you. Thanks for being here.
It's racist to go to Europe. You know what's funny? There's all these studies about how. Hold on. I heard about this study where people make really big decisions when they come back from trips more than any other kind of life change. They want to come home from their European vacations or whatever, and they come home and they quit their jobs or leave their wives. It's this big study that, the widely discussed psychological phenomenon backed by recent consumer and psychological research showing that holidays act as a major catalyst for massive life changes. In fact, a notable survey of 2,000 adults commissioned by Love Holidays revealed that 40% of travelers have made a major life-changing decision while on vacation. Psychologists and researchers note that people frequently return from trips and immediately quit their job and relationships, relocate, or launch new businesses. I love this. I think it's great. 28% of travelers decided to completely switch career tracks or quit their current job. This is why they don't want you traveling. This is why they do not want you going outside the country. They don't want you getting a passport. They don't want you flying. They want you to get a special ID to fly. They want to make gas prices more expensive. They want all these things. They want you controlled. They want you not able to leave. Every dictatorship does this. They limit your autonomous movement. Don't you realize that it's so easy to do? You just piss off other countries and they start saying, all right, then your citizens will have to have a visa to come to our country then. And then all of a sudden I can't go to Mexico easily. I got to wait for 3 hours and plan ahead and get a special visa and shit. When it used to be, I just walked across the fucking border. Can't go to Europe anymore without 3 months of planning, because it used to be I could just buy a ticket and fly to Europe the next day and on the plane fill out a piece of paper like an hour before I land, and I'm in Europe and I got 90 days to figure out what the fuck I want to do. Not anymore. Not anymore. And it doesn't take much to accomplish this. It doesn't take much because the infrastructure already exists. This is why passports are bullshit. That's why checkpoints at the borders are bullshit. That's why checkpoints at the borders of our states are bullshit. The interstate highway system and the little checkpoints at the borders of California, Nevada, Arizona, Texas. You got to pass through these things. And these guys, yeah, you're bringing any fruits or vegetables? Yeah, I live in a van down by the river. No, are you bringing any weapons? Do you have any marijuana? Like, this is bullshit. They have the infrastructure already there. So all that happens now, and the reason why, how they do it is like, it's to control the drugs. It's to control the illegals. It's to control something. It's not about you. It's about everybody else. It's about the bad guys. Now the infrastructure is there, and all that has to happen is the whims of our dictator change. And all of a sudden he says, I don't want people traveling. And bing. No problem, boss. We got that shit on lock. No problem. All we got to do is break the TSA. And now it takes everyone 10 hours to get through a fucking airport. Great. Just like in Nazi Germany. Can't get through the train station without 3 forms of identification. Can't get on a train. You don't have to come out and say you're not allowed to go places. You just have to make it extremely difficult, like raising the price of gas, making it more expensive to travel, all these things. Closing airliners. The first airline in 25 years to close, Spirit Airlines just closed. Now there's fewer options, especially to smaller areas. So if you're in a smaller town, you're going to have to drive further to go to a bigger airport so you can travel to where you want to go because Spirit Airlines is gone. It doesn't affect you or me. It doesn't affect me.
President says VP J.D. Vance will be in Europe this weekend, potentially to sign a deal. But of course, we've been here before. Your reaction?
Right. Well, we have been here many times before, but the reason we're here now is because the president was willing to use military operations to leverage the Iranians to get serious.
Racism goes 2 ways. Racism is just racism. There's no 2 ways about it. There's just racism. Racism and systemic racism is usually what we're always talking about. But yeah, racism is just a thing. If you hate white people or black people or anyone, that's just racism. If you're making decisions based on race, that's racism. It's like sexism. If you favor one sex over the other and you give one sex the job versus a different sex, that's sexism. It's not 2 ways about it. It's just a way of thinking. It's a way of decision making. It's a personal philosophy where you're ascribing value based on race. You're ascribing value based on sexism, or you're ascribing value based on ageism. Like, for example, I do ascribe value based on age because I don't think it's okay for Donald Trump to date 13-year-olds. I don't think that's okay. I'm ageist that way. I also don't think it's okay for 80-year-olds with dementia to be, and even without dementia, I don't think 80-year-olds should be president of the United States. I think they should take like a more back of the house Henry Kissinger role. And I don't think, and that's ageist. That's ageist. I can back it up, but it's ageism. Yeah. That's what that is. It's not just 2 ways.
It's about a deal, and it appears that has put us on a pathway to signing this framework agreement. Now, remember, the framework agreement would likely open up the Straits of Hormuz with Iran not having any control. We would eventually all.
Ageist. Yeah, I'm ageist because I don't think he should date 13-year-olds. Yes. Well, good thing we got rid of Biden. Sort of. We put another Biden in. We just put evil Biden in. It's like saying, good thing we got rid of Waluigi. We got Wario now. Good thing we got rid of Wario. We got Waluigi. Great. Good thing we got rid of Humpty Dumpty. No, what was his name? Tweedledee. We got Tweedledum. It's the same shit. Some old asshole. Great. Some old asshole who talks shitty to women, is weird around little kids, can't fucking string a sentence together. Great. Someone who's clawing more power for the executive branch. Yeah, great. Good thing we got rid of Biden and replaced him with evil Biden. It's like we got rid of Biden and we got a more evil Biden. I shouldn't even say evil Biden because Biden was pretty fucking evil. We got rid of Biden. Woo! Let's go. Level 2. You know, it's like, you know that the bosses get worse as you go, right? It really is. America is basically a video game. Let me put this in terms for everybody. This here's what's really going on, all right? America is just a big video game. And every time you pass one stage of the game, you get to that save point, you get to fight another boss, and that boss is harder than the last boss. You see, so let's start with Reagan. Reagan was like a really nasty boss, but really, I mean, he's kind of a pushover. It's an old piece of shit who was kind of evil and had a bunch of Nazi thoughts. And then who'd we get after that? George H.W. Bush, former head of the CIA, ambassador to China. He's totally normal. No, he's just another old piece of shit who's got a bunch of Nazi thoughts and wants to go bomb people. Great. So that was a hard boss to beat, but we beat him fast. And then we got Bill Clinton. He was pretty fucking evil. Guess what? Just another old piece of shit who was weird around women, had Nazi thoughts, and wanted to bomb people. Oh, great. He wanted to take our money and not give us anything for it, therefore balancing the budget. What a mensch. What a great guy. Man, it took us a long time to beat him because he was clever. He was a slick talker. He was a hard boss to beat, but 8 years we beat him. Man, who'd we get after that? Damn it, George W. Bush. What do you know? Another old piece of shit who's got Nazi thoughts, wants to bomb people, is kind of weird around women, very weird about alcohol, very strange little guy, very weird about the gays, very strange with him and Dick Cheney. So it was hard because he had this down homey kind of fun Texas vibe, right? He's a kind of fun guy, George W. Bush, kind of fun, got us into 2 forever wars. What a fun guy. He was a hard boss battle. We got rid of him. Then it's Barack Obama. Oh, dear me. So many extrajudicial murders, drones killing American citizens, extended the spying. Just another old piece of shit with a couple of Nazi thoughts. We thought he was cool because he might have been different because, after all, he's black. After all, he must be different, right? If we elected a minority, it must be different, right? It's almost as if we should wake up and realize that the system is what's corrupting these men, and the system is what's corrupt overall. And that we need to tear down the system so that we stop playing this idiotic video game and fighting these boss battles. One boss battle after the other. And like in other video games, sometimes you fight one boss and then you get another level, you fight another boss, but then the other boss comes back and you got to beat them, but they're harder to beat than the last time you fought them. Man. It's basically a giant video game. Thanks. Shankatola, are you DTF? Are you DTF? The only people that get to tell me about how I dress are people who are fucking me. This is Feral Friday. It's Casual Friday, dumb bitch.
So over time, release our naval blockade. But then the framework and the agreement, much of the challenges of the nuclear enterprise, removing it, not permitting enrichment, the ballistic missile development, the drone inventory, and support for proxies, that would all begin a 60-day clock to negotiate. So there's a lot of work ahead here. And
oh man, that's so perfect. You're so perfectly saying that. You're so right. You don't even own the game. You just purchased a license to access it. That's even better, Chris. You just fucking put the cherry on top, bro. You put the cherry on top. American politics is a video game that you don't even own. You just purchased a license to access it. Oh. Damn, you nailed it. Nailed it. It's Feral Friday, bitches.
I think the leverage of getting back using military force has accomplished this. I wouldn't be surprised, Maria, if we didn't have to do it again. Because look at right now, within 24 hours, we're seeing what we've heard before. The people that talk to the president from Iran tell him one thing, and then we have other officials in the government right now saying, well, we haven't agreed to X, Y, and Z. We're not going to do that. So there's always this inconsistency coming from Iran in terms of what they say. And then when it comes down to what they do, well, let's face it. What they do is completely different than what they say. They said ceasefire 2 months ago, and they have violated that time and time again. Firing.
They violated the ceasefire. You see, this is how it works in America. We sign documents for you, not for us. They violated the ceasefire.
into the Straits of Hormuz, firing at U.S. bases, firing at our allies and partners in the region, and certainly unleashing Hezbollah inside of Lebanon to over 2,000 rockets and drone attacks into northern Israel, forcing the evacuation of the...
Iran did that? I mean, Israel never stopped bombing Lebanon. They kept bombing Lebanon, and then they bombed Iran. Israel was always the problem here, not Iran. I thought we obliterated all their forces. How are they even staging any combat whatsoever at this point? How are they even having a defense? I thought we destroyed everything.
Those towns and villages. This is who Iran really is, and it's going to take the leverage of military force to hold their feet to the fire. We're in the early stages of a process here, and
in Serbia, in Bosnian Republic, people respect Trump because he's a traditionalist and pragmatic. No, they respect him because his daughter is disenfranchising and enslaving Albanians. That's a long thing with Serbians. Serbians invented the term ethnic cleansing. And Donald Trump loves ethnic cleansing. So that's traditional, I guess, if you're Serbian. A tradition of ethnic cleansing. Awesome. We love ethnic cleansing, don't we, folks? We love it. We love ethnic cleansing. It's very beautiful. It's beautiful. Beautifully done. Beautifully done. Beautifully done. Lots of ethnic cleansing. We love it. We love it. Propaganda is legal. Yes, it is.
President and his team, listen, they're clear, right? They know who they're dealing with here. They know they're dealing with liars, and they know they're dealing with cheaters, and they know that they're dealing with people, Maria.
I get some jubilations for real McCoy.
They want to go back to where they were. That's a fact. And they'll say anything to get there, and they'll sign anything to get there. So what they really need from us is they want us to give them money, get them flush with money so they can recover, and then they'll go about reversing.
Is this what you say with your open mouth? Oh, please, gay dude. Is that what you say when you're just gagging for it, Rose Red? Oh, please, gay dude, give it to me. What is this? Oh, please, gay dude, please. Please, gay dude, please.
Everything they agree to do.
Right.
And so the deal itself has to go into it with that in mind, so it endures past the current president of the United States. They know this. They know what the Iranians are up to because this is the first administration that has ever confronted them in any consequence.
This is the first administration to confront them. Last time I checked, Barack Obama had a deal with them that is actually superior to the deal that Donald Trump is supposedly getting. So yes. Yeah, I don't think so. I think that people have actually. Serbia forgot. Serbia forgot stuff. No, Serbs lost millions. World War I. Go fuck yourself. That was 100 years ago. You want to talk about World War I? World War I, Serbia forgotten. No one cares about Serbia in World War I. They were third world country in World War I. No one gives a shit. The only reason anyone gives a fuck about Serbia in World War I is Archduke Franz Ferdinand. Fucking Archduke Franz Ferdinand had to take a ride. You had to drive around Serbia. Don't you know that Serbians be killing fucks?
Way. So the deal has to have provisions in it that prevent a reversal. And the administration is very well aware of that. And Iran will fight and oppose any of those kind of terms that will hold their feet to the fire and not give them the ability to go right back where they were when the war started. That's who these guys are, and that's what they want out of this.
Yeah, and Iran's state media and their propaganda is out there just throwing out different items to see what sticks. Like,
I love it when Fox accuses other countries of propaganda. It's one of my favorite things they do.
Example, one headline earlier was about the uranium and a speculation that the president would allow the uranium to stay in Iran. How important is it for the U.S. to get what they want in terms of that uranium? And also, General, as SpaceX is ready to debut on the NASDAQ today, everyone's talking about this big IPO. Iran is reportedly planning to treat all of Elon Musk's companies as quote-unquote military targets. Iran state media claims Elon Musk's holdings were used by the U.S. military to, quote, carry out war crimes. And I'll just point out that this is all happening from Iran planning to treat Elon Musk's companies as military. The U.S. is clamping down on more Chinese companies, designating companies like Alibaba, BYD, Baidu as, quote, companies that support China's military. The Pentagon's list is now at 188 military companies, up from 134 last year. And China's embassy in Washington is calling this blacklisting discriminatory, General. I thought that was an interesting angle as well.
Yeah, well, so our audience understands.
Well, it is by definition anti-capitalist and anti-free market and discriminatory. It is by definition that. But, ever since Russia attacked Ukraine, I have called it. I said, okay, well, it's going to start kicking off in the Middle East next. And it kicked off in the Middle East like pretty quickly in the Gulf states. And after that, I said, okay, well, actually, the day of the first invasion, I said, this is how it starts. Russia invades Ukraine. Israel starts fucking around. And then you've got China taking Taiwan. That's on the docket. That is on the bingo card. It's on whatever list you want to put it on. That's happening next. That is happening. We're at war with China already. Historians will be like, when did the war start with China? You're already in a war with China. The war began back when Russia invaded Ukraine. It started before that, actually. But you know what? It's already here is the point.
If you're a company operating in China, and even a private sector company, in other words, it's not a state-sponsored company.
No.
And it has a technology.
They are not all considered entertainment. They're Fox News is. They've used that as a defense many times, that they are considered entertainment so that they can't be held liable for the lies they tell. That is not held up in court because under oath, people like Sean Hannity and Tucker Carlson both say, no, it's news. But corporate doesn't agree. So there's always that debate. So no, they're not considered entertainment. But they try to, every time they're in hot water, they try to say they're entertainment. We're just entertainment. So since Fox News is really the only one who keeps getting caught lying, it's kind of funny. They're the ones that keep going to court over getting caught in lie. They spent almost $1 billion because they were lying about the 2020 election. And then it turned out after they subpoenaed all their text messages and shit, none of them actually believed it. None of them believed the 2020 election was stolen. None of them believed the Dominion voting machines were bullshit. None of them believed that. But they said it anyway. And so they had to pay $1 billion. 780 million or something. $1 billion.
That appears to be used for commercial purposes. That any technology whatsoever, whether it's one of their private sector companies or a state-owned enterprise, and it appears to be just for commercial purposes, that technology will always, if it applies and they welcome it, be used for military purposes. That's just a given. This administration clearly understands that. They're not going to buy into the confusion.
How dare you? How dare you say that about Maria Bartiromo? Maria Bartiromo is not a retard. How dare you?
Propaganda tool puts out there. That's why that list is as long as it is, 188 and growing.
Yep.
And now we've added these commercial companies to it. Why? Because they take that technology and they use it to strengthen their military. There's just no doubt about that. That is who they are. And we've got to watch them like a hawk.
They're the only ones that have to keep going into court for it. When you say caught lying, maybe that's an over exaggeration, but like the idea of being prosecuted and convicted, Fox News holds the crown.
And we've got to monitor this activity. Otherwise, China gets leverage that they shouldn't have. And that's the reality of it. Listen, in the long run, Maria, I have total confidence in our system. Of
course you do.
He believes his state version of capitalism, authoritarian based, and because he can bend them to his will, is the strongest system in the United States. He has never understood us. The fact that we have an open democracy, capitalistic driven system here, free of any
open democracy, capitalistic system here. This is an open democracy?
Government controls except some basic regulations.
Last time I heard, you're talking about controlling what? That's not capitalism. It's literally the opposite of capitalism.
It encourages and inspires innovation and
I don't know how this guy could fucking say this. Listen,
we have an open democracy, capitalistic driven system here, free of any government controls except
free of every government control except for tariffs that we just somehow nationalized 10% of Intel. We advertise Tesla on the lawn of the White House. Donald Trump literally buys stock and then makes claims about that stock in order to pump and dump. What are you talking about? The fuck are you talking about? And also is now cherry picking Chinese companies to say they can't do business here. Yeah, that's not government control at all.
Some basic regulations.
Basic regulations? That doesn't sound like tariffs aren't basic regulations.
It encourages and inspires innovation and creativity. This is how we beat the Chinese. We're going to beat them we can outthink them, we can out-innovate them and out-create them. And we've proven that time and time again. And we have to also put the right...
Have we proven that time and time again? We can't even get health care. We can't even get health care in this country. Are we really innovating and helping people? Is that really what we're doing? That's how we're going to beat the Chinese? being a bunch of hobbled fucking sick Americans who can't fucking afford. What are we gonna do? March into battle with our dialysis machines in tow? That's great. Next time when we go to war with China, make sure you bring a bunch of dialysis machines because Americans are so sick and fucking injured already. Our hobbled masses, our fucking obese working class, are entirely we're fucked. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? America literally has no fatties for the 250. Like they literally are saying no fatties allowed if you're in the military. If you want to go to the 250 party, the 250 celebration for Donald Trump's birthday and the birthday of our country, supposedly. What? We're not in good shape. We're not doing okay. We're going to beat that. We're going to beat those Chinese. I mean, I hope so. I don't want to have cameras everywhere. Oh, we're doing that? I don't want to be like the Chinese with bullet trains going across the country. I don't want that shit. Wait, why are we so against the Chinese again? With electric cars that only cost $20,000. No, I don't want that. I don't want to live in China where 90% of the people own their own homes. I don't want to do that shit. We don't want that in America. What? What is the what? I just don't like. We're doing all the bad. We're taking all the bad shit from China and not doing any of the good shit. Like we're gonna beat them. Right now, we're not.
Military capability in the region to deter military activity. So what we're doing here is the right thing and unleash what we have in this country. SpaceX is a perfect example.
Perfect example. SpaceX is a perfect example of how someone from South Africa can come to America, make deals with our government, pay our politicians in order to get money from you, the taxpayer, so that they can build the company, and with government contracts and government subsidies and government loans with your money, and then they can turn around and sell what we built with our fucking money to investors. What a great system. What a country. What a country. That's great. That's great. I love that. You built a country you built a whole nation on this idea. Lots of fatties and ice. I don't really care if you're fat, that's cool, but I think it's messed up that I live in America and we're just fat people. We're fatter than most people in the world. We're just fat, man. We drive cars. We don't walk. We're just fat. And then Pete Hegseth has the nerve to put out a memo saying that if you want to go to the 250 celebration and watch the UFC fight and all that shit, well, you're not allowed to be fat because we don't want the cameras on you. It's like, this is what America is. America is fat. We're fatties, man. We're a country of fatties. We're not big. We're not fat. We're big boned. We're fat. Free market. Explain lobbyists. Yeah, it's free market. You could pay the politicians to do whatever they want, but yeah, it's free market. Totally free market system. You can't have free market and have tariffs at the same time. Sorry, tariffs are inherently anti-free market. Can't do it. You can't do it. South Americans and Mexicans are two times the obesity. Can you give me the obesity rates of the Western Hemisphere by country? America's is approximately, the prevalence in the Americas is 67.5%. Obesity in Brazil is 22.1%. Let's see. United States is 42.4. Mexico is 36.1. Chile is 34.2. Bahamas 39.8. These are the big ones. And Bahamas, you understand, right? St. Kitts and Nevis, a lot of white people live there too. 38.3. So the biggest ones are United States, Mexico, and Chile in the Western Hemisphere, at least. Who cares what they're doing in Europe? Recent clinical studies indicate that nearly 70% of U.S. adults are considered obese when factoring in waist circumference alongside traditional BMI measurements. Damn, I need to go for a walk. Latin America. Over the past few decades, many Latin American countries have faced a drastic increase in obesity, often referred to as the globalization of fat. This is largely driven by free trade, influxes of cheap, high-calorie processed foods, and a shift in dietary habits. Several island nations face exceptionally high prevalence due to heavy reliance on imported processed foods and a transition towards more sedentary lifestyles. Make sure you touch grass. So I guess like it's a little unfair because it's saying that Americans, if you factor in waist circumference alongside BMI, it's 70% obese. But the official obesity rate from the Pan American Health Organization is 42.4% in America. But still, clinical obesity, if you bring in the idea of just circumference, America, 70%. 70% fatties. And you want to tell me that fatties can't go to the 250? You can't come to our parties. 70% of Americans are fat.
A commercial enterprise that is exploding with capability and rivals NASA in terms of what it can do. Quite remarkable.
Yeah.
It's quite remarkable how you could take the money out of NASA and give it to Elon Musk and get the same results. Remarkable. Except now, instead of just having the results go back to the American people, they go to investors. That's how SpaceX, that was the fleece. That's the con. We all had NASA, you realize. We had money that was going to NASA so that when they had spin-off technology and patents and that type of thing, that went to the American people because we own that shit, right? It's our technology. We paid for it. It's ours. Well, now we paid for it still. That we're still paying for it because we paid for SpaceX. Elon Musk didn't just wake up and build SpaceX by himself. He took government loans, government subsidies, government contracts. We paid for all of it. All of it. And now but he owns it all. We paid for it, but he owns it. So we paid for it with NASA and we own it. We pay for it with SpaceX, but we don't own shit. Only the investors own something, not the American people, but stockholders own it. Elon Musk owns it. And the patents that result and any kind of technology that results from all of this work they're doing that we're paying for, they get to keep and they get to have these patents. That's how the rich get rich. That's how they fleece Americans. So cool. So what a cool thing.
Snapshots with them at the peak. Still fans on you to critique. If other asses watch you see, get fiction about the week, baby. In the front row.
I mean, the corn industry, yes, but the ever-loving corn industry, can anybody tell me what percentage of corn, how do we use corn in America? Can you break down by percentage the usage of corn in America? 80% is for consumption. 50% of that goes to livestock. 40% ethanol biofuel. Human food and industrial only makes up about 10%. So about 40% for livestock, 45% ethanol, and 10% for human food. Ethanol and biofuel is, of course, the biggest part. That's why we grow so much corn. If you go through Nebraska, you see corn, soy, corn, soy, corn, soy. That's all you see. Rapeseed, corn, soy, corn, soy, corn, soy, rapeseed. And then that all goes to animals. The vast majority of field corn grown in the United States is utilized as the primary energy ingredient in livestock, poultry, and aquaculture feed. The residual portion accounts for natural on-farm losses and storage discrepancies. Yes, corn is causing obesity because it is what's driving the animal production industry. We grow corn to feed to animals. All this energy, all this waste, all this work, all for feeding cows, chickens, and pigs, and fish. But we also feed fish to cows and pigs and chickens. It's fucking weird, right? Feeding cows, feeding chickens to cows, feeding fish to cows, feeding cows to dogs, feeding pigs to dogs, feeding dogs to pigs. We do that. It's fun times. Fun times are had by all, and we're all getting fat because of it. Yes, go to McDonald's, wait in line at Chick-fil-A. Hope you all have fun at Chick-fil-A today. It's good for you. I wonder why we're fat. Must be the corn. Yeah, it is the corn, but not how you think. Not how you think. It's a cash crop that we grow very quickly, very easily, and we can do it almost indefinitely. It's probably the most resilient crop in the history of the world, and it's all going to cows, chickens, and pigs to make you fat as a fuck. To make you fatter and fatter and fatter.
You got a 6, while a 10 is up in the sticks. Our picture of the week, Taylor Swift.
Yes, cows eat fish. It's natural. Yes, we grow fish and feed them to cows. It's natural. It's natural to rape a cow and steal the baby and slit the baby's throat and then sell the milk. But you got to keep sometimes some of the babies have to be fed, but you can't give them milk. So you gotta, if you want to grow some cow babies, you got to feed them something that's high protein. So you make it out of fish.
Sitting courtside at Game 4 of the NBA Finals. There she is in a little red circle. While poor, beautiful Sydney Sweeney was relegated several rows behind her.
No, it's not that because they're eating corn, but it is because they're eating corn, because eating corn is cheap and fast and indefinite. We can grow large amounts of corn, store it very easily, grow it like fucking gangbusters, so we can have these huge herds of cattle, millions. We kill 10 billion fucking chickens just in America alone every year, 350 million pigs. Like, we're able to have these incredible numbers. We kill 350 million pigs in gas chambers every year in America alone, just in America. 350 million pigs. Think about how many gas chambers. Think about that type of operation. And they're all killed in gas chambers, like 98% of them. Think about what that looks like. It's a Ferris wheel of death. They're just churning them out. And the only way we can do that is because we grow corn, because we're very good at growing corn. So in order to support all of this, the backbone is corn. Everyone blames corn, thinking that, like, oh, if you eat corn chips, you'll get fat. Yeah, I guess. But really, the real problem with corn is that it's not that it's in your fucking soft drink. It's that it's what enables you to eat bacon on every meal, or, cows at every meal. Cows 3 times a day. Corn grows like Genghis Khan reproduces. Yes, exactly. Can I get some jubilations for the real Mago? So, I mean, yeah, corn makes it possible. And so because we want that like salt, sugar, and fat, we'll line up around and just go. We are like pigs to the slaughter as well. We'll just wait in line at McDonald's. We'll wait in line at Chick-fil-A, and we'll eat it 3 times a day in America because we don't have any self-control. And there's a piece of our evolution that says salt, fat, and sugar all together is fucking crack. And so what do? They give you a big sugary drink that also has corn in it. They give you a big chunk of fat in the form of animal matter, and they douse it with MSG and salt. Just so much fucking MSG and salt, you can't even believe it. So you keep coming back for more. It's a drug.
A crime that I've never seen before, Cat.
Hold on a second.
Courtside. In the front row, you got a 6, while a 10 is up in the sticks. Our picture of the week, Taylor Swift sitting courtside at Game.
In whose book is Taylor Swift a 6? But also, why is Greg Gutfeld talking about young women like this? It's fucking weird. Greg Gutfeld's like 15 years older than me, and he's talking like this about, like, Sydney Sweeney's a young woman, bro.
Game 4 of the NBA Finals. There she is in a little red circle. While poor, beautiful Sydney Sweeney was relegated several rows behind her.
Well, Sydney Sweeney's not a billionaire, and Taylor Swift is. Like, This is the world that Greg Gutfeld lives. The world Greg Gutfeld lives in is that pretty girls should be in front and all those uggos should be in back. Taylor Swift's a fucking billionaire. She gets to sit wherever she wants. If she gained 300 pounds, she'd still be a billionaire and would still be allowed to sit wherever she wants. You know why? Because she's a fucking billionaire. Do you think Elon Musk is a handsome man? He's paying a lot of money to try to look like me, but he can't get there, Elon. You keep trying to look like me, man. You spend all that money trying to look like me. You're never going to get there, man. This is God-given. This is God-given. My epic fury.
A crime that I've never seen before, Kat. Sydney's A-list status couldn't get her courtside. And this is disgusting. She was with her boyfriend, Scooter Braun, who I guess feuded with Taylor Swift.
She dates a man named Scooter. She's dating a man named Scooter. I don't even know who the fuck, like, Sydney Sweeney is a TV star. She's been in like a few movies. She's basically the Ray Romano of, like, I don't know. She's been in like 3 movies? 3, I think. I don't know. I'm not really following her career. She sells her bathwater. She literally sold her bathwater in that stupid soap commercial. What did she say? What was that soap collaboration that Sydney Sweeney did with her bathwater? Sydney Sweeney collaborated with the men's grooming brand Dr. Squatch on a limited edition bar of soap called Sydney's Bathwater Bliss. Each bar contained an actual touch of her bathwater mixed with ingredients like pine bark extract, sea salt, and sand. She literally sold her bathwater to Dr. Squatch man soap. So, you know, like, forgive me for not being a huge Sydney Sweeney fan. An A-listers don't sell their fucking bath soap. That's an OnlyFans model thing. And hey, do what you want to do, ladies. You want to sell your bath soap? Fucking do it. I don't care. This is Feral Friday. Make your money. I don't give a shit. But don't be surprised if people judge you for it. But you know what? Do it. I'm not going to judge you. Do it. But don't call yourself a fucking A-lister. Come on now. We all know you're not an A-lister. Okay? You know who's an A-lister? Who's a leading lady A-lister? Like, the first one that pops in my mind is that Princess Diaries lady. What's her name? Anne Hathaway. Anne Hathaway. First one that pops. Charlize Theron. These are A-listers. Meryl Streep and shit. They still even Meryl Streep is like 100 years old. She's still an A-lister compared to Sydney Sweeney. Shit, Zendaya is kind of I think Zendaya is Zendaya is maybe an A. Maybe. I mean, Alicia maybe if you own Vikander, if you own an Oscar, then I think you're probably an A-lister. Does she have one?
They just didn't want to put her up front because she's so much hotter than Taylor, right?
Are you okay?
This is his Love Island, Cat. Let him have it.
You know what's messed up is I didn't know this and you did.
Yes. Well, this is
Even Kat Timpf is like, am I seriously are you serious about this? This is Fox News. This is how Fox News trains young men. Taylor Swift is a dude. Doesn't matter to me. She's a billionaire. She's going to be up against the wall with the rest of them. I don't care. Up against the wall crowd. She's part of the up against the wall crew. Gwyneth Paltrow. She has been an Oscar-winning performer. Did she win an Oscar for Shakespeare in Love? I don't know, but Shakespeare in Love was Best Picture, and she was in it. So I don't know. I call that an A-list. She's an A-lister. I don't know, man. Zendaya is like a kid. Don't be a PDF like Gutfeld. What? She's a huge star. Weirdo. What? I'm not even. What are you talking about, creep?
the microcosm of society, don't you think?
Oh, is it?
Yes.
Nobody likes girls with big boobs and they're always in the back. I don't know about that.
Yeah. Good, Kat Timpf. Finally, actually, I like it when there's conflict on the show because there almost never is. But Kat Timpf is, oh yeah, really, girls with big boobs. No one ever puts them up front, right?
No, this thing is that it seems to me that as expensive things have gotten cheaper, like the TVs that you watch this stuff on are like almost disposable at this point. It's crazy. But the things that we grew up that were cheap are so expensive.
Are you serious? Is it real? Is Zendaya actually 29 years old? How old is Zendaya? She's 29? How old is Sydney Sweeney? 28. She's not a kid either anymore, man. I was saying she's a young woman, but I guess she's pretty old too now. 28, getting long in the tooth. Getting long in the tooth there, Sydney, sweetie. And they're still playing teenagers. I guess I don't know how old they were supposed to be in the new Euphoria, but I guess like this is Farrell Friday, everybody. Like and subscribe. Farrell Friday, Skyjack Morgan, Morning Sky, #1 news reaction show on YouTube. We do it different on Fridays. Casual Friday. She's lucky to be in the game. She got better seats than the Dawn.
Insane how when they even were just doing interviews with the players, you'd look in the background and you'd see 10 celebrities. I mean, like everywhere you looked, it was.
Yeah, it's the fucking playoffs. Not playoffs. It's the finals. It's the NBA finals. Did they win, by the way? Shit, I should know. Did the Knicks win? They won by 1 point. Game 4, they won by 1 point. Man. Not bad. Okay, well, that's pretty cool. Good for them. Maybe because Donald Trump wasn't there. Donald Trump was there and they lost. What does Nickelback, Stevie Nicks, Nicole Kidman? What are their shirts? Why is Sydney Sweet? That's not Sydney? Now I'm getting them confused. Why is Taylor Swift wearing their shirts? What was with Taylor Swift's shirts at the NBA Finals? Taylor Swift and her friends wore custom New York Knicks wordplay T-shirts to Game 4. Swift's shirt was emblazoned with Stevie Nicks. Oh, Nicole Kidman, Nickelback. Funny. Now I get it. I can see the K now in Stevie Nicks. I couldn't see the other K because their hair's in the way. I can only see Taylor's. And she's not a 6. How old is Taylor Swift? How old is Taylor Swift, everybody? Does anybody know? How old is Taylor Swift? She's 36. I don't know why you got to be so mean.
Celebrities, super wealthy.
It's a status symbol.
It's not really fair to all the people that have followed the teams and care. However, if this were the Pistons, I'd be pulling every connection I had to try to get there myself. So I understand it, but it is kind of strange, right? It's like, oh, like you want the story of like someone's, grandpa who his wife died, and ever since then, all he cares about is the Knicks. Like that's the stuff that those are, that's
then
the
you
stuff
get
you
Timothy Chalamet, who I don't even know is human. Tyrus, do you remember when?
You don't like Timothy Chalamet either? I mean, there's Sydney Sweeney and Scooter. They look like they're having a good time. They're not courtside. Sorry.
And we were kids and we'd watch.
You're a TV star.
Watch boxing, and you'd see like one famous guy in the back. It'd be like a really old Jack Lemmon or somebody, and that was fun. Now, what are these people?
Well, I think they buy the tickets. They absolutely do not care about the Knicks at all because you're never going to see these guys. Where were they last year? Like you're never going to see them when the Knicks aren't making the playoffs. Still down there. You get some like in LA, you had Jack Nicholson, and you have Spike Lee, but I would argue he doesn't have anything else to do.
Yeah.
So I'm lying, but it's all status and like.
He's actually an auteur. He makes all sorts of stuff, but whatever. Yeah, people hate on him because he talks about race. People don't like him.
And Swift tried to be. She's there to get noticed. They had their matching. Was it Stevie?
I mean, Spike Lee's a fucking. Does Spike Lee have an Oscar? Yes, Spike Lee has a fucking Oscar. Do you have an Oscar? You got a fucking Oscar? Timothy Chalamet. I think he's a very shitty person, but a pretty cool actor. I like his movies. Do you like Timothy Chalamet movies? I'm always surprised because every time I see him outside talking about something, I think he's such a garbage human. But his movies, like that fucking Marty Supreme, that was a good movie. I liked Martin Supreme. Did anybody see Marty Supreme? I thought that was rad. Yeah, no, he means Nicholson, not Jack Lemmon. He was talking about Jack. I met Jack Lemmon. One of my favorite stories to tell is I met Jack Lemmon and Walter Matthau one day. It was so cool. So fucking cool.
Knicks shirt on because it was so clever. They just to be noticed. Like all of them, they sit there, and it's funny because and then they're the first ones that come out and complain about elitism, complain about everything else, but they weren't giving up their seat for the stolen land that it was on.
Exactly.
Spike Lee's been going to these games for his whole life. I think you shut the fuck up about Spike Lee. But since when do they talk about elitism? They love elitism. What are you talking about? They love being rich.
Hey, why are you going? This is on stolen land.
How about this one? I'm going to contribute to reparations. Tyrus, please take my seat.
Yes.
They talk all that.
You must like him. He loves Israel. You guys love Israel. You guys love. I have a hard time, man. I used to love Jerry Seinfeld. I even made excuses for him for dating that girl too young for him when I was younger. I was like, come on. But it was the 90s. People thought it was things were different in the 90s. You're like, yeah, he's dating a younger woman. Who cares? She was how old? Let's find out. How old was How old was Seinfeld's wife when they met? Oh, this is his second wife. Famously dated Shoshana Lonstein. She was 17. Oh, she was a senior in high school. Oh, that's what I wanted to know. How old was Shoshana Lonstein? How old was Jerry Seinfeld when he met Shoshana Lonstein? He was 39 and she was 17. He was 39 and she was 17. Ugh. In 1993. I was a freshman in high school, and I was like, well, he was 39, she's 17. She's almost an adult, right? I was just a kid. I didn't know what I was talking about. I was like 13, 14 years old or something. Ugh, Jerry Seinfeld's always been a creep, and now he's pro-Israel and all this. Ugh, it's so hard, man. Because I used to love fucking Jerry Seinfeld. Did you used to love Jerry Seinfeld? I used to love Jerry Seinfeld. It's so hard. He's the GOAT. He's so good. But so is Woody Allen. Woody Allen is one of the best comedic writers of all time, and he's such a scumbag, man. It's so difficult, dude. It's like R. Kelly wrote Remix to Ignition, hot and fresh out this kitchen. The way you moving that body got every man in there's wishing. I mean, come on.
That stuff, and they get there, and every one of them has to be on camera to show a reaction.
You think they decide who's on camera? Dumb shit. They put them on camera because they're fucking celebrities.
Camera wasn't there, they'd be like this. Oh, camera. Oh my God, who made the shot? Who made the shot?
Yeah.
You know,
they also have to hug a player to show that they're friends with a player, or talk to somebody else who's famous. You know, Guy, I might.
That's what famous people do. And also, when you're in a sporting event, I don't know if you've ever been to a sporting event. Even if you don't know the players, you're like, everyone who goes to sports loves it, man. I went to an Avalanches game not last time, but a couple times ago. I went to Denver. I was in Denver, and I went to an Avalanches game, and they were playing somebody I didn't even know what the other team was. I forget. It was a hockey game. I like hockey. I like sports. But when you go to a game, it's fucking electric, bro. You go to a hockey game, it's like, it's so much fun because everyone else is doing it. You're like, yeah, that's what it's like. What? You're not a fan? No, I'm not a fan of the Avalanches. I was in town. I bought a ticket. I went to the game. It was fun. Why do we all have to be like, isn't it okay to just like, hey, I'm in town. I heard they were playing. I thought it would be fun. I had a night open. I was traveling. We went to see an Avalanches game. But are you a fan? Oh, fuck me. It's okay to just go to a game. Go crazy. Have fun. Yes, just have some fun. You went to a Tyson fight many years ago? Man, that's cool. That's cool. I met Mike Tyson probably more than a dozen times. I probably met him 20 times.
Insiders in the team told me that they had to put Taylor Swift in the front and Sydney in the back because they figured that having a kind of an less than average looking woman wouldn't be a distraction, and having a.
This is the dumbest shit I've ever. I can't stop watching how stupid Gutfeld is. Like, how can you take this guy seriously? How do you maggers take this seriously? And then all these maggers will come out and they'll be like, yeah, they put her in front because she's uglier than Sydney Sweeney, and Sydney Sweeney's conservative. She's one of us Nazis. Guess what? So is Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift is one of you. She's a billionaire. She's in the up against the wall crowd.
Better attractive woman would make even Taylor look worse, and that would make the players very depressed.
Those are your sources on the team?
Yeah, those were the sources on the teams. Amisa and
I did enjoy, after the game, Jerry Seinfeld was leaving.
Yes.
Someone with a camera runs up. He's like, can you say free Palestine? And Jerry goes, it's not a real place. And just walks away, which is a pretty badass move by him.
Yeah.
Would you qualify, Greg, for Celebrity Row, as they call it at Madison Square Garden?
So you see what I mean? This Palestine thing, man, it fucks me up with Jerry Seinfeld. I feel so torn, Jerry Seinfeld, man. I can't even like his shit anymore. I even read his book. I was a big fan. I'm a fan of Jerry Seinfeld, and I hate Jerry Seinfeld. God damn, I'm a fan of his work.
I think so. That's why I don't go. You know, it's like, I don't like to play that game. I like to be mysterious. I don't want people to see me outside my element. I want you to think I don't exist. You know what I mean? Like I'm a ghost.
Follow-up question.
Yes.
When they do the Celebrity Row thing, they play a clip of the person being famous and then cut to them on Celebrity Row.
Greg Gutfeld says, I like not being noticed. I want to be a ghost. I don't want anyone noticing who I am. He says that because he's a fucking D-list celebrity. No one knows who he is except for assholes like me. So it's like, except for dumb fucks like me, like and subscribe. Like and subscribe to this dumb fuck who talks about the news every day, Monday through Friday. And on Saturdays, I play guitar. And on Sundays, we talk just deep, ethical, philosophical shit. So please subscribe. We do an ethical show every Sunday. It's more serious. It's more serious. Not too serious. It's more serious, though, on Sundays.
Everyone, cheers. What would your intro clip be? Would it be Pooh Detective? What would it be?
You know, there's so much to choose from, Guy. And might I remind you, this is my show.
Which is why I'm making it about you, Greg. Questions about you, your favorite questions.
Yes. Well, you know what? Let's table that. Let's table that for later, Guy, when I punish you in my activity pit. So Madison, I did some research. In 1999, that was the last time the Spurs played the Knicks for the championship. And you get a.
Did you see how the guest just looked at him, just like shook his head, just like, you're not funny? Look at it. Look at this. Look at him. Look at him. He's just like.
So Madison, I did.
You see, he's like. He looked at the other people on the panel. Man, Greg, this show could be so good. This show could be really good. It sucks. Look at him. I love when over the shoulder you see his notes and they're all just like the scribblings of a madman.
I did some research. In 1999, that was the last time the Spurs played the Knicks for the championship. And you get a crappy seat for $20. You can get courtside for $2,000. Now you're looking at upwards of $300,000 for courtside and maybe $10K for a bad seat. It kind of said
inflation, man. I love inflation. Who doesn't love inflation? You guys all love inflation?
It kind of tells you that like a lot of the things that we used to think we could do, we really can't do.
Yeah, definitely not in New York.
Yeah.
I mean, we do have a socialist mayor, so I think maybe there will be a future where all the seats are given out. But usually what actually happens with socialism is that everything just gets more expensive.
Right.
Which is what we see with MSG. It is also the most iconic arena. This is also a city with a lot of really wealthy people. So supply and demand, lots of wealthy people want to go. The tickets go up in price.
35% said you practice casual Friday. Man, you guys don't practice casual Friday. It's casual Friday today, baby. It's casual Friday. It's casual Friday, man. I'm going to the beach. I'm going to go to the beach today because it's casual Friday. I'm going to be real cash, super cash today. I'm going to bake some bread and go to the beach. What are you going to do for casual Friday, man? I love Fridays. I even have like a routine that it starts playing Friday music at like 6 p.m. just as a ritual. I work at home, you know. I work from home and I like it just like, it's quitting time. Let's do shit. Let's get wasted. Let's get fucking wasted, bro. We're going to do another. So it looks like they're talking about inflation again. So do you love inflation? It looks like Donald Trump has really made it so that everyone thinks that inflation is cool. He's making inflation great again. So here's the poll. Do you love inflation like Donald Trump? He loves it. Do you love it?
The annoying thing is Celebrity Row is actually free. These folks are given the seats most times. I don't know if Sydney Sweeney, because she was further back, but this is like they want to show, hey, we got a good space. We have good people coming. And really, Greg, what it comes down to between these two women, because clearly you're very obsessed with these two blondes, you have to think of it like a wedding. So if they're giving out the seats, you have to think about the seating chart. And Scooter Braun and Taylor Swift really did have major beef. He bought all of her albums. She released all these additional albums to make back money. She still buys them back. They are not friends. It's like the aunt and uncle that are divorced and can't look at each other.
Yes.
And Sydney is beautiful, but Taylor Swift is very successful and wealthy, so they put her in the front.
You have to understand, Greg, is because
we don't put people in seats based on how they look, Greg. If you make $1 billion, you'll be in the front too.
Previous relationship with Taylor didn't go well. She would not accept that he was moving on, and that's why he doesn't go.
Yes.
Because he doesn't want to be staring, you know. And
only 64% say no, they don't love inflation. They tell you what, Donald Trump has done a number on America. He's got Americans thinking inflation is good. It's fucking insane. I wonder if Hitler had people, like, did Hitler have people convinced that inflation was good? Did Hitler have people convinced that inflation was good? No. The regime did not convince the German people that inflation was good because Germany had suffered through devastating traumatic hyperinflation in 1923. Inflation was a deeply feared concept among the public. The Nazis capitalized on this fear and instead convinced the population of the exact opposite, that they were the ultimate defenders of price stability. Not here, though. Not here. Here, our Hitler, according to J.D. Vance, Donald Trump is America's Hitler. So our Hitler says inflation is good. Trump, I love inflation. God damn it.
And Kelsey gets, upset because of the Greg hole thing. So it's a whole thing. You know what? We're going to have a new special Gutfeld next week where we break down the breakup of Taylor Swift and Gutfeld.
The Red Album's
It's about Greg.
I'll tell you one thing. So I was offered tickets to the Knicks game, and the first thing I did was I called the Make-A-Wish
Who's a
Foundation
libtard?
just to laugh at the orphans.
Who's the libtard?
I love that you think Make-A-Wish is...
Are you saying that, wait a second, are you saying that Greg Gutfeld's a liberal? Is Greg Gutfeld a secret liberal? What about, are you talking about Kat Timpf? Who's a libtard? I'm not a libtard. You can go jump off a bridge. Jump off a bridge. If you think I'm a libtard, jump right off a bridge. Not the Golden Gate Bridge, though. They have one of those anti-suicide nets. Jump off a bridge, but not the not the Golden Gate Bridge. Any other bridge except for the Golden Gate Bridge. And not one with like cars that go underneath. Like preferably water from a very high, one of those, please. Thank you. Thank you. Libtard. I'm not a liberal. I hate liberals because Donald Trump was a liberal. Liberals make Nazis possible. Liberals make Nazis possible. Liberals make Nazis possible. Nazis don't exist without liberals.
That's wrong.
Yeah.
That's not what it is.
Maybe I did know that. And it was a double. It was a double.
Really tells you something.
Yeah, we need to go.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox.
I love the fact that people over at Fox News think that we give seating arrangements out at the NBA games based on how people look. That's why Donald Trump was in the back in a box behind glass, sleeping. And that's why they lost.
Today we're here to...
Oh, man. RF, I love this. John Jr. is so great. Yes. Don't call me Shirley. Don't call me Shirley. You know, I am serious, and don't call me Shirley. Shirley, you're not serious. Are you a leftist? Can you not fucking read? Is it not showing up? It's not showing. Hold on. It says anarchist, right? It says anarchist, right? Does everyone see that on their screen? Does everyone see that on their screen? It says anarchist under my name, right? Right here. Right here. On my screen, it's right here. This is where it is. On my screen, right here. If you're watching vertically, I'm pointing at it right now. Is that? You don't see it? Yes, I'm an anarchist. I'm a hardcore anarchist. I think anarchism is the answer to most of our problems. Thank you so much. Why don't you self-deport somewhere where your values are more commonly accepted? My values? You're the one trying to make America like Saudi Arabia. Why don't you go to fucking Saudi Arabia, you fucking anti-American piece of shit? Why don't you go to Venezuela? Why don't you go to El Salvador, where they got the coolest dictator in the world? Why don't you go to Taliban-controlled Afghanistan? That's where you belong. Go to Taliban-controlled Afghanistan. Stop trying to make America like the Taliban. Okay, we already have values here, values of liberty, democracy, freedom, autonomy, self-determination, self-reliance. Those are the values of America. You are following a dictator over the cliff into the apocalypse. And you're saying that I should leave? You should fucking leave, you Hitler fucking worshiper. You goddamn Nazis. You come, you sprout up like weeds. And the second the liberals come in, they're like, hey, don't chop the heads off the Nazis. Let's hear them out again. That's why the liberals are to blame. Meanwhile, all of us are like, no, every time a Nazi pops his head up, we got to pop him back down. But no, the liberals like, let's hear him out. Let's listen to him. Everyone's got a voice. Everyone's got an opinion. And it's the liberals' fault that we get Nazis. Now we got a Nazi infestation. You fucking liberals are like those people that are like, oh, I know we got a rat infestation in the house, but let's not do anything about it. Let's not do anything about the rats in the house. Well, could we at least put one of those little sirens up that makes rats' ears hurt? No. That's cruel. We can't do that. Can we put like even have a heart traps? We'll put little traps that keep them. They'll still be alive, but we'll leave them. We'll get them out of the house. No, we can't. We got to hear them out. Let's hear the rats out. So now we got a Nazi infestation in America. It's partly the liberals' fault. I think mostly the liberals' fault. But here we are, and you assholes are like, no, you should leave if you don't like the Nazis. No, I'm going to fight it out because you Nazis are unwelcome. We shouldn't have let you assholes come to power. We shouldn't have let you assholes keep going. And the Democrats are just as much to blame as the Republicans because the Republicans are just meaner about being fascists. They're just full-blown Nazis. MAGA is just full-blown Nazi. Republicans and Democrats have always been a little fat, like not little. They're fascists, but not full-blown Nazi, not like concentration camp, like we got to kill them all type style. Like that's, and we keep on letting it happen because the fascists were nice. Barack Obama was pretty nice. George W. Bush, he was pretty nice. They'd never do anything bad to us. And now we got MAGA, the Nazi Party of America. Literally calling itself the American First Party, which America First Party was the fucking Nazi party in the 1930s. That's what they called it. They called it the America First Party. And now you're calling it the America First Party. What the hell? And the reason why they did that was because it was a translation of Deutschland über alles. America über alles was America First. And so they called it the America First Party. And now all you guys, USA, 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 like fucking apes chimping out. USA, USA. Like, holy fuck. You guys belong in the wood chipper. And you're telling me I should leave? You're the anti-American. You're anti-Christian. You're anti-life. You're anti-freedom. You're pro-slavery. You're pro-ignorance. You're pro-war. You're pro-violence. You're at pro-inflation. You love inflation even now. And I'm supposed to leave? Nah, son. I'll be here holding the fucking guillotine rope. Boop. Up. Boop. That'll be me holding the guillotine rope. I'll pick up the basket and look you in the eyes in your last second as your head blink, 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 blink. Challenge your beliefs. Think again. Thank you so much. Please, jubilations for Chris Bitsavas. I appreciate you, Chris. Thank you so much. You don't want to be in a dictatorship, Chris? Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Jesus isn't real. It doesn't matter. His teachings are here. It doesn't matter if he's real. It doesn't matter if Jesus is real. Don't worry about it. First line for executioner, call me. Call me. That's all I'm saying. Call me. Call me. When you guys bring out the guillotines, give me a call.
Introduce Trump Mobile.
It was an ambitious promise.
We're going to be manufacturing the phones.
A phone at $499 made entirely right here in the U.S. We wanted to see if that claim was
Jubilations.
legit. Thank you for your order.
Oh, look at this, man. We got these, man. I'm pro. I love the golden phone, man. That's no dictator would ever do a golden phone, right? No dictator would ever have a golden AK-47. Let me see. Has any dictator ever had a golden AK-47? Who was that? Saddam Hussein. Wow, look at this. Saddam Hussein had an AK-47. There it is. The golden AK-47. He owned several gold-plated AK-47s. His private armory contained hundreds of decorated gold and silver-plated firearms that were designed and status symbols of instruments of power rather than practical weapons for combat. Ain't that cool? Not in America. Our Hitler, our Saddam Hussein, we have golden phones. We don't have golden AK-47s because our dictator is a limp-dicked octogenarian who wears makeup. So he's not cool enough to have a gold-plated AK-47. That's too fucking cool. No, our Saddam Hussein has gold-plated phones and gold-plated Oval Offices and gold-plated chairs and gold-plated curtains. I chose the curtains. Aren't they beautiful? I chose them. I chose the curtains.
Here we are in May of 2026, and there appears to be no sign of it until last month when Trump Mobile sent us a device they said was going out to some members of the media. There's a Truth Social preloaded onto the...
He did have a golden toilet. He did have a golden toilet. I want to think. Let me think. Did hold on a second. Let's just see. Did Saddam Hussein have a golden toilet and a golden toothbrush? Yes, in a very famous art exhibit. In a very famous art exhibit, someone created a fully functioning toilet made of solid gold. There you go. I think Saddam Hussein had one. Let's see. Did he have one? Did not have golden toilets, but they were famously filled lavish gold-plated bathroom fixtures, included a gold-handled toilet brushes and dispensers. There's no official record of golden toothbrush, though he was known a strict personal hygiene. He was a germaphobe, just like Donald Trump. The dictator's opulent palaces contained over 100 lavish bathrooms featuring Italian marble, crystalline chandeliers, and gold-plated faucets. When U.S. forces occupied these compounds in 2003, troops discovered widely reported on these ostentatious items. Oh, look at this. Gold-plated soap dishes, faucets, gold-handled toilet brushes. Man, I was thinking toothbrushes, but it was toilet brushes. That's even better. It's even better. That's even better. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. I love that for us. I love that in America, we're keeping up the same traditions as Saddam Hussein.
Phone. Aside from that gold yellowish back, the phone appeared to resemble the U24 Pro, an Android phone made by Taiwanese company HTC. It looks very similar. It has a very distinct shape. Yeah, that does look really similar. To confirm that, we headed to iFixit's offices in San Luis Obispo, California, where lead teardown engineer Shahram Akhtari offered to help us run some tests, including through a modified CT scanner. What's on like that? Okay, cool.
Our status symbol are phones. Yes. So our guy, our Hitler, our Saddam Hussein is too much of a pussy to have an AK-47. And the AK-47 doesn't really have the same panache, right? It doesn't really have the same status as it would there. There, it's always a symbol of power, strength, oftentimes rebellion. The AK-47 is a very famous gun. So he got a lot of AK-47s plated in gold. That was his thing. Donald Trump likes to plate things in gold too. He's got golden toilets. Donald Trump has a golden toilet. He has golden everything. And golden phones. A phone is your status symbol. Don't you agree? Are you living in America? Sid is brood. Sidissy brood. Sidissy brood. Sadistic brood. Sadistic bitch. Hey, sadistic bitch. Are you American? Because I don't know if you notice, phones are a status symbol. They have been for a long time. Yeah, so are a lot of other things, but yeah, it's just perfectly reasonable comparison here. You understand? Yeah, you with me now? You with me now?
Okay, so there it is. Which gave us an inside look at the T1 phone's guts, which looked eerily similar to a scan that iFixit ran for the HTC phone. Without cheesing, tell me which one's which. Wow, they look so similar. The left image, the HTC. The T1 on the right. The battery, cameras, boards, mostly in the exact same place, with the exception of the flash. But Mokhtari and I wanted to take an even closer look with the help of an industrial-grade microscope to see the pixels in the T1 screen.
This is a pentile layout, and it's in Samsung's patented diamond layouts in particular. Definitely not made in the United States, as far as I know.
The same design seen in the HTC that iFixit ran under the same microscope. One more check to do, cracking it open. We're really going to test.
I think it's really cool they're going to all this work to find out that Trump's a lying sack of shit. Oh, looks like these aren't made in America at all. One more promise broke. Do you remember when he said he'd make these phones in America? If you don't have Melania coin and don't have one of these phones, you are not a Trump supporter. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. Made in America. Yes, of course, it's not made in America. Of course. You've never looked at phones as a status symbol? What do you think all the cases are for? What do you think why do you think iPhone versus Samsung or LG? People... Do you think that somebody doesn't have an why do you have an iPhone instead of an LTE or a whatever? Of course, they're status symbols. My friend Chip's obsessed with Apple. He can't get rid of it. He can't get off of it because it's a status symbol. He's addicted.
To see if this is truly just an HTC U24 Pro.
I mean, shit, people still call them Obama phones because he wanted people who are too poor to have phones, so he allocated funds for it, and so that people could hopefully get jobs, because sometimes when you're poor, you can't afford phones. You can't afford phone service. So they still call it Obama phones, and it's just a cheap phone. Of course it is. You see someone with a flip phone, you're saying something when you have a flip phone. It's a status symbol.
Reskin for Trump Mobile. First off, I should remark that
Why do you think Donald Trump made a gold? Why the fuck do you think Donald Trump made a gold phone? Can anybody think of why Donald Trump would make a gold phone? He wanted to make it a status symbol so that his people, his rubes, he could fleece them, because he could sell, like, this is a status symbol. It shows that you're a real magger. You're a real Nazi. If you have this phone, we can tell right away. You can show the cops your phone, and they know that you're one of us.
literally see the word the Philippines. Breaking it down piece by piece, confirming that the parts are nearly identical to the HTC U24 Pro. The three cameras, as you point out, are in the exact same place.
They're in the exact same spots.
The boards are the same.
You know, members, we have a new emoji. It's the Melania coin. Don't forget, everyone, buy Melania coin. Melania coin is the most important tool for the future prosperity of America. It's endorsed by the First Lady. Oh, I changed my Venmo, by the way, to Skyjack Morgan. Skyjack Morgan on Venmo, Skyjack Morgan on Cash App, please. If you Venmo or Cash App Skyjack Morgan, I will buy more Melania coin. It's the most important thing for the future prosperity of America. It's inflation proof. Donald Trump says it's inflation proof, and I believe him. Everyone, buy Melania coin. It's the most important thing. Thank you, everybody.
Exactly the same, yeah.
iFixit confirming that its parts are very much not American, as Trump Mobile originally promised. Does it look like this is a made in the USA phone?
It's unlikely. Ultimately, you won't know unless you go to the factories, but this is a Chinese phone. Everything we've seen suggests that the T1 was manufactured in the same factory.
The phone, initially marketed as made in the USA, now advertised as assembled in the USA. Following on tests, HTC did not respond to our request for comment. Trump Mobile did not respond to questions about the similarities or about what part of the T1's assembly is done here in the US. But our scans and teardown confirming these phones are the same, as punctuated by one final
Donald
test.
Trump lied? No, he doesn't lie. This thing was made in America, and Melania coin is going to go to the moon.
HTC components in here. Yes, making a Frankenstein phone to prove that the phones are made of the same pieces. Pulling the button, and now it says HTC. This is so funny. A photo on the T1 phone with the HTC U24 Pro board in there.
That's right. And it tells you that these boards are exactly the same, that they're fully compatible with all the components, which means they came out of the same factory by the same designer.
Oh, shit. That's pretty damning. It's pretty damning. But I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. This is some kind of liberal scam. You see, Donald Trump's actually telling the truth. That phone was made in America, the good old US of A, where we definitely make touch screens like that. And this is an American phone. How dare you say this about my president? Melania coin, it's going to the moon. It is not a pump and dump scam. It's not a pump and dump scam. Just a touch. It's not a pump and dump scam.
No difference.
No difference.
Brian Chung literally cracking the case and then taking a selfie to prove it. I mean, was that a surprise, or just feeling those two phones? Did you know what you were going to find?
Yeah, well, again, when we first received the phone, we were only among a handful of outlets that actually did get them. We were kind of on the cusp of figuring out what this was. We figured it was the HTC U24 Pro based on the dimensions, the specs, the size. iFixit helped us identify that, but it wasn't until we actually went there and tore it open where we could see what was inside that we were able to definitively determine that. And I should point out that we only got this phone because we are the media. We did have an order put in on behalf of NBC News that has still yet to be fulfilled.
You thought that the left wanted our stuff made in China and hated the idea of tariffs? Who the fuck, are you stupid or something? Oh my god.
Implying that the customers that in earnest ordered one haven't received them yet.
Wait, so what you're saying is that the tariffs are so that we can have stuff made here, right? That you believe that lie. That was a lie that he told you. That was a lie. That was a lie. Sorry.
But I should point out, we did put
the real left wants you owning a piece of the company so that you make money every time a phone is sold. They want you to own it. They want you to own the means of production. Scary, I know. It's scary. But you would be able to vote for the CEO. You would be able to vote where those phones are made. You would be able to help drive the future of our nation. You would have ownership in our country. That's what the left wants, the real left. The real left wants you in the driver's seat. Stop being a tool of the powerful. Stop being a tool of the rich. Stop being owned. Be your own leader.
phone back together. I do have the T1 phone in my hand right here. It is fully functional, so it's not like you can't, after you tear it down, put it back together. The very smart folks over at iFixit were able to do that. So
are you making calls on it?
I can call you right now.
Text you?
Yeah, what's your number, Gotti? Let me shoot you a text from my T1
Here,
phone.
hold on. Hey, I'm gonna sneak text you here. I'm gonna put my number out. Actually, why don't you put your Trump number out there?
Yeah,
and
yeah,
I'll call you.
I'll consider it. We'll get a full screen up there of the number.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the big question that I have is how many of these are they actually gonna to sell? Do we know what sales have been like?
Yeah, Trump Mobile did not respond to our questions about how many orders were placed, but I should point out, interestingly, a YouTuber pointed out that there was a serious security vulnerability on the website, which I was able to confirm through a source.
Can I get on today? Get on. There's a link in the chat. You want to get on? We got 99.9%, 99% escort. Why would anyone want to be a communist? What do you think a communist is? Sadistic Brood. Sadistic Brood. What do you think? What do you think a communist is? What's a communist? A person who supports a political and economic ideology that aims for a classless, stateless society based on the collective public ownership of resources rather than private property. Oh, cool. CJ, I see you're in the chat. Would you please put, I see you're backstage. Would you please put in the private chat just your age so I know I'm not talking to a child, please. Just your age. I don't care about anything else. Just your age in the private chat so I know I'm not talking to a child. Because unlike Donald Trump, I don't like talking to kids.
That was actually a serious situation where...
Actually, I think I can see your... do you have a beard? I can't. Oh, yeah, you got a beard. All right, I'm going to put you on. Hold on a second. Here you go. We got CJ's in the house. How you doing, CJ? What's the deal and how you feeling?
Good. How you doing? Good.
Fabulous, man. Having a great day. Sounds like, are you on a boat? Where are you?
I'm right here at my house.
Awesome. Oh, nice. That's beautiful. Very cool. What's on your mind?
Chilling. Just wanting to talk about what's going on, man. It's not politicians or nothing. It's the kingdom of darkness against the kingdom of light. What's going on?
I think that there's a lot of truth to that. The kingdom of darkness versus the kingdom of light. I mean, we could take that to mean a lot of things. What does that mean to you?
Well, you can tell it by the women and everything, how that they're not about family anymore, they're about themselves,
Trump and allies working.
Women, they're about themselves totally and not about family life, you can tell it everything you look at,
Do you think all women are like that?
No. Not the ones that aren't deceived by the enemy. But the ones that are, you can tell it easily because they're all about themselves, and that's how the devil is. The devil is for the devil. It'll deceive you and, take you places that you could never get by yourself until, you get to the top of the pinnacle and then, you fall and there's nobody there to save you because the devil is for the devil.
Let me back up a little bit though. I'm with you that there's a lot of people that seem to be in it for themselves these days. Why do you think that happens?
Because they're deceived by the devil.
What's deceiving? Like what deceived into believing what? Like what does that mean to be in it for yourself? Because every woman that I meet, a lot of them want families, a lot of them want partnerships, a lot of them want to build something for their futures. But it seems like to me that there's an idea of scarcity. There's this idea that there's only enough paper out there for a few of us, and there's only 800, 900 billionaires. They have most of the paper. So if there's not enough for me, I got to struggle even harder. I got to make my nut before I can even get to the point where I can get my goals. It's almost like I have to make enough money in order to even start a family. And like I just read today that for the first time in history, the average home buyer in America is over 45 years old is the average home buyer in America. Less than 50% of Americans own their own homes already. I mean, we're talking about, if you want to talk about family, it seems like there's a lot of obstacles in the way before you get to, women being bad or something.
Oh yeah, definitely, because that's what everything is built on. Everything is built on a lie. You know what I mean? The dollar bill, everything. It's all a lie, fabrication from the devil to make us want these worldly things. When you step back and look at it, none of us need a Ferrari.
100%. 100%. That's exactly. I totally agree with you. Which is why when I talk about these things, I would find common ground with you. But I wouldn't blame women. I would blame the system that is making us all in this situation where some have Ferraris and some can't afford a pot to piss in, and it's because of our system that's breaking us. Mammon. If you want to put it in religious terms, mammon. We're all serving the demon Mammon and not serving each other. And if you follow the teachings of Christ, anyone, render to Caesar what's Caesar's, right? If his face is on the coin, give everything to him, and you give everything that is imprinted with God to God and to your fellow people who are also imprinted with God. But we're not doing that anymore because we're all chasing the money.
And when you do that, you see that you're rich. You're rich in the wisdom of God, not in earthly things. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You can, you no longer care for those earthly things because you know that those things die. They perish. You know what I mean?
So how do you express a love for God? How do you think that we show these things?
Well, those that do not struggle and do not fight, they don't know God. You know what I mean? But when you struggle every day, then you start knowing God. You know what I mean? Because you know that God blesses us all. He's not just for the rich or the poor. God blesses us all with clean water. All we got to do is tap it out of the ground, and that's life.
That's right.
God don't charge. You know what I mean?
I do. 100%. I know what you mean. I guess I would add to that, though. Let's see if you'll go with me on this. I think that our service to one another, I think Jesus talked about blessed are the merciful, blessed are those who hunger for justice, blessed are the meek. And when he says this, I think he's saying that, and he also said the first shall be last, the last shall be first. He's against this hierarchy. He's against this idea that some are born higher than others. He was born in a manger with the animals. He knows that from the lowest of lows, we're all equal. He preaches that we serve each other in our service of God because God exists in all of us. I mean, this sounds a lot like something antithetical to capitalism. It seems antithetical to the teachings of our new Jesus, Donald Trump.
Right. We can complain, and what good does that do? And look at what Christ went through at the age of 33. He didn't even live, and was hung on a cross. But
he was hung on a cross, which is like which was supposed to be an indignity, right? The humility of the cross is the royal, like St. Paul was beheaded because he was a citizen of Rome, but Jesus was crucified because he was a peasant and a dissident and an enemy of the state. I totally agree with you on that, but I guess I wonder why when we first started talking, it seems like you had a bone to pick with ladies, but it sounds like to me that if we look at the teachings of Christ and the idea of sacrifice and humility and serving each other, that it's not the women that are to blame, it's the system that's corrupting all of us.
Right, but what I was talking about the women thing is when you read the book, it says that the fallen angels went into the women. They didn't have sex with the women, but they went into the women of men. That means that the fallen angels are in the women right now as we speak. The fallen angels. Read it again and think about what I'm telling you.
Well, I mean, I think that there's a lot, I don't know, like going into the women.
Yeah,
this
and
is something
angels can't have sex. Angels don't have anatomy like we do. So
isn't
angel
this
can't
like,
have sex. An angel can't have sex with a human being and make a baby, but an angel can harbor itself inside a human being, and then they have offspring.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like you're like quoting Genesis and the Book of Enoch and that type of stuff. But I'm just, you know, I'd like to,
Enoch, Enoch.
Enoch. Yeah, it sounds like you're into that type of thing. But it's not really for me. I don't go to this Old Testament well like everybody else. But angels and demons and stuff, I think, are less important when I've got actual problems right here to solve. And I don't think we can get there if we're not going to serve each other and help each other. Like this idea that we're going to, I don't know. I don't know how I'm supposed to fight demons if I can't even get people to realize that chasing little rectangular pieces of paper around their entire lives isn't the answer.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not. But, you know, we can't fight them because we can't even see them, you know, but God fights all our battles, you know, as long as we obey the commandments.
But then how do we
he
serve
don't fight
God?
our battles. He wins our battles.
Well,
How
I
do you
appreciate
serve God.
Yeah, I think that
You
Jesus
do the
lays it out.
commandments.
I don't think the 10 Commandments is how you serve God. That's just what Moses said was like the rules of God, the rules of the land, you know, like laws for Israelites and shit. But like if I talk about Jesus, I think he makes very clear how I serve God, and that's through my service, sacrifice, charity, mercy, humility. These are the things that that Jesus taught.
Yeah.
And I think that's how we
Main
actually.
The main thing I look at now is what people do not do. You know, God says the most two important things are the first two commandments, and nobody loves their neighbor. Nobody knows their neighbor. You know
That's
what I
right.
mean?
That's right. That's exactly. Hey, you know what, CJ? That's on that we can agree. I'd say that every single day on the show. I say you need to learn who your neighbors are. You have to serve your neighbor. You have to love your neighbor, and that's how we move forward. I totally agree with you on that. People don't even know who their neighbors are. How could you love your neighbor? I completely agree with you on that. We need to start building mutual aid networks. We need to build networks so that we know each other, love each other, and then we don't need the government. Then we don't need Caesar. Then we don't need anybody. We don't need the money because we have each other.
But God.
Yep. So, CJ, thank you so much for calling in. Let me ask you, what's just out of curiosity, what state are you in?
North Carolina.
North Carolina?
Yep.
I've been to Asheville a bunch of times. I like North Carolina. It's in Asheville, right? Yeah. I've been in North Carolina a bunch. I used to live in Virginia, so I've been in North Carolina a lot.
Yeah, I've been in Chesapeake, Virginia myself.
Yeah. Yeah. A lot of Virginians go down to like Outer Banks and stuff. They go down there, have a good time. Well, thanks for calling in, CJ. Anything else on your mind before I kick you out of the studio?
No, that's about it. I mean, it's hard to get anything across on the comments. You know what I mean? Because a lot of times people take it the wrong way. You know what I mean? In the comments.
For sure.
But
well,
yeah,
that's why it's a call-in show. That's why it's a call-in show, right? Feel free to call in again if there's something, you know, if you're having a hard time, getting something across, go ahead and call in again, okay?
Yeah, but the main thing is, Jack, I'm trying to get across is the relationship with God is reading your Bible every day, and that's the relationship with God.
It's interesting you say that because for like the first 1,000 years of that religion, it was against the law to even print it in any other language other than Latin. You know, it was really hard to read a Bible. You couldn't even get your hands on one for most of the history of Christianity. But I think people should read it. I read it. I think everyone should, if at least the New Testament. I think everyone should read the New Testament. I don't think the Old Testament is worth reading today in the 21st century, but that's just me.
I've read it about 4 or 5 times, and every time I read it, I find something new that, you know, something. It's a living Bible, you know, it always changes. I mean, it don't change, but something's always, you know, different.
Well, it's like this. It's like the Buddhist saying that you never set foot in the same river twice.
Right.
Right. Every time you get in the river's changed and you've changed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I appreciate you calling in, and I hope that I hope you'll keep watching and hanging out with us, CJ. I appreciate you, man.
Yeah,
and
Godspeed. I appreciate you.
Have a good one, sir. Awesome. Thank you so much, CJ. Nice work. Thanks for calling in. Don't forget, this is a call-in show. You're welcome to call in anytime you want. There's a link in the chat if you'd like to call into Skyjack Morgan, Morning Sky. Thank you all for joining. What do you guys think of CJ? How do you feel about it? Many revisions in the Bible, of course. There's many revisions in the Bible. Again, like I'm not shy about how I feel about the Bible. I think the teachings of Christ are worth looking into as far as a personal philosophy. I think that's very important. I don't believe in the invisible world. I don't believe in angels and demons, but I do believe that the teachings of Christ are important. And I think that even if you just look at it just philosophically or as literature even, and you look at the lessons to learn, I think they're incredibly important, especially in the Western world. So go for it. Thank you so much. I do truly love Christ, says Joyous 777. I know you do, Joyous 777. I know you do. Yeah. Yes. Oh, great. I love this. You're a hypocrite because you ask people to support your channel. The channel needs money. The channel needs money. The mission needs money. Churches ask for money too. Everybody asks for money because you have to live in this world, you dumb fuck. Should I be homeless? Is that what you want? Should I not drink coffee? What do you want? It's so stupid. I am controlling the means of I am my means of production. I am attempting to live via my own labor. And I do so by the grace of strangers and people who are part of my community. I hope that if I serve my community will support me. That's how it works. Venmo, Cash App, and YouTube Super Chats. That's how you do it. Thank you. Welcome to the 21st century. Thank you. Welcome to the 21st century.
A plan to expunge impeachments. That's a headline. So basically a resolution that would void the 2 impeachments from his first term. Now, it's symbolic, right?
Thank you, Chip. Chip, were you here? I was just talking about you, Chip. I was just talking about you like probably a half hour ago or something. I was talking about you. What was I saying about Chip? Oh, I was talking about Apple because Chip loves Apple. Chip is addicted to Apple products. And because people were saying that someone was saying that phones are not status symbols. And of course they are. Can I get some jubilation for Chip? Thank you so much for Chip. Thank you. Always my biggest supporter, Chip. Chip and Jackie Boyle and all you guys. You guys are so amazing. Thank you so much. The real McGoy. This guy did not want money. All of us harassed him until he made them just say. It's funny. I had a job where I was an activist traveling the country and I did a live show. I was being paid and I was making very little with YouTube. And now I'm trying to make it just doing YouTube. So it's very difficult. I'm very poor. I can't afford coffee. But people like Real McGoy, Chip, Jackie Boyle, let me say a thank you to all of you so much. I got the Real McGoy, Chris Petsavas, and that Chip guy. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Crazy Jackdaw, all you guys for supporting this channel. Thank you also for supporting this community and independent media. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys. Of course, if you want to call in and talk about why your phone is a status, if your phone is a status symbol, I'm truly sorry for you. It's a status symbol whether you like it or not. Your phone says something about you, right? My phone says something about me. I have a very old Samsung. This is a very old Samsung, extremely old. I have the case. When this case finally breaks, the whole back will fall off of it. It's got cracks. It's got cracks and shit in it. It's really fucked. Like my phone is old and crappy. And the reason why is because I don't like to have new technology that I could when an old one will do, because I don't like the idea that people have to dig all this lithium and shit out of the fucking earth. I don't like it, man. So I try to make my shit last. I try to take good care of it so that I don't lose it and I don't break it. And I also, this is an Android because I think that I don't want to be in the walled garden of the Apple universe. And so this does say something about me, whether I like it or not. I mean, even this button is totally just completely trashed. It's just like this button doesn't really work. So I mean, like it whether you like it or not, your phone is a status symbol. If I had a Trump phone, for example, it would say something. You would know something about me because I had a Trump phone. It's a status symbol. It's just how it works. Like I didn't pick this universe. I just have to live here. I hate buying new glasses. I also hate buying new glasses. Yeah, I don't like buying. I want shit to work, But yeah, I enjoy your show also. Thank you, my 7-year-old Samsung. Thank you, X-Ray Dragon. I enjoy your show from my 7-year-old Samsung. Thanks, guy. Wonderful. I think this phone. I think I got you beat by a couple years, maybe. I think this is maybe 8 or 9 years. 8 years, maybe 9 years old. Yeah. Also, it's annoying to fucking change it all over and everything. Pain in my ass having a new phone. Cell phone prices are also stupid. They're also $1,000 every time you buy one, right? Yeah. I break my phone on day one. Yes. Can I get some jubilation for Jenna? Thank you so much, Jenna. You're amazing. You're amazing. Jubilations for Jenna, please. Chip loves Apple products, though. Don't blame him. It says a lot about Chip that he loves Apple. My friend Chip, one of my best friends on planet Earth, he's an Apple phone guy. He's obsessed. He can't get out of his brain. He's owned by that company. It says a lot about him. I still love him, though.
If it happens, it's not like it suddenly goes away, but that they would do that. What's your reaction to that? If they could possibly have the votes to do that symbolically?
I'll let Sean handle the logistics of that and whether that's going to happen, but I'll just speak to.
Gonna go back in time and void his impeachment. If this isn't Orwellian, how do you guys read 1984 and you don't see that this is 1984? They want to go back in time and say Donald Trump was never impeached twice.
Sort of the politics of it. This is what Trump cares about. I have been saying this for months. He doesn't give a crap about the midterms. He doesn't care about the health of the Republican Party.
Have I seen Trump talking with literal vampires? What are you talking about, Parallelish? Tell me what to Google on that. What are you saying? Trump talking to literal vampires. Not literary vampires. The vampire teeth joke. During a 2024 live stream conversation with Ellen Musk, Trump's speech patterns and audio quality sparked internet speculation. Late night host Seth Meyers joked Trump sounded like he was wearing plastic vampire teeth. That was funny. I remember that. No, literal vampires. The late, great Hannibal Lecter. Donald Trump thinks that Hannibal Lecter is a real person. The late, great Hannibal Lecter. He met with creepy, pale skin, long white hair guys. Who is? What are you talking about? Macs are not bad products, but for general use, they're expensive and not upgradable. They used to be amazing. And then Steve Jobs dies. Now it sucked. Daywalkers. 11-year-old Samsung. That's awesome. I can't use many apps on my phone now, but it's all good. My phone still works. I feel like once the app stopped working, Stephen Miller, he's a real vampire, dressed like Victorian royals. What the hell? No, I have not. I want to suck your book. I want to suck your book. They want to suck your book? They want to suck my book?
He doesn't care about the majority. He doesn't.
Don't forget to hit that like button, double tap the screen, drop some emojis in the chat. Let's hit this algorithm. Let's get it going, fucks.
Care at all. It's obvious. He cares about this. He cares about putting his face on the money, his name on the buildings, his legacy. And if that means pretending he wasn't impeached twice, I guess that will satisfy him in his old age. But this is not what Americans care about.
It's also meaningless. It's a meaningless vote in the House of Representatives. The historical record is clear why he was impeached. Both were justified and important, and they ran their course.
But it's interesting that this is how he's taking the time.
But he's
being briefed on this. He's taking the time. The time is going into this.
Not thinking ahead. Because if he really wants to pursue this, all the reasons he was impeached get dredged up again. And
God, I'm really proud of you that you guys better than yesterday's crowd, man. Yesterday, people said they loved inflation like Donald Trump. Donald Trump loves inflation. I love inflation. Loves inflation.
We're all talking about it around a midterm election. Like, what are you thinking?
It doesn't erase the fact that he was the only president impeached twice. It doesn't erase the fact that now the American people will remember that he was impeached twice. And it doesn't do anything for his party. It doesn't do anything to bring down costs. It is only for one purpose, and that is his ego.
Man,
so if I were a Republican,
this is the best,
I'd just be pissed.
This is the best idea Donald Trump's had in a very long time. And I think that everyone around the table needs to make sure that Donald Trump, I know you're watching us right now, but please, let's go down this path. I mean, you deserve to have this argument in front of the American people about your impeachments. In fact, I want us to have this discussion in North Carolina. I wanted to have it in Ohio, maybe Maine, Texas, if we're getting a little freaky. We want to make sure that we have this discussion in front of the American public, because as we go down the lack of self-awareness, this is right up there with something Donald Trump should smile about tonight.
Political assassination by the Democrats on President Trump. They have Trump derangement syndrome. They had fake impeachments on President Trump. He would like his impeachments to be expunged from the record. I don't blame him. It's his legacy. And he's been a target of the Democrats.
Yeah, he's a target of the Democrats. He wants to, man, they should do it with Bill Clinton too. He was never impeached. It never happened. It never happened, everybody. It never happened. It never happened.
Over and over. In fact, they said if they take back the House, they're going to immediately impeach him again. Like, enough is enough. This is so distracting to the American people.
I just want to be clear. Expunging impeachments is not a thing.
He can.
It's not a thing.
I had to ask the question.
It's not a thing. It's not a thing. But none of it's a thing. It doesn't matter. It's not a thing. Presidents declaring a state of emergency in order to drive through tariffs without the congressional approval. That's not a thing. American presidents deciding we're at war with Iran. That's not a thing. American presidents saying that his War Power Act is perfectly acceptable because even though he's over the number of days it's allowed, he was having a ceasefire that wasn't really a ceasefire, but as long as he says it's a ceasefire, then the clock stops. That's not a thing. That's not a thing. American presidents calling the Department of Defense the Department of War. That's not a thing. American presidents deciding that podcasters and reality shows should be the fucking Secretary of Transportation. The Secretary of Transportation is a reality show. Like, fucking the Secretary of Homeland Security standing in front of literal concentration camp prisoners to make promotional videos, like Kristi Noem, who shot a dog. That's not a thing, but now it's a thing. Expunging. Like, I love the smugness of these fuckers laughing. That's not a thing. You can't just expunge your impeachments. You can't just do that. Watch me. Hold my beer. If Donald Trump drank beer, he'd say, hold my beer. Hold my beer. He changed the name of the war. Operation Epic Fury. Well, he named the first part of the war Operation Epic Fury after my cock. And then he changed it to Operation Freedom, which is ridiculous. Operation Freedom. It's about freeing the Strait of Hormuz, which was, free before you fucked with Iran. But, Operation Hold My Beer. Yes, Operation Hold My Beer. That's like the most redneck, like Operation Epic Fury. Gulf of America. Yeah, that's not a thing. Gulf of America is not a thing. It is now. It is now. Deer have been found to munch on dead bodies and eat birds out of the air. That's true. They're omnivores. Everyone's an omnivore.
I don't even know if it's possible, so I didn't want to go down that path.
I mean, cows eat fish because America feeds corn to fish and then grinds up the fish and feeds them to cows. Cows eat fish.
There's a thing that's in the Constitution, and it is that you can't impeach.
Constitution? That's a thing. That's a contract that we made that the people of the United States have with our government, and that contract isn't worth shit. Ask the American Indians how they feel about the Constitution.
The president. The thing that's not in the Constitution or anywhere else, for that matter, is expunging and impeachment. So this, I mean, to call it symbolic, I think, is almost even overstating the thing. It seems like, frankly, a waste of time or just a transparent play to make Trump feel good on a particular day. What's the point?
Well, I mean, I don't know if you want to use the word symbolic or not, but
this whole country is about making Donald Trump feel good. The whole country, that's what it's about. That's why the MAGers are like, that's why the whole of America, all these Simpson bootlickers, that's what this country is now, making Donald Trump feel good again. Make 80-year-olds feel good again. Jesus.
It's a political statement to say that this wasn't fair when it happened, and you have different political actors who are making a different statement.
Yeah, where are they? It's almost like a genocide was carried out against them and is continuing, and 90% of the way there. But yes, still today, American Indians are being slaughtered. They have the highest number of children, the highest percentage of children going to foster camps, the highest percentage of any group being child trafficked. American Indians. Weird how that keeps happening.
The impeachments were,
it's almost like all the deals that the United States government makes with people are full of shit, worth the paper they're written on.
Expunged is the right word, but they were obliterated or done away with when he beat the rap in the Senate. I mean, he was never convicted.
Obliterated, like Iran's nuclear program, Thank you, Scott Jennings.
on any of the charges. Well, look, we adjudicated this already, and the political analysis I think is correct. Would be hard to pass. I did interview a member of Congress the other day, Darrell Issa of California, who I think has filed legislation to do this. I think it has a number of co-sponsors. Look, I think it would attract a lot of Republican votes, but would it attract
Nazis? It would attract Nazis.
All the Republican votes or enough Republican votes? I don't know the answer to that. I agree with Carla. I think if the Democrats take back the House, these old impeachments will be the least of anybody's concerns because they'll move on another one.
But do you think it's a helpful message going into the midterms that you're talking about impeachment as like a
I don't know.
thing?
You tell me. You're the people running for Congress in your party are talking about it every day.
No, actually,
Absolutely.
they are talking every day about lowering costs. That's what they're talking about.
You well know that when asked directly, most Democrats say Donald Trump should be impeached again.
Most Democrats who are running for Congress have said that Trump should be impeached again.
You would be hard pressed. I think.
I love it. She's finally getting it, man. She's like, wait a second. What the fuck? Is this just another liberal show where we're hearing out the Nazis? That's what this show is. This show is the most liberal show on television. This show. I forget this show's name. Yeah, Newsnight with Abby Phillip. Newsnight with Abby Phillip is the most liberal show in America because it's liberals listening to Nazis, and there's nothing more liberal than a liberal being like, well, they're just alternative right. They're alt-right. They're not Nazis anymore. They're alt-right. We just have to hear them out. They're just another point of view, another marginalized voice, and we need to listen to all marginalized voices. And alt-right, the rebranding of the Nazi party, it's just listening to the other side. Audi alterum partum, right? Little Latin for you there. I'm sorry. I know it's pretentious of me to throw Latin terms in there, but hear them out is what I said. Hear out the Nazis. Nothing more liberal than that. Fascism is not possible without liberals.
To find a Democrat who would go on the record and say, you know what? No. What they do say is everything he does is illegal. Everything he does is unconstitutional. Everything he does is worthy of some sort of
that's because the courts have said it's unconstitutional.
If you tell your base that,
the courts have said a lot of what he is doing is unconstitutional.
They'll expect you to act on it.
No, that's
and you guarantee right now they won't impeach him?
You can't. No, but we also don't know what Donald Trump's going to do between the last 2 years.
I think that the American public also see the grift that is Donald Trump and Donald Trump Inc. and the Trump family.
I fucking love. I've never been able to do it, but I've been trying so hard to do it. Like, I love the white guy. Like, I love that white guy face. I love that face. Scott Jennings' face. Look at that face. Come on. Maybe it's because I grew up in a very diverse neighborhood, and I don't know. Maybe I just never developed that ability to do. I do have this one though. I do that one to cops. It's okay, little boy. It's okay, little man. Don't get too mad that I'm taller than you. I do that one when cops look at me, because the cops are always this tall. And they look up at me and I have to be like, that's how I look at cops. But I never had this one. I need to work on it.
And Eric Trump and Donald Trump Jr. I think that they
changing the subject.
No.
He wants to impeach him.
What I'm saying is the American public right now we're talking about Trump's impeachment for his legacy.
You want to talk about President Biden and that clip? He was on the take from every.
My heart just grew 3 times so big, Mikhail Gorbachev. How's it go? How big does his heart grow? 10 times the size. My heart just grew 10 times. I look like the Grinch when he's constipated. That was the look I was going for. Thank you. That's what I was trying to do. You're a mean one, Mr. Grinch. If it was between you and the crocodile, I would choose the crocodile.
Major adversary.
First of all, what? Let's talk about that. Let's just be extremely clear. The wealth of Donald Trump has grown exponentially. We haven't seen anybody make this many trades.
Someone really should do you're a mean one, Mr. Trump. You put kids in concentration camps. You shoot citizens in the face just because they speak their minds, Mr. Grinch. If it were between you and a crocodile,
businessman.
No, he's a grifter. The difference is,
Listen to you.
Do you understand
the
that
president
someone
of the United States?
Yes, and the president of the United States is benefiting off of the presidency. Do you not see that?
He's made more stock trades than any president in the history of this country.
Do you not see that?
He's literally
Unbelievable president working every day on behalf of the
Can I ask you a question?
to make their
Can
life
I
better.
ask you a very just plain question?
Ask me.
Has the president of the United States,
how many centimeters? I don't know how many centimeters, but it's about 9.5 inches. It's about 9.5 inches. It's an epic fury, about 9.5 inches, you know, when fully aroused. Nothing too crazy, but still, you know, I think it's still sizable. It's bigger than, you know.
benefited or enriched himself by making stock trades, then mentioning then mentioning those same companies from his pedestal as president of the United States.
But I don't know if the president.
You don't know if Donald Trump's done this.
I haven't followed that, but I do know that the
he's
senators
a great president.
You don't actually know the facts about his.
He has, on several occasions, including when it comes to companies like Dell, he said at the White House, "Go buy Dell."
Martin Luther King Jr., Fred Hampton, JFK, RFK, Malcolm X. Let me think. Oh, recently Alex Preddy, Renee Good.
Then hundreds of trades of that stock. The stock goes up, he benefits from it. And that's just one aspect of this. There's also his family doing business in drones, in cryptocurrency, and other areas where they are either getting contracts from the federal government or the president has the ability to regulate those industries to their benefit. So those are the types of questions that are on the table right now.
Oh yeah, Charlie Kirk got killed. He got killed by MAGA for speaking his mind too. He got killed too. Yeah, that's true.
That are very real, and that I think, you know, Bakari is hinting at. Democrats are going to look into whether that looks like impeachment or not.
It's called accountability and oversight.
It might just be oversight, and that might be it. You know,
but he's not trading himself.
You know they do.
No, they're going to do.
Man, my forehead's 5 inches, man. My forehead's like I got a 5 head. I always had a big forehead, man. I got a lot of forehead. Look how big I got a big forehead, but it's been good, man. It's a weapon. You ever headbutt? Never mind. I don't want to get into it.
I will do oversight.
Honestly,
I will guarantee you.
Let's be honest. Members of Congress always file impeachments. I mean, Shreve filed an impeachment resolution. I believe Al Green filed an impeachment resolution. That's going to happen. But also, you're going to have Democrats who are talking like Sherrod Brown, who's talking about things like
okay.
inflation.
Now
let me ask you a question.
Now I'm totally convinced you are not American. You're not an American. You are a Russian bot. You're clearly in some kind of monkey farm, like in Superman, where they had all the monkeys typing stuff in the Mirrorverse or wherever they were. Renee Good was a criminal who tried to run over that ICE officer. Disproven by multiple angles. She was not trying to run over anybody. Thank you. With her car. Fucking liar. Not true at all. Alex had a gun. In America, you're allowed to. I have a gun too. Should I be killed? He had not drawn his weapon. He had not brought out his weapon. He had a gun. That does not mean that you get to be killed. He had a license for that gun. He had a permit to carry it. He had a licensed, permitted gun, followed all the rules. When his Second Amendment right says he has the right to have that fucking gun, and they shot him. You are not American. You are not American. He got shot for standing between a thug and a woman that they were spraying with bear spray. He got in between them, and they took him down and executed him. America. Peaceful protesters. What, like MLK Jr., who was arrested 30 times, and eventually had COINTELPRO operations so that they tried to literally get him to kill himself. And when that didn't work, they executed him. That MLK Jr.? Yes, peaceful protest. America, you have the right to freedom of speech here. Yes, freedom of speech. It's a thing.
If you went to a Democratic political dinner tonight and somebody asked you in front of the crowd, should we impeach Donald Trump? And you said, no, what would happen to you? Would you be thrown out in 3 seconds or 1 second?
Democrats are not running on impeachment, and that is not what they're talking to the American people. No, they aren't. It's a fact, Scott. They are not running on impeachment.
Don't ask me. I mean, I think the president of the United States should be impeached, but I ain't running for that.
All right, next for us.
Of course he should be impeached. He's broken so many goddamn laws. Of course he should be impeached. It's ridiculous that we haven't impeached him again. I mean, come on.
I'm Chip. What's your name? I'm Daniel. Daniel. Yeah, where are you from, Daniel? United States.
Who's this guy? That Chip guy.
So where are you from? Originally Romania, but I live here. Okay. Where in the U.S.? Utah. Utah. Oh. Yes.
Guy from Utah talking to my friend in Amsterdam. Let's see. Is Chip here? I don't know if Chip's still here.
Lovely state. Lovely state. Like the nature there is freaking amazing.
The mountains. That's what's different than this state. Or this isn't a state. It's country.
Yeah. But I get it. Yeah. Yeah. So it's different. Yeah. Yeah. I think the the topography of Netherlands is similar to Florida, maybe.
It's very similar to Florida.
Yeah.
Flat. You got the humid, it's warm.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
What brought you here?
Just wanted a better life for myself.
Okay.
Because Romania's kind of,
yeah.
It's better now in Romania, but you know, I
Our
just
friends from Romania that we're visiting here. So.
Oh, let's go. Let's go. So I'm an animal rights activist. I'm here to speak up for animals. How do you feel about animals?
I love animals.
You love animals. Do you think, do you hear what?
This guy says he loves animals. That's rad. He met someone from Utah. Utah. Oh no, Charlie Kirk was killed in Utah.
Billie Eilish said, have you heard about this?
Yes, I have heard what Billie Eilish
That you can't love animals and eat them too at the same time.
Correct.
How do you feel about that?
Mixed emotions about that one, to be honest with you, because I live in Utah, which is a very heavily hunted state in the United States. When it comes to overpopulation of animals, and this is whether you are you taking care of them or not. So for me, it's kind of one of those. You got to have a balance between the two. But I do very love animals as well. So.
But you're eating animal products while you're here in Amsterdam, right?
I have, yeah.
Yeah. So how can you justify that, knowing that there is violence towards animals, right?
I mean, depending on what you're doing as a human being, it can be, yes. But
I just texted Chip. Maybe Chip will come on the show. It'd be kind of fun.
If you are trying to be violent as a human, then yes. But if you're not, then no.
You've been to the Rijksmuseum? Yeah. It's pretty cool. Have you ever been there? Has anybody been to Amsterdam? I love Amsterdam. I love Amsterdam, man. I almost moved there. Yeah. He didn't have a gun on him at the time he was shot to death. Who? Charlie Kirk? Charlie Kirk? Who didn't have a gun? This guy. That Chip. You should come on the show, Chip. Come on. Tell me what you were thinking. React live with me about your stuff. Do it right now, Chip. Call in, Chip. Call in.
I think...
Well, it's still
violence is an action, in my opinion.
Well, violence is an action for sure, but you can demand violence with your actions.
Right.
Right. Like maybe you yourself are not the one causing the violence, but you're demanding it, right? When you choose to buy an animal product, an innocent animal gets exploited and slaughtered for you.
Depending.
Are you guys talking about the ICE officer that was killed off duty in scooters? What, they stealing scooters or something, right?
On what's happening with the product. So to me, like you said, product. As humans, we are consumers, right?
As humans, we are consumers. My first caller of the day, I think, would have a problem with that. We're just consumers. That's all we are. That's your value as a human, is that you are a consumer. Is that your value? You are a consumer. We're consumers. You aren't rational agents trying to make the world a better place or to serve God or each other. You are a consumer. That's all you're good for.
That is the hardest part about it, is we've all become consumerisms instead of fending for yourselves and growing your own products and doing all of that on that end of it.
I don't care about that because you see, you're presented with two choices. One is exploiting an animal, one isn't. If you choose to buy an animal product, you're choosing the exploitation to death of an animal. If you're choosing to not, you're choosing the less violent one, the one that actually respects the rights of animals. So if you're saying, I love animals, but at the same time, I consciously make the choice.
Yeah, there was an ICE officer a while back that was killed during actually, I don't even know if he died. He got shot for sure. I think he died. Fuck, I'll Google it real fast. What were the circumstances surrounding the ICE officer who was killed or shot off duty? An off-duty officer shot and killed a 43-year-old man named Keith Porter Jr. on New Year's Eve in Northridge, Los Angeles apartment complex. The Department of Homeland Security stated the officer intervened when Porter fired rifle shots into the air and allegedly aimed his weapon at the agent. Oh, that's not even the one I was thinking about. There was another one, but anyway, that's in Northridge, 43 years old. All right, I have Chip here. I have somebody here. Is it Chip? Yeah, it's Chip. Oh my God, he's actually you turn the camera and everything. Wow, you're really wow, Chip. How are you?
Hello.
Hey, Chip. What? You turned the camera, but you didn't turn on the mic. Hey, Chip. How are you?
I'm good. I don't have a lot of time. I have like 15 minutes, but
well,
yeah.
Okay, that's okay, Chip. You don't have to even stay at all. I thought it'd be nice. That's all.
Wait, can you hear me now?
I can hear you. I was joking about because you weren't talking. Can you hear me? You can't hear me? Weird. Hopefully everybody else can hear me.
To violate their rights, wouldn't that be? How can you love them and violate their rights at the same time?
Violate their rights, though. But what rights have they been given compared to?
I don't mean legal rights, to be clear. I mean moral rights, right?
Can you hear us? Chip, are you with us? Can you hear us? Can you hear us? No, Chip is gone.
So the moral rights are not given.
But everyone has their own moral grayscale area. That's the tricky part, dude. When it comes to morals, everyone has their own grayscale.
Do you think it's moral to be violent towards animals when there's no necessity behind it?
I don't think it's moral to be violent
towards animals when there's no necessity behind it.
So that's the tricky part when it comes.
He doesn't think it's moral to be violent, Chip.
Yeah, he was kind of a weird person, this guy.
Why? He said he doesn't think it's moral to be violent.
Yeah, but he's the type of person like I genuinely despise this type of person. He's the type of person who likes to virtue signal a lot, isn't he? He's the type of person that you would call maybe a liberal or something.
Oh, I don't like those liberals.
I don't know if he is that, but he just likes to virtue signal, because you'll see towards the end. He's just kind of an asshole. But yeah.
Okay, I'll see.
Down to. But you are choosing that, right? You are choosing to demand violence, and there is no necessity for it because you can choose something.
No,
else.
I don't think I've demanded any violence at all. Not one bit.
When you buy animal products, you're not.
I haven't demanded any of all. Yeah, definitely a liberal. I haven't demanded any. I'm in Amsterdam. I'm from Utah, and I'm a liberal from Utah. I fucking love Salt Lake City. Everybody, if you're from Utah and you think I'm making fun of you, I make fun of every place, but I love Utah. Salt Lake City is such a cool town.
Demanding violence?
I don't think that you are, depending on where you're at. So
if you buy meat, where's the meat coming from?
The meat comes from them.
Okay.
I understand.
What happens next? What does the supermarket do? Supply and demand. What does it work?
So the supermarket does what a supermarket does as a business. Sure.
Yeah. So it will try to replenish that product, right? You buy that product and it will try to fill the shelf with that product again.
I'm not
so it will say,
into an
let's
argument
kill
about
the
being
animals.
violent or not towards that. If that's what your social experiment is, then I can understand it. I was coming up to see what your social experiment is.
Yeah, it's merely to show this idea that most people are hypocrites when it comes to animals, like you are right now, right? Because you say,
most people are hypocrites when it comes to animal, like you are right now.
I mean, I had to do it. Come on, he was being hypocritical. I just had to.
You fucking hypocrite. I like
Sometimes I like to poke them, that's what I do. Sometimes I poke them to generate something, because this guy was just like giving me nothing. Sometimes I just poke them so that something wakes up within them. Maybe they.
But why didn't you go back to the original question, which was the Billie Eilish thing? Like, do you think that you are loving animals when you do that? Can you, why not just
I think I
keep them on?
tried. I tried several times, but I think his whole thing was that he just didn't take responsibility for what he's doing.
I'm not claiming I don't want violence. I'm not ordering violence when I order a product. I'm a consumer.
Yeah.
What do you mean? I'm just a consumer.
He does say that he does say even weirder stuff. Like if you go forward, he does say a lot of.
I'm just a consumer. I'm a consumer. I'm just a consumer.
You love animals, while at the same time you pay for violence.
Well, see that, but that's one opinion towards it. That's one.
That's like such a horrible thing to me. This idea that we're just consumers. I fucking hate that. I feel like this is back. I know, back to capitalism, I guess, but it just seems like so many people really believe that shit. That's all we're here on Earth to do is consume.
Yeah. That's. But this guy is not just that. Like this guy is like. He's the consumer. I don't think he's like a pro-capitalist guy. I think if you poke him at it, he will actually have problem with consumerism. But I think he's just trying to make the claim that somehow he has nothing to do with what's happening on the outside. It's not his responsibility. He's just the one who gives the money. He's just a consumer.
He's just a consumer. That's all he's ever been. Man, people are really voting the hell out of 10 plus years. Hold on a second. Hold on. Who's in the lead? Oh, it looks like 10 plus years is tied with 2 to 3 years. This is so interesting. Chip, how long should you try to keep a phone before buying a new one?
I mean, as long as you can. I think there's no reason why you should buy another one.
10 plus years?
If it works, yeah, why not? I don't see any point. Like the only reason when I change my phone is if it's needed or if it gives me some benefit that is measurable in a day-to-day life, but otherwise, no.
Okay. And it's always going to be Apple, right? Because you're zombie-fied.
No. Oh, we're getting into that, are we?
That's how it started, actually. That's why the poll.
Okay.
That's why it's that poll. Yes, that's how it started.
Okay, we're getting into that. Okay, it's because of Mac OS. I like Mac. I don't like iPhone. Just to be clear, I don't like iPhones. I don't. I buy iPhones because they work well with Mac OS. And Mac OS, you can agree, it is the monumentally superior one, right?
No, fuck no, man. No
Mac
way.
OS
Maybe
over Windows.
In the old days, maybe
Skype.
Windows is way superior these days.
I'm sorry.
Maybe in the
Mac
old
OS
days,
is
Mac OS
monumentally better. Monumentally better.
Nah, maybe 10 years ago, 20 years ago. Not today. Everything
Mac
runs
OS
on PC.
is better. Mac OS is just like coding in Windows sucks compared to Mac OS.
Then run an emulator.
Yeah, but then I would run a Mac OS emulator, right? So I'm like, why? And nowadays they're also not just that they're better at that, but with the
And
advances
it's not better.
of the
Then
M
run
processors.
Linux. Linux is superior to both when it comes to coding.
Yeah, but Linux doesn't have enough software, right? It doesn't have the software required for all the other stuff, right? Like Linux doesn't have the the design stuff that you need. So, well, why do I buy a computer if I can't use it, right?
Well,
like,
usually
I have the
coders-
best operating system, but I can't use it.
Usually,
like
people
macOS
have,
is the
it's
best
not
of
the
both
best
worlds.
operating system. It's not the best operating system.
It's the best of both worlds. So macOS is the middle ground between Linux and Windows. I feel like it's the best of both worlds. You would get a lot of software that you can use, as well as the Unix command line. So it's pretty good.
There's a Unix command line inside of Windows.
There's no Unix command line in Windows.
I could do Windows R. What
you
is
can't
that?
do Bash, but you can't do Bash, right?
Oh, no.
Yeah.
No. But I could do it with my Linux machine. If I wanted to do that, I'd do it on my Linux machine. I'm not a coder, and I have a Linux machine. So I think that's what I would do. I'd run Windows, and when I want to do shit like that, I would run
But
Linux.
Sky, what do you think
on my
about the latest Windows, where they're now just pushing Microsoft products down your throat? Because I thought that fucking sucks. I also have a Windows machine for gaming and stuff.
You could turn it
it's
off.
really old, by the way. It's like 7-year-olds, but like, don't you
could turn it
dislike
off.
that?
I dislike it intensely. I don't want to have an advertising.
Yeah.
I didn't buy a fucking computer to be advertised to, right? Yeah.
Same. I completely agree with you on that.
All right. So it looks like 10 years and 2 to 3 years is the winner here. So it looks like they tied 10 plus years and 2 to 3 years. So we're going to do a new poll while we watch the rest of this chip. And it is going to be, can you love animals and also torture them? No, animals. And what did she say? You can't love animals and eat them, right?
Yeah, we can't love animals and eat them too.
Can you love animals and eat them too? Yes or no? That's the new poll. We're going to see what we got. Let's see. What do we got?
And FYI, I'm not an immigrant, CR. I see you commenting in the chat. I'm Dutch. Ik ben Nederlander.
Ja, du bist ein Niederlander, aber du bist immer noch ein Ausländer, oder?
Look at this passport. See, it says passport.
Yes, but you're still an immigrant.
Well, what's an immigrant? If I have citizenship, am I an immigrant?
Yeah.
Is it so? What's an
Of
immigrant?
course,
Then?
your country, a person who came to this country, to that country. Like you're an immigrant and emigrant, right? An immigrant comes in, an emigrant goes out. So you're an emigrant of Romania. You're an immigrant of the Netherlands.
Hmm.
And it's really sad to me that people say things like immigrant in a pejorative way. People like this racist. This is how this person who said this. Which Nazi said it in my chat?
Oh no, Seart said it, but he didn't say it in a
Seart said
bad
it.
way.
Sorry.
Seart is not a.
Oh, Seart's not one of them. I thought you said one of the. I've got a lot of fascists in the chat today. Let's see how we do it.
No, I see that. I see you have a lot. Like you have even a person who somehow says, "Chip has never used Linux." Yeah, I have, bro. I wrote my.
Chip has never
I
used
wrote.
Linux.
I literally
Don't-
wrote
don't.
my license. What do you call the dissertation? Is that the one you get?
Yeah,
for
you wrote
the-
your unless you have a doctorate, it's not a dissertation. You wrote your thesis. Is usually
my
what people
thesis.
say.
I wrote my thesis in Linux operating system because that was the only one that would provide opening certain ports that I could in that operating system. So I used Linux for like 3 years straight, and then I couldn't go back to Windows. I just had to go back to something that uses Bash. So
yeah. Thesis is usually for undergrad, and dissertation is usually for postgraduate studies.
Yeah.
I wrote 2 theses. Actually, I wrote
Bachelors.
3 theses. I wrote a junior thesis and 2 senior theses. Crazy. Fuck, it's crazy to me. It's just crazy that all that work, and now it's just those papers, just those book length projects sit in a box, and I'm afraid that I don't want to ever throw them away.
But the government now, you have a government approval document that says you're smart. So there you go.
I do have a document that says that. I don't think it says I'm smart. I think it says that I can organize my thoughts, and I can carry out long-term goals, because it takes 4 years to get a degree. I did it in about 3, and I could carry out. I can have a goal and do everything it takes to achieve that goal. I think that's all a degree actually says. But anyway, because anybody can learn to code, anybody can learn to write, but to go through
Sky.
a program like that.
I have to ask you, have you heard about the new Claude model?
I mean, I only use Claude every couple of days, so no. I guess I saw that
new
there's a
one-
new model. I saw the flash saying there's a new
Fable.
model. Fable, yeah, yeah.
5. Yeah, so,
Yeah.
so Fable, Sky, I've been using it all day today. I actually moved to Claude because of it, because it's freaking amazing.
Mhm.
It's so good. Like I have 20 years of experience as a software engineer, and this fucking model, I can swear, right? I forgot, I can swear.
Yeah.
This model managed to build something that would take me maybe a week or so in less than 30 minutes, man. And not just like from a really stupid prompt, not even one with details, just a silly prompt, and it built it so freaking well. It's amazing. Like it's Fable, but it does use all your tokens. It's very good, but it does use all your tokens. Like it uses a lot of them.
I don't use AI like that. I mean, I've used it for some coding and stuff, but really simple shit like HTML stuff, nothing like you do.
But we're cooked, Sky. Like honestly, like after this model, we're cooked. Like
knew that
as a
though,
software
right?
engineer, no, I'm just like there literally is no role for me anymore. What do you mean? Like literally anybody can, like you don't even
Vibe
have to have
code.
that much knowledge. You like before, at least you had to kind of know some architecture about it or something,
Yeah.
and type it in an architectural way. But right now, no, you don't even need to know that. You just
Well, you'll be
literally
a-
write,
you'll be
I
a
want an app
tester.
that does this, and that's it. That's all you do. And
That's
it
so
does
crazy.
it may like okay like I don't think Sky, like this is my impression. I don't think in the future we will even have apps anymore. I think you'll just have an AI in your operating
Yeah.
system where you say, well, I want an app that does this, and it will generate an app that does that.
I think that's what it'll be, the AI assistant. It'll be the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. It'll just be
Yeah.
like, because I use AI all day, right? I use it on the show. I'll say like, hey, what was that thing I was thinking about with that thing? That's what I love about it, because I'll be like, hey, what was the thing with the ICE agent who got shot that one time? Da, 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 and it'll be like, oh, you're probably thinking of this. That's to me tremendous. Just the search functions. I use it a lot for my house search right now, and also this is crazy, but I get really stressed about like the price of my house and selling my house and what that's going to look like on the other side, and how I'm going to leverage YouTube to how can I build a career on YouTube with the money that I have left over and stuff. And it's like crunching numbers and helping me look at different neighborhoods and what my lifestyle will look like, knowing what it knows about me. It's fucking crazy. Like it knows that it's like, if you want a plant-based, creative, walkable lifestyle, it's like it
You
knows
do
that
that.
about, and I didn't tell it that, it just knows. It's
Yeah.
crazy. It's crazy.
Didn't know you also hit your head on the thing.
I hit my head on the ceiling fan.
'Cause
The
you're so
ceiling
tall.
fan is right here. It's my hair is touching the ceiling fan right here.
I remember when I came to you that it was. I'm like, holy shit, this guy's tall.
Too tall. So I did want to just address this. Why aren't I more successful? Well, I'm in the top 1% of YouTube. I mean, I think that's pretty good. Top 1%. I'm at the bottom of that 1%, but I'm in the top 1%. So
Yeah,
I think that's
Yeah, I think
pretty
this question
good.
is like, how do you measure success anyway? Like Sky is successful in many other ways. Also, like if you just look at this, like, oh no, you don't have 1 million subscribers or something. Okay, what does that even mean? Like he does an excellent job. He's got constant several people coming every day to see him.
It's not only that, I've
specifically.
gone around America. I've traveled America. Like I've traveled all
Yeah.
over America because of this YouTube channel. I've done so
No,
many
he's
things.
just a little man child. This CDC brood.
I don't think they're
type of
American.
person. No, I
CDC
think he sounds Dutch based on the brood thing.
The broad. Oh, that's why he's not American. That's it. Yeah. On Twitch, and then he wants to tell me how many. Oh, you only have 54. That's on your stream on your YouTube. I'm streaming on vertical, horizontal, kick, and Twitch. Thank you, silly child. All right, we're gonna finish this, Chip, because I know you got to go.
Let's go.
How is it an opinion? It's factual. You say you love animals and you pay for violence. That's fact.
That's an opinion on the matter of.
What's an opinion? Which one's an opinion in these two statements?
That's what I'm trying to.
Which one's the opinion?
So I guess.
Are you going to run away now because you can't substantiate your
I'm not
claims?
going to run away now because of that. My friends are all gone, and I don't know where I'm going in this country.
I'm sure.
So I should probably find my
I'm
friends.
sure.
now.
I'm
But
sure.
Should you be violent?
I'm sure. Yeah, your friend.
I'm sure. Yeah.
I don't think you should be violent.
So then why?
You shouldn't be violent. He's getting. You can tell he's he's breathing. He's getting upset.
Are you demanding violence?
I'm not demanding violence at all.
You're not demanding an animal product?
No, I haven't demanded animal products. I don't come out here and say, if
Wait,
you
are you
don't
do
give
you not
me
buy
meat,
into
I'm going to be angry about it.
demanding?
I don't say that.
Demanding
so
can
that's
be also.
I don't understand the being violent about.
That's okay. I can explain.
It's so funny.
Demanding.
He was strawmanning this whole thing, saying like, I'm not demanding an animal product, as if that's what I meant, as if I meant that he's demanding that he gets an animal product. I demand an animal product. No, like you create demand for an animal product. That's what I meant. Like, but he was just being so pedantic or something about it. I don't even know if that's pedantry or just like
it's a cope. I don't know if it's pedantry. It's more like just I think his identity is such that I'm just a consumer. No, there's no such thing as ethical consumption under capitalism. I'm sure if you pushed him, he'd get to. Does he get to that? There's no ethical consumption under capitalism.
I don't remember the end, but I do remember that he gets to some more absurd stuff. Yeah,
he gets kind of flustered. Yeah, he's flustered.
Just galloping won't help your argument any better. Just galloping won't make your argument any better. So just to be clear, no, because I'm not. Just to be clear, when you are no, I'm not. But do you know what just galloping means?
I don't know what that would.
Okay, that's fine. So what I'm trying to explain to you is that when you buy an animal product in a supply and demand market, which you exist in right now.
Okay, what you just did, I fucking hate that, by the way, Chip. But whatever.
He was saying like he was gish galloping, and I'm like,
yeah, but people don't know what that is. That's like saying.
But why was he saying you do it too? Why does he saying that? Well, I said gish galloping won't make your argument any better, and he's like, it also won't yours. What does gish galloping mean? Do you know? No, I don't know. Then why the fuck are you using the word?
Why did you say it when you know? That'd be like me going, what's with the ad hominem to quoque fallacies? I mean, it just.
But you know, I ask if I don't know, Sky. I ask.
Other people don't. You do. Most people don't.
Ask. That's a sign of intelligence. Ask what you don't know.
Okay, fair enough. But I don't know. I don't think dropping gish gallop and Dunning-Kruger effect and people always drop all these esoteric.
Fair.
Fair
enough.
It's jargon is the problem.
Yeah.
One who's demanding the production of animal products, which is violent towards animals. So you are demanding violence, correct?
No.
What's wrong about that? Explain to me. Which part of it is wrong?
Which part of it is demanding? Demanding. That's the part I don't understand.
Do you not know supply and demand how it works?
I understand how supply and demand.
Do you live in
America?
Chip, you're so mean. Do you not know how supply and demand works?
Supply and demand in the world.
Do you live in a supply and demand market?
But I haven't demanded.
I was waiting for you to
demand
comment on
more animal
that,
products
Sky, because he said that he lives in America, the most supply and demand country in the world.
Yeah. Well, because he's already said I'm a consumer. Okay, then you adhere to this idea of supply and demand. Then this is the idea that you believe in, that your value is as a consumer, so that you can signal to the market which products. That's the role of the consumer, is to signal to the market which products to bring to market. That's what the consumer does in this.
It was a little bit frustrating also for me. This guy was a little bit frustrating. And, after watching it back, I realized I should have tried to explaining in different ways how it is demand, because I think that's what he just didn't understand, how he is creating demand for it. I think he was just maybe thinking that I'm saying that he somehow demands it directly or something, but I was implying that he's creating demand for it. I don't know.
Hey, what was that woman's name that used to do street outreach in Montana? She's French, though.
Oh, yeah. Shit.
She changed her name at some point, and then I can't remember what her name is now.
She hasn't done anything in a while, so I forgot her name.
But she talks like this. But she was really good, because she would say, because she would go like, "Isn't that slavery though? Isn't that demand then? Isn't that supply and demand though? If it's not demand." Yeah. Like she would do it like that. She'd play a little, because she wasn't dumb, but she would play a little dumb and Lucy, yes.
Yeah,
she was really good with that. Like that's how she played it, and I think she did such a good job, because
she was really good. Yeah,
because he just said it, and then you're like, well, that's what it is. But the way she would do is like, well, isn't that what it is then?
I do that with some people, but there's people who are disingenuous, and it doesn't work.
Don't be so sensitive. I'm reacting to your video, not to you.
No. I'm just saying, like it doesn't work on everyone.
Lucy, Jer Hair knows who it is. Jer Hair knows it's Lucy. Lucy in the sky with diamonds. That's right, Lucy. You're absolutely right. Sorry, I keep on hitting that button out of habit. Muscle memory keeps making me
acceptable.
Personally, no,
not in a supply demand market.
In a supply and demand market, that is
which you live in. You live in, right? Like demand, it's actually called demand and supply. But
Well, who gives a shit? Demand supply. Don't be so pedantic. But I mean, he says he's a consumer. That's what the consumer's job is.
You know, I've had actually a lot of the reason why I said it's demand and supply. It's because I've had a lot of people conversations when they're like, well, it's called supply and demand. So they're supplying it first and then I'm demanding it. Like I've had people like mention the name and be like, oh no, I'm not demanding it. They're supplying it or something.
Well, the supply side economics and demand side economics, it doesn't matter.
What people are demanding.
No, that's not the choice.
Correct.
You
So,
demand it and they supply it.
If you want paper, they'll give you paper. If you want meat, they'll give you meat. You want cheese, they'll give you cheese.
Yeah. So you
That's it. Yeah, he just said exactly what you did. Yeah, exactly.
demand meat and they kill an animal because you demanded it. Exactly. So you demand violence.
Personally, no.
You're so select.
Yeah. God damn it. God damn. This was a social experiment.
No violence at all. Like violence is
not at all. Not at all. Stabbing animals in the throat is not violent. Not at all. Taking the flesh off of their bones is not violent. Chopping them into pieces is not violent. Not at all.
It's so funny because in this whole thing with, have you been following this Carmelo Anthony thing? I keep on hearing people say that it was a non-violent shove. That he shoved him non-violently. How do you do that non-violently? That's assault.
Well, maybe it was in
Battery,
a sexual
actually,
manner.
battery. Huh?
Maybe it was in a sexual manner. He shoved him onto bed. He wanted.
No, he shoved him out of a tent and was threatening him.
Ah, okay.
And then he got stabbed. He fucked around and found out. His name was Austin Metcalf.
A violent act.
And you're demanding it. No. Are you paying for it?
I have bought, yes.
So you are paying for it. Why do you choose to pay for violence?
I don't pay for violence.
You're paying for products that are made.
Well, why did you say, what are you paying for then?
Fair enough.
What does he,
Maybe
what
that
does he
would have been a
believe?
better question, yeah.
I don't pay for violence. What are you paying for then? Or what do you think you're paying for?
Through violence, and you have options.
Some are, yes.
Yeah, so why do you choose to buy products that are made through violence?
I try not to. But in a supply and demand market, you find yourself in a country where you can buy stuff and you have to. Like, there's
Interesting. Okay, it's almost like
has this guy.
Huh? Well, I mean,
He
we
has
are
them.
manipulated by the market itself. I mean, it is difficult, right? They make it very hard. It's true. They do make it very hard to consume ethically.
Certainly. Is anybody forcing you to consume animal products?
No, nobody forces you to do anything in this world.
Oh, so you can choose
as long as you choose to be kind in this world.
But you're
I think
choosing
you'll do
kindness when you're
well.
choosing violence
I think
towards
you'll do
animals.
Well. So,
You think
very
it's
good
kindness?
social experiment,
You
sir.
think it's kindness?
It was nice to
I'm not
meet
going to
you.
shake your hand, man.
All right, fine.
Yeah, you know.
Good for you, Chip. Fuck you. I'm not gonna shake your hand, man. I don't hate you. You have blood on your hands. I don't shake your hands.
Oh, Sky! I never say you have blood on your hands, but
No!
fuck, man, I'm
Oh,
gonna
I've always
use it
said that. People
so
say that.
much.
People used to say that when I was protesting. Oh well, you know,
Oh, that is
I
golden.
thank you so much for. I'm sorry, man. I don't shake your hands. You got too much blood on them.
That's fucking golden, man. I'll use that for sure.
It's way more. It's yeah.
I'll actually write it down so that I don't forget it.
Sorry, I don't shake hands. You got too much blood on them, buddy.
I don't like violent people, but
I don't think
and the worst people are the ones that committing the violence or they're demanding it, and they're not even refusing the responsibility for it because it requires a spine to at least acknowledge that you're responsible for it. But you are spineless when you're saying I'm not even responsible for it, yet you are demanding the violence for it. That's the worst type of person to be in this type of situation, man. The funny thing is, I have nothing against you. I'm just explaining to you the reality of the situation. You buy animal products, you demand violence. I'm here to speak up for
from a
them.
different world and a different place where we have over.
Ooh, what an interesting turn. Now he actually is feeling it, Chip. I grew up in a different world and wow, he's actually feeling it now.
Population of animals
And
to
of
the point
humans.
where they're dying.
And of humans.
And this. Oh, everywhere.
Yeah,
Oh,
so we should kill humans. We should kill any humans.
We should kill humans.
Because
we
we
should
have an
understand as
overpopulation of
humans that there is no different countries in this and that we are humans in the world and we should be able to be better.
Dude, why
as
are
a
you
whole.
virtue signaling this nonsense? Like,
What the hell? Totally. We're a whole. We shouldn't, just because you're born someplace else, you're not better. Then why have borders? That's what borders are. They signal, I'm better than you. I'm born on this side, you're born on that side. My side's better.
you see, when push comes to shove, you are put in a position where you're explained that what you're doing is you're demanding violence towards an innocent animal. I explained it to you step by step, and you have an option. And when you're put in this position, you instead of saying, fuck, it's your right, I need to change, what you're saying is, no, I'm not doing that. It's not me. Like, instead of actually acknowledging.
Never said any of that.
Yeah,
Actually,
you didn't. That's exactly my point, because you didn't. That's what I said. You didn't say that.
Ooh, I love the crop. Okay, crop farmer. I think we already talked about this. The vast majority of corn, our biggest crop, and every other crop is grown to feed animals to kill them. Thank you very much. Crop farmers, most crop farmers, the largest, the vast majority is used to feed to cows, chickens, pigs, and fish.
As a human, I feel like we should all be human.
Slaughter-bound cats, cows, chickens, pigs, fish, and cats and dogs. We feed corn to cats and dogs too.
And grow and evolve together. Yes, we need to change and be a whole. Because as a
It's not like that you choose to violate the rights of animals. I chose to no longer violate their rights. Why do you still choose to continue?
You know what? Have a wonderful rest of your day.
That's like, thank you, darling. Have a great time.
It's funny because, so I love speaking to Americans, Guy. When I meet an American on the street, I'm ecstatic. I'm so happy, not just because they speak great English, but I feel like also Americans, you can speak about injustice a little bit more freer with Americans. I feel like Americans are more tuned in with justice and injustice. Europeans are kind of like, we're better. We didn't have slavery or something. Well,
Yeah, we abolished slavery a few years earlier.
Yeah, or something, right? Like, but it's pretty clear that at least my understanding has been that Americans have a more freer speech about injustice.
I think we have free speech over. Oh fuck, where are you, Chip? Hold on a second. Sorry, muscle memory. Hold it. Here we go. I think Americans have this notion of free speech anyway. I was talking to my friend in Germany last night. We were talking about how in Germany, God, it's so funny because I haven't lived there for 20 years. But I lived there for 6 years, and I've got I have some homesickness about it because I was there from 19 to 25, and those are in developmental years. I tend to forget about all the shit I hated about Germany. I tend to forget all the things I loathed about Germany. And we were talking about it last night because her baby daddy is Italian, and she's half Italian, so she sees it both sides. Like she's a mix. But it's really tough because she's like, it's so much freer in Italy, but I know I come really good with Germany's. She was raised in Germany, and we were talking about it. I'm like, my back I started to get stressed about. It was like bringing back all the things I hate about Germany, and but it also then made me remember all the things that I love about being in America, because sometimes I get really, when I'm here, all the things I hate about America are in my face, and sometimes I forget about all the things I love about America. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, I know. It's different.
You probably think about that with Romania. You probably think about you probably miss the things that you love, and you don't think about the things that you hate every day, right?
100%, yeah. 100%, yeah. The one thing that I was gonna say, because I have to go, I'm late. But the one thing I was gonna say about Americans is that they're very open-minded to everything. So you get the two types: the extremely open-minded one, where you can have an excellent conversation, and maybe some of them change, some of them don't, but the conversation flows very nicely. But then you also have the other type, when they become passive-aggressive, which they're like, They refuse to acknowledge any of it. They refuse to engage in any of it. They have this "you're not better than me" attitude, and then, thank you. Okay, well, you have a nice day. Have a good day. When in fact in their head they're like, I hope you fucking die.
Yeah.
Okay?
God bless your heart.
Oh.
That is
Just
very
say what you
American.
mean.
That's true.
Yeah.
We do that. We have a good day. Drive safe.
It's so fun. That's a very annoying thing. The culture, honestly, if European, American, and Asian, they should just mix all that culture, man. They should just let people move around. It will make everything better, because there's so many good things in Asia, so many good things in Europe, and so many good things in America. Obviously, there's different per country, and even in the country per region. But in general, the biggest differences are amongst these. Right, and there's just so many good things. I don't know enough about Africa. I'm sorry. Maybe there's also good things about Africa, by the way.
I've worked with some African people, and Africa's a continent. I mean, there's all these different countries in there that's so vastly different. Like Egypt is very different from Ghana, right? Like,
that's fair enough.
And I've worked with Ethiopians and Eritreans and Ghanans. I've met people from Liberia. It's just totally like the completely different culture. I met Nigerians. but they're just each one is very, very different, right? It's hard to compare Africa, right? But I don't know. I've been to Tunisia. I've only been to Tunisia. That's the only place I've been in Africa is Tunisia. But I haven't really explored Africa. It's so far away. It seems like it's always so far away. Even when you're in Europe, it feels like Africa's so far away. It took me forever to get to Tunisia.
Very big. It's also
It's
very,
huge,
very
yeah.
big.
So most Europeans only get to Morocco. I've always wanted to go to Morocco. I've never been to Morocco. I've always wanted to see it, but I
Yeah,
have never.
I heard
Have you
good
been?
things. I also haven't been. No.
No.
My ex went there and she sent me photos. And a girl I dated went to Morocco after we had like 3 or 4 dates. We were vibing. She went to Morocco. We still texted her for a bit, but after a while she didn't text me anymore. And then I thought, hey, she's on vacation, whatever. She comes back and then she's like, oh, let's meet. I'm like, we meet, and then she's like, well, I fell in love. The fuck? She fell in love with somebody else. I think I told you the story. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was fucked.
Yeah. The affairs of men and women are always kind of fucked. I love it. See, then you have this rate. I'm just gonna delete you. I'm just gonna put you on timeout, Sidis Brood. I'm so sick of your
Wow.
racist shit.
It's just Zayla.
Imagine that. Like I'm sitting here talking about how Africa is so different. It's beautiful, and there's different places that are so. Africa's trash. It's like how you hate a whole continent, and tell me that's not racist.
Yeah, the other person is definitely racist.
You
Wait,
hate
he
a
hates
whole
Elon Musk.
continent.
Because
I hate
Elon Musk
Elon
comes
Musk,
from South
yeah.
Africa.
No, the white ones are okay. They're okay.
The white ones, yeah, the ones
Yeah.
the ones that became billionaires and started subjugating everyone else.
Yeah,
Okay.
they're all right. The ones that were born rich are okay.
Wait, Sky, did not SpaceX just SpaceX was gonna
Yeah,
have an open
IPO.
today, right?
Yeah,
An
we talked
IPO.
about it. Yeah.
Oh shit! Is he now richer than before? Is he now like a trillion? Has he reached a trillion?
It'll probably, but it'll take a little while to figure that out. He'll be the richest piece of shit. He's richer than the government of which Switzerland. He's richer than all.
1.1 trillion right now.
Yeah, he's a trillionaire now. First trillionaire. Yeah.
Mother trucker, Jesus Christ.
And we paid for SpaceX was paid for by the American taxpayer. Pretty cool, right? Now he just took now he's a trillionaire.
What now, Elon? You reached a trillion. Are you happy now? Can you leave everyone else alone? Can you build a space rocket and move to Mars or something? Leave us alone.
No, because when you have $1 trillion, you think that you're better than everybody else. So now he's the only one that could save us all, right? He's
Sky, $1 trillion is $1 million. It means that what $1 would be to you when you have 1 million of them and you don't. That's what $1 million is to this guy. Like
he has 1 million billions. Is that what he has?
He has 1 million millions.
He has 1 million millions.
But essentially, Sky, this person, like with $1 million, I genuinely think you can pay $1 million to. You can find any person on Earth. You can definitely find a person on Earth who you give $1 million and they'll try to kill whoever you want.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Yeah. So this person can essentially kill whoever he wants like this.
Yeah, but
Like
what's even scarier? Well, it's not so hard. You can find someone for $500 to kill whoever you want, but like getting away with it's the hard part. But he could get away with it. Is the thing,
because he's got more money than the GBP of Netherlands or something. He's like,
yeah.
What? How is this? What?
Because he
will happen
stole
when
it from the
dies?
American people. He stole it from the American people.
What happens when he dies? Does this fortune go to everyone?
To his 20 kids, probably.
So then they'll all still be 100 billionaires.
Yeah.
Holy crap! Oh my God, this is.
And we'll have to deal with that. It's going to get worse because right now we just have to deal with him.
God.
But when you have to deal with 20, and then after their generation, you'll have even more. And so you'll have this whole aristocracy of children. You'll have hundreds of them that are all part of this family that think the Musk, oh, he's a Musk. Oh, she's like the Rothschilds or the, Trumps or
He's a Musk. Is that
he's a Musk?
Oh God.
Yeah. Oh my God, he's a Musk. People wait till it'll happen like after we're dead. People will go into restaurants if restaurants still exist, and they'll be like, "Oh, well, that person's a Musk. Make sure you take care of him because."
But surely we have so much information. Like people will be able to see that he was an asshole, right?
Fuck, man. People voted for Donald Trump. He's a rapist and a child molester. They voted for him, so no, they don't care. What do you fucking? Come on. People stupid. Chip, I hope you have a great day. Thank you for being here. Smart vegan,
I appreciate
Chip.
you, man. Smart vegan.
Chip, the smart vegan. Thank you so much for being here. Don't forget, don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you.
That's in between the butt cheeks?
Yes. Yes. Don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you. Thank you, Chip. In between the butt cheeks? Yes.
Yeah, I don't know why I did this.
In between the butt cheeks?
That's how you open them, right?
Yes, that's how you open the butt cheeks like that. Yes,
with the back of the arm.
Between the butt cheeks. Yes, don't let the door hit you with a good Lord split you. Goodbye, Chip. Thank you so much for being here. Yes, goodbye. Wow, what a wonderful man. Wonderful treat to have him on the show. Thank you. On the butt. Yes, indeed. Wow. Indeed. Wow. Kyle Thomas. Wow. I saw someone say you hate Germany. I don't hate Germany. I love Germany. I've been to Germany many times. I've lived there for a long time. I think it's wonderful. I just there are things I hate about it, of course. Every place I go, there's things I love and things I hate. Some things I love. There's things about America that I love and hate. It's just the way it goes. Do you understand? It's just the way it is. Let me see if I can get this thing to work. Damn it. No, I can't get this thing to work again. All right, so we're getting kind of fucked up now. Next up.
I talked to a lot of Democrats, Simone, who said that.
Very nice. I want to know why. Oh, there we go. We're back. Good. I love my cichlids, but I do tiny feeder fish for the chickens. The cichlids or the chickens?
They want to see more people. The party has said, and then they this not always ends up being true. The leadership doesn't always go this way, but they want to see like regular people running for office, right? They want to see people who aren't as polished, people who aren't, professional politicians, people who don't seem like they've been put through a McKinsey factory or that who came and lived in DC for a very long time and worked on the Hill and had all these connections. They don't want to see that anymore. They want to see people who they recognize. They want to see people like Graham Plattner, AOC, who was a bartender, right? People who had regular jobs before they decided to come to Washington, DC. But when you have that, the vetting happens publicly. He was on Morning Joe on Wednesday afternoon, and our girl Mika asked him if there were going to be any other things that were concerning that were going to come out. He said, he kind of interrupted her and goes, well, there's nothing that's actually concerning.
People will make everything seem very concerning because that's what people do in politics. But, I think the thing about all of this is, what I find to be kind of most curious, is this is what everyone wants to make the campaign about. So we do not talk about the struggles of working mayors.
Now, I don't know what it actually means, but here we are.
I think the last point I want to make specifically about Graham Plattner, and then, broader about the map, if you will, coming into November, is that when people say they want more regular folks in office, and that's what Plattner himself has been saying. He's like, look, I'm not perfect, I'm not a professional politician. Exactly. He's like,
I hate this shit. They say they want more regular folks. I love how Americans are like, we want more regular folks. Does that mean regular folks are weirdos with Nazi tattoos who say mean things about women and send women weird text messages when they're married? Is that regular folk? I don't think so. Hold on. 62% of people think that you can love animals and eat them. Is that really? Is that 62%? You guys are serious about this? Can you love animals and eat them too? Yes, that's a weird thing. Can you love babies and kill them? I guess that's what Donald Trump says. He loves children and he also eats them. Great. That's just like Jeffrey Epstein. Loves children, but also eats them. Cool. Thank you all for voting. That's depressing on a Friday. Yeah. Do regular people start a poll? Is Graham Plattner a regular guy? A regular person? Is Graham Plattner a regular person?
Mistakes. I went and served my country. I came back with, some trauma, and it caused me to make mistakes. I think that, yes, I agree with more regular folk that people can identify with running for office across the political spectrum.
Regular folk?
I don't know a lot of regular folk with a Nazi tattoo.
Yeah. Well.
Regular, you know what I'm saying? And so, sure, people are imperfect, but sometimes when things are coming out, okay, all right, he pops the fro. Well, I am an imperfect person. Most people are imperfect. There are levels to this. And when I'm concerned when I'm hearing people say, I don't like this part about politics. I don't like when they're, digging up dirt on people. The reason things like this matter is because you elect the officials to make the political decision, right? It's the elected officials to make the decisions about legislation. It's the president that's making the decision if we drop the bomb or not, sending our young men and women into war. What kind of person that person is does matter. what they believe does matter. And so that's why people
Whether
have to
they
be
tell you the
digging.
truth.
Come on now.
Because Graham Plattner is someone who went to the Hill, came to Washington, D.C., and sat there and told senators in a meeting that nothing else was coming out. And then literally, within 36 hours, that story comes out from the New York Times about his alleged treatment of ex-girlfriends. And so,
my eyelashes were getting stuck together. I was like, oh,
that was
Lord.
the stress. And so, like, that's
Oh Lord. My eyelash gets stuck together. Oh Lord. I love that.
the question. And again, maybe voters don't care, but you know who does care? The people that work here in Washington, D.C., on the Hill, the people that are going to be in meetings with these folks. They want to know who this kind of person is. They want to know who, and I think a lot of the women on Capitol Hill, especially when it comes to men possibly behaving badly, wherever, there's obviously levels to badly. But like, they want to know, who are you bringing to Washington, D.C. that's going to be around us? And I think it's not just Graham Plattner. Obviously, there's the question about Kim Paxton, right? There's just like a lot of people that are running that have baggage, but the parties are allowed to have conversations about, do we want this kind of person representing us? And then let's not forget, a lot of people are like, John Fetterman reminds me of Graham Plattner. Well, John Fetterman is here, and there are a lot of people who are like, he lied to us about who he was.
There's a lot of people that owe Conor Lamb an apology. Let's just say that. In the case of John Fetterman, there were people that tried to point out he wasn't who he was saying he was, or he was still who he used to be. Come on, catch it. If you get it, catch it. And now we are seeing what John Fetterman is doing.
I don't know, man. I think that it's interesting to me. It looks like, hold on a second. I just want to, I had to Google this because I wanted to say, do you see in the background right here?
Obviously, there's the.
Okay, so this is his book. I think this guy wrote that book. That's a book called Black Ivy. It's a book about fashion, okay? Black Ivy is called A Revolt in Style, How Black People Subverted Ivy League Fashion Culture. And on the cover of that book is Miles Davis. And didn't Miles Davis beat his wife? Miles Davis had a documented history of domestic violence. Throughout his life, he admitted to committing acts of physical violence against the women in his life, including his former wives, Frances Davis and Cicely Tyson. Frances Taylor said she left his house multiple times running for her life. Cicely Tyson, his third wife, acclaimed actress, recounted in her memoir that Davis punched her in the chest during an altercation. Miles Davis beat his wives. And it's weird to me that we're talking about Graham Plattner and how I don't know, is there weirdness there? Maybe I'm crazy. Miles Davis beat the shit out of his women. And we're talking about whether or not Graham Plattner's a regular guy for texting women while he was married. I don't know, man. It's just so weird. Miles Davis, another person. He's like Jerry Seinfeld. I'm a huge Miles Davis fan. Huge fan. Bitches Brew and all that. Goddamn, California cool. Such good shit. But he beat the fuck out of his wives. I don't know. Yeah, and Donald Trump ripped his hair. I mean, they say that Donald Trump is a regular guy. He's just like me. He's a regular guy. Do you rip the hair out of your wife? Do you rip fistfuls of hair out of your wife and rape her? Punched her in the chest. Yeah. She said that he punched her in the chest. Well, he beat multiple wives. But yeah. While Davis's musical innovations are legendary, his legacy is heavily scrutinized due to his well-documented history of domestic abuse. Yeah. In his own memoir, the jazz legend admitted to his violent outbursts towards his partners, several times beating them. Frances Taylor's first wife, former Broadway dancer, stated in a New York Times interview that she actually left running for her life more than once. Yeah, Miles Davis. It's part of, I guess that's just what regular people are like.
Maybe voters don't care, but you know who does care? The people that work here in Washington, D.C., on the Hill, the people that are going to be in meetings with these folks. They want to know.
She is a lawyer.
Yeah.
She apparently didn't look at any of the facts or the evidence of the case before she commented.
Yeah, I mean, she may not be limited to fists, but she's clearly limited because that is just a complete, it's just a countermand of everything that went on in the courtroom. The idea that she can argue that the size of the knife, which is not in dispute, it was recovered, the fact that she could somehow argue that because of its size, it can't be considered a deadly weapon, which is what she was doing there, despite the fact that it killed the victim. I mean, it's just a basic algebraic logic here. Now, look, there's no winners in this story. We've all been through that aspect of it. I don't understand what was on. According to all the reporting, this kid Carmelo had a job. He had a good grade point average. He came from a good family. I don't know what the hell he was thinking, but the facts have spoken. He went into the tent. He has a knife for some reason in a bag. Remember, under Texas law, there's two.
You're allowed to have knives in bags.
Metrics here that matter. Number one, you can't use self-defense if you provoke the incident, all right? That part maybe succeeded, maybe failed. We don't know what the jury thought. But the second piece, and that's kind of what she's talking about here, definitely failed, which is that your reaction has to be commensurate to the threat that you perceive. And that's going to be an objective standard. You just can't say, the guy was white and he was big, so I thought he was going to kill me. No.
I don't know. They say that about black people all the time. It's a well-documented thing where statistically a white man fighting a black man, that's considered self-defense, but a black man fighting a white man, that's not considered self-defense. A black man kills a white man in self-defense, it's not called self-defense. A white man kills a black man, it's considered self-defense.
The facts have to matter. And then you stab the guy in the chest. Now let's go real quick to the appeal. The appeal is going to center on, it's going to be due process stuff, Miranda, they always throw that in, but what it's going to come down to is the following. Did the exemption of the 3 black females who were educators, was that cover just to get 3 blacks off the jury? That's it.
Of course it was. Funny, they only got the blacks off the jury. How funny. No blacks on the jury, not even one.
Argument of the prosecution, which was, no, we didn't want teachers. If that holds the day.
What a lie. We don't want teachers because teachers might sympathize with students.
Then the appeal will fail. And know that the appeals courts generally give great deference to the trial court judge in making that assessment. That's the assessment that the trial court judge would have done. He would have said, is this a ruse? Are they just trying to get rid of 3 black jurors? And the way that they look at that is to say, are there similarly situated people who are on the jury? That is to say, a white teacher, an Asian teacher, etc. Short of that, I expect the appeal to fail. I have questions, though. I wonder, was there a plea offer? You didn't get a lot of character stuff. And I go back to what I opened the segment with, which I'm sorry, but I just got to go to it. I don't understand. The kid, from all intents, had a great life ahead of him. What was he thinking? What's he walking around with a knife at it?
He wasn't. That's why it's called manslaughter. He wasn't thinking. It wasn't a murder. It was a manslaughter. That's it. That's all it was. It was a very negative thing that happened to a person who was under 18. 2 people under 18 were fighting at a bar, at a fucking stupid thing, at a track meet, and they one of them ended up dead. Fuck around and find out. Don't push people around. Don't push people around. You might get stabbed.
A track meet. That aspect of it, I have to say, tugs at me a little bit. I find it a mystery.
In Texas, someone asked why try him as an adult. Well, for a few reasons. Violent crimes over 17, you're probably going to try it as an adult in Texas. It's almost odd. I think there's an automatic rule in Texas that if it's a violent crime, you're automatically tried as an adult past 16, I think. Texas law is very, very strong with this type of thing. But Texas also says you have like stand your ground rules, and self-defense is really easy to prove in Texas unless you're black. Like in Texas, you could shoot whoever the fuck you want and say that it was stand your ground if you're legally there and blah, 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 blah. There's different rules about stand your ground, but it's not that hard to do a stand your ground. It happens all the time. But if you're black, it's really hard to prove that you're afraid of white people. But if you're white, it's really easy to prove that you're afraid of black people, because black people are perceived, especially young black men, are perceived as scary. George Zimmerman and Trayvon Martin walking through with a bag of Skittles in his pocket, no weapon whatsoever. He ends up getting shot. George Zimmerman says it was self-defense when George Zimmerman picked a fight with him. George Zimmerman identifies as Hispanic, and Trayvon Martin was black.
And the defense, Jessica, didn't really seem to do that great a job.
No, I
didn't even call anybody.
No, and then I mean, to your point, which you already brought up.
They should have gotten a better lawyer. I mean, the problem is if you have the self-defense, he's claimed it was self-defense, right? And so they went with that defense. But once you say it's self-defense, technically in the law, if you say it's self-defense, you're saying I killed him intentionally to defend myself. That's what self-defense in Texas means. So because of that, the manslaughter option was taken out, kind of out of the jury's hands. The jury could have still gone with manslaughter, but they didn't, because there's a trap in the language of self-defense. And so when you do this, when you say it's self-defense, you're admitting essentially that you killed this person to defend yourself. But manslaughter is an unintentional killing. But I don't think this kid intended to murder this guy. He was like, "Are you okay? Is he all right?" This was self-defense. You know, two things can be true. You could defend yourself and also not want to murder that person. Like, for example, I'm a gun owner, and if somebody broke into my house, I'd shoot them. That doesn't mean I want to kill them. I knew that murder could be I knew that it could happen, but it wasn't. That's not that like I actually want to end that person's life. I want them to stop doing what they're doing.
Of the character witnesses where he just had his mother, and for like 10 minutes he had a fully intact family with a dad who's out there advocating for him in press conferences, doing interviews. Like, why didn't we
fuck around and find out? City fuck around and find out. Sorry, you shouldn't be ganging up and fighting with the kid. Sorry. 35 years. The sentence isn't even like, he's not going to do 35 years. He'll do 17 and a half. But he clearly wasn't a capital murder. It clearly was manslaughter. It's ludicrous to think it's anything else. It was clearly self-defense. It was clearly unintentional homicide. And the reason why it was not deemed so is because of his race. If it were a white person being attacked by two black guys who happen to be twins and athletic, the white guy would kill one of them and they would call it self-defense and everyone would agree and he'd go home.
At least hear from both of his parents. He was a good kid, part of this team, friends from school, his employer, right? He shows up all the time, on time for work, treats people with respect, the usual stuff that you would expect, especially when someone is looking at potentially spending 35 years behind bars. I was curious as well about whether there was a plea offer of manslaughter involved.
No one's allowed to climb through any windows. No one's allowed to climb through any windows. I will shoot you.
In this, where I think you said the maximum would be 20 years, and then maybe he's getting out in 10 to 12 years with good behavior, and then he still has his life ahead of him, right? He's going to be in his early 30s. The jury selection question will definitely be the linchpin of where this goes. If we find out, and people are saying it was an all-white jury, it wasn't an all-white jury. There were Asian people and Latino people on the jury. But if they find that there was someone who was either an educator or in a profession akin to an educator that didn't get pushed off the jury, to then make sure that there were no black people on the jury, obviously that could take us down a different path. I'm also curious about the videos. We've heard about the one that allegedly showed, because we haven't seen any of this, that Carmelo Anthony was really the instigator, that he wasn't surrounded. There's also an eyewitness who has been talking about a video circulating on the internet that he saw that Carmelo Anthony was surrounded. Yeah. And so
be sure to like and
yeah, some people say he was surrounded by a bunch of bullies, but there was a fuzzy cell phone video where he wasn't. They got the shove. They shoved him out of the tent. A non-violent shove. I love that. He was violently assaulted and he stabbed his assailant. I don't know. Don't fucking push around, kid. Don't push people. Don't push people around. And if you do, don't be surprised you get stabbed. You fuck around and find out. I love how all these white people love to say fuck around and find out until they fuck around and find out. I love that shit. I love that shit. Fuck around and find out. Well, too bad. I guess I'll incessantly ring the doorbell. You can do that. You could do that. Yes. You could do that. Incessantly ring the doorbell. It's fine.
The stock market stage.
I'm tall enough to look over and see you.
A dramatic recovery today. I'm going to tell you why. The Dow surged 1,000 points after the president.
Oh, see what I mean? See what I mean? See what I mean? These racists will be able to say fuck around and find out. So if you're a protester or a black person or anybody, that's fuck around, or an Iranian or a school child in Iran, that's fuck around and find out. That's what P. Hegseth said. Those school children in Iran who were killed, 200 kids just murdered, double tap, tap, tap. So yeah. It's that's fuck around and find out. But Austin Metcalf, a good white racist child with a racist father, that's first degree murder. That's not fuck around and find out. That's first degree murder. Oh, you just proved my point. Literally just proved my point.
The president said the U.S. could soon sign a deal with Iran, but we don't really know where or how, and there's no details. Investors are also gearing up for the debut of SpaceX on the NASDAQ tomorrow, which just set the record for the world's largest IPO, raising 75.
We already talked about this. You know what? Elon Musk took our money. I've been to that. I've been to SpaceX. It's right next to the NASA building. It's right next to Space Center Houston or Johnson Space Center, JSC. It's right there.
$1 billion. That is a massive number.
We gave him
But
all the
I'm
money to
focused on
do
the
it, and then he sold it to his best friends. Way cool.
Joining me now is Ranking Member of the Oversight Committee, Robert Garcia. He just stepped out of that room with Gates. We appreciate this moment of your time. Congressman, what have you learned from Gates so far in this conversation?
Yeah, we've been
Yeah, I was gonna play a little guitar after this.
with Mr. Gates all morning now, and
I was just gonna watch a couple more videos, and we're gonna play a little guitar.
yeah, he has been cooperative. I think a couple important things are we're really hearing about and learning about. One is he is talking about other folks that have been in Mr. Epstein's orbit. We've been asking about names, other individuals that may have attended certain meetings, and so it's important whenever we have a witness actually testify to other folks that we can actually get additional answers from. Mr. Gates has been very clear in his testimony and in public that he was never introduced to any women or girls by Mr. Epstein, but he does.
I think it's very bizarre that why are we even bothering? Shouldn't the FBI be doing this? Why the fuck is Congress doing this? Like, I'm glad Congress is. Why aren't they demanding that Jeffrey Epstein, that his co-conspirators, all of them? How about Donald Trump? Why isn't he testifying? He's in the fucking Epstein files more than anybody else, and he has never testified. Why? You're absolutely right. U.S. is globally hurting everyone. Yes, our foreign policy is what causes global poverty, is what causes slavery, is what causes the child trafficking, it's what causes the drug trade. And also our CIA and our government is reliant on it. It's baked into the cake. Most of our policies are impossible without child trafficking and drug trafficking and the cartels and all this stuff. They're working hand in glove. So, yeah. Every time you see a starving kid someplace, you can thank someone like Elon Musk, Donald Trump, and Barack Obama and Biden and all them too.
Acknowledge and certainly questioning that I did of him, that there were folks that he was around, including assistants of Mr. Epstein's, that were also victims of Epstein's abuse. It's important for Mr. Gates to recognize that. It's also important for people to understand that Mr. Gates made a decision to continue to associate with Mr. Epstein after he knew of the conviction and after Mr. Epstein was found guilty of a horrific crime, as we know, against a minor. And so.
Yeah, exactly. The legislative branch has zero prosecutorial powers, but due to electing a bunch of attorneys, they act like an extension of the DOJ. Well, it's unfortunate that our executive branch isn't doing their job. The executive branch is doing the job of the Congress, and Congress is trying to do the job of the executives, I guess. I guess that's they pulled a switcheroo on us in some way, I guess. I mean, with all of Donald Trump's executive orders, rather than, passing laws and declaring states of emergency so that you can just steal money, he basically is doing Congress's job for them, and Congress isn't standing up to them, so they're going to do his job for them. And he won't do his own job, so I guess that's how the world works now. What's up is down, what's left is right, what's black is white.
That fact that Mr. Gates and so many other powerful men continue to have relationships, friendships. In the case of Mr. Gates, who's trying to get investments for his foundation, I think it's really troubling.
Jesus, City, you've been here for like 3 hours. Just now you're asking me how is Trump dead?
And it just goes to show that there's so many powerful men and individuals who chose to look the other way or chose to ignore what Mr. Epstein was doing to continue that relationship. And so the question is going to go on and continue, but a lot of interesting information.
Yeah, for sure. Gates is a unique witness here because he's not only named thousands of times in the files, but he's also reflective of those deep connections that Epstein had with the rich and powerful.
Who is John Galt?
I know he's been naming names, as you mentioned, but what from his testimony so far is helping you learn a little bit more about Epstein's
No one has ever finished Atlas Shrugged.
network and why he had such a tight grip on the upper echelon.
It's been incredible to hear Mr. Gates talk about the way Mr. Epstein kind of brought people in, the way that Mr. Epstein really considered himself the connector to power and to wealth. And that was something certainly that Mr. Gates was looking for through his foundation. Mr. Gates has described events and parties, meetings with magicians and other powerful people in attendance. And it's been interesting to learn who attended some of these events. Look, I said this earlier, I'll say it again. One name that continues to come up as someone who was very close to Mr. Epstein was Larry Summers, former Treasury Secretary. And we have not spoken to Mr. Summers yet in our committee, but it's very clear, especially to me after today, that Larry Summers is someone that needs to be in front of the Oversight Committee and that we need to hear from directly. He obviously had a very good relationship with Mr. Epstein. And so it is stunning how.
Oh my God, I would love that. A real test for people who want to be a senator or representative or president. I think they should get a test. I love it. I think they should give the same test to Supreme Court. They should give them all civics tests. I love that idea. Love that idea. Let's do that. Unfortunately, we're never going to do anything like that. We want regular people, like the ones that rape their wives and rip fistfuls of hair from their heads, and we want real men, like guys with Nazi tattoos who text women outside of their marriages. These are normal men, just normal men. Just normal men. I find it disgusting that this is what people are saying is normal men. Like, I don't know if that's normal, then I guess I'm the freak. I'm the freak. Like, I find that so fucking infuriating. That's what normal men are. Normal men. That's what normal men are. Men with Nazi tattoos who text women outside of their marriages, and also men who wear 1.5 inches of makeup on their face every morning, rape their wives, cheat on their wives, pay prostitutes with campaign funds while their wives are raising their infant children. I think that, yeah, that's totally normal. That's a normal guy. Donald Trump's just a normal guy. Just a normal guy. Just totally normal. I guess I'm the weird one. I'm the weird one. Apparently, this is what's normal, is men doing this type of shit. I guess, you know what? All the time I hear about women, all these times I've said not all men are like that. Men aren't like that. Men aren't like that. Men I know aren't like that. I guess I've been lying my whole life. Men that I hang out with don't behave that way. So maybe the men that I know are weirdos, and normal men are like Donald Trump and Graham Plattner and Bill Gates. Just normal guys.
However, that all of these powerful individuals continued to interact with Mr. Epstein even after knowing what he had done.
So how do you see today's interview furthering the investigation as a whole? Is it just bringing in more people that seem to have been in Jeffrey Epstein's orbit?
I think today has been important for the most.
I was just joking about Atlas Shrugged. No one ever reading it. Ayn Rand, she writes too fucking much, man. Her books are long and stupid, but yeah, I read it too. I read Atlas Shrugged and I read Fountainhead. That was enough. That was plenty. I don't need any more fucking Ayn Rand.
Important piece, I think, has been understanding who was in the orbit, how Epstein actually lured people in, the interactions that these men were having with the employees and staff. And I think most importantly, I think that Mr. Gates did share with us a handful of individuals that attended some of these functions, including other.
I'm not normal either, but what do I know? I'm not married. Do something right, wrong, right, wrong. Can I get some jubilation for the real McGoy? It doesn't matter whether you're married. Do you think that it's normal for men to be texting women sexually explicit shit outside their marriage? I don't think that's a normal guy. But apparently I'm the crazy one. I'm the crazy one. Would you be mad if your girlfriend or wife was texting dudes about their pussies and like taking pictures of their crotches and sending it to men that you don't know when you're with that woman? Would that be okay? Is that normal? Then why, if it's not, then why is it normal for a guy to do it? It's not okay. It's not okay. I always hear these crazy things. Women have told me the craziest shit over the years, like guys that they're dating, sending videos of themselves whacking it to other women. Do women want that shit? Like, what the hell are they thinking? I don't know, man. Maybe we are just all just scum. Maybe we all just, like commonly attributed to Oscar Wilde. He said, all of us are in the gutter, but some of us are looking at the stars. I guess I'm just a stargazer. I'm just a stargazer.
Folks within the Gates Foundation orbit that could get us some really important information. And so, look, we have said from day one that these interviews that we're having, they should be public, they should be videotaped, they should be under oath, but Republicans continue to refuse to do so. And so we will try our best to continue to push Chairman Comer to release the transcript immediately so the American public can get a sense of the whole interview. But we just don't understand why these interviews...
Oh, I've heard that too. From what I hear, it's whacking it and the girl never talked to them before. I've seen that. I've heard that too. This is why women have to have private Instagram accounts. It's because of creepy dudes. I mean, I get stuff from dudes.
Please continue without putting these witnesses under oath, without videotaping them, without making them public, letting the media in, so that we're going to continue to make that demand of the Republicans.
And speaking of committee chairman James Comer, he said today that he wants acting attorney general Todd Blanche to come in for questioning. You've said that you want that testimony to be under oath, as you just restated here. Will Republicans?
He slept with your best friend on your birthday, but I dodged a bullet and met a guy now. That's good, Frankie Berry. Oh, shit. You dated a dude for a year and a half. He didn't even know the color of your eyes. Ugh. That's so sad.
Republicans agree to that.
I mean, they need to. That's interesting. I mean, Mr. Comer just
I hope she's no longer your friend, too.
yesterday said that the Todd Blanche interview wasn't necessary, and today he's flip-flop on that, and we're glad. The reality is that Todd Blanche was, we know, in charge of the Epstein investigation at the White House. The fact that he chose not to release half the files, which are still at the White House and the DOJ, that they doxed and put survivors in danger. Former AG Pam Bondi continued to push the blame onto Todd Blanche, and so he's someone we have to talk to. But the fact that James Comer will not commit to putting Mr. Blanche's testimony under video, under oath, and quite frankly, that should be a public hearing, I think is shameful. The American public just wants the truth, and it's important that we get it. So we need to see Mr. Blanche immediately, and it has to be under oath, and really, with the media should be able to watch it with us.
Totally agree. Everyone should be able to watch this. I want to know why Todd Blanche went to go see Ghislaine Maxwell. Why did Todd Blanche do that? Why is G-Max in a no-max prison? Why is she at Club Fed with puppies and caviar? I want to know. Todd Blanche should have to answer that question under oath in front of everybody. Why am I paying for it? I'm paying for her to be in this nice place, huh? And the thing is, if it's not normal, why is it okay that Donald Trump says shit like grab him by the pussy and all this stuff? Why do you think that's okay? Why is it okay for him to do that? Blows my mind. There's a third of this country that love this guy. They clearly hate women and kids. There's the only answer.
Congressman Robert Garcia, thanks for taking time outside of that meeting room.
It happens in a flash, a moment of careless levity.
Oh, man. I love it when cops shoot each other for some reason. I love this shit. The cops, man.
Quickly taking a turn. Newly released dashcam video shows Pasadena police joking around during an evening shift change in September.
Look at, they both put their hands on their gun. Why do they both put their hands on their guns? Look at these cops. This is America's finest.
When suddenly, one pulls his department-issued firearm in a quick draw, appearing to aim it at the driver. Then a bang.
Oh, no. Oh, no. The quick draw McGraw shot him. He winged him. Oh, no. Yeah, the acorns. You saw the one where the cop freaked out with the acorn hit his car and he just ended up unloading his pistol.
Cracked glass. The driver accidentally fires through the windshield, wounding a colleague.
Oh, shot him right there. God damn. And we're not going to be able to explain this one to Sarge.
Officer down, but far from the line of duty.
The shooting resulted from officers engaged in unsafe and out-of-policy horseplay involving loaded firearms.
Out of policy horseplay. Is there in policy horseplay? You guys have in policy horseplay? These are the guys that we trust. These are the guys that we trust to, round up immigrants and throw them into internment camps. Totally. We throw them into concentration camps. These are the guys. These are the guys you're going to trust to check your passports. when we're really all locked down, when we finally get to like 1940 Germany, when these are the guys who are going to be in charge.
In a video statement, Pasadena Police Chief Gene Harris says the officer was seriously injured but recovered and that disciplinary measures were taken.
Horseplay.
Oh, horseplay. Look at the bullet hole. Do you see the bullet hole right there? Oh no. I've been a gun owner on and off for most of my life. Like there's been times when I didn't own a gun, but most of the time I've had a gun. And I've never pointed it at a person as a joke. Never done it. Never as just a joke. Unloaded. They're all having a good fun time with their loaded fucking firearms. And he had his finger on the trigger too.
And/or failure to adhere to safety rules and standards of professional conduct will not be tolerated.
And tonight, the city telling NBC News the officer in the car was
clearly it was tolerated because they all knew the game. The guy pulled up and they all drew their weapon. Well, one guy only put his hand on his weapon and the other drew their weapons. Out of 3 people, they all knew the game. So clearly this has been tolerated. This out of policy horseplay has been tolerated.
relieved of his position and is no longer with the department. The police chief saying the incident is still.
I mean, they should both be. He's doing it too because he got shot. Look, the other guy has his hand on his gun too. They all should be fired. They all are playing the game.
Still under criminal investigation, but the district attorney's office telling NBC News they have yet to receive.
Oh no! It looks like the other guy. It looks like the guy on the left also
the police
got
chief saying the
hit with
incident is
glass.
still
He looks like he got hit with glass.
under criminal investigation, but the district attorney's office telling NBC News they have yet to receive.
Yes. Oh, the other guy got hit too. He got hit with the glass shards. Because I don't know, if you ever see one of those car glass, a lot of particulate matter. Not with toy pistols. Smoking Blondie's just tired of dick pics from cops. Tired of those dick pics, huh? I don't know. I find it a little.
The case. Well, the police department reckons with an embarrassing moment that defies policy and ignores safety. Steve Patterson, NBC News.
We thank you for watching, and remember.
I think that's a beautiful thing. That was a fun
Oh,
one.
you're 7.
I thought that was pretty fun. You retired the pics.
Follow-up file and an update on that alleged catnapping caught on camera. In a surprising turn of events, the driver accused of stealing a Bakersfield woman's cat, Junie, during an Amazon delivery nearly a month ago is breaking his silence and talking to 17 News. And his response is not what you might think.
What? They stole the Amazon delivery driver stole the lady's cat.
17's Veronica Catlin has more.
The driver, at the center of an alleged catnapping, sharing his side of the story, he spoke with 17 News over the phone.
Just doing my regular route. I approached the house. I got the Brenda's package. I take it like a normal day, and I heard a meow, and then I seemed surprised of seeing the cat. I looked down to try to look at it more distinct, and I recognized it was my cat because of the distinct design it had on its forehead. It has
what? I recognized it was my cat.
And the eyes and how the body was set. I knew it was my cat, so I just grabbed him. And it just walked off.
Joshua Gonzalez provided us with documentation he says proves the cat is his, showing an adoption date of October 9th, 2025. He said he picks the cat out for his 7-year-old daughter. Gonzalez also provided it to his employer, who he said fired him after this incident.
One of my managers calls me, says that to come pick up my check within Monday or Tuesday, and then I was getting terminated.
Amazon.
He got fired for picking up his own cat?
Confirmed this in a statement saying, "We've been in contact with the driver's employer and the driver is no longer allowed to deliver Amazon packages. We'll continue to work with law enforcement and we'll defer to them for details as they investigate." So where is Junie now? Well, according to Gonzalez, Junie's name isn't Junie. His family wasn't settled on a name, but they were leaning towards Spartan. But he says she's alive and well. He sent a photo of her next to him on Thursday.
She's at home right now with all her toys. She's not scared. She's happy. She recognizes me.
Right now, it's his word versus hers. Brenda Wilson, who says she's had Junie for 5 years, confirmed Gonzalez used to live in her neighborhood.
And posting online and saying, this is our cat. So we've had, some back and forth with them, and they really are saying that this is their cat. And I don't know if that's like a cover. They just really wanted her, or if really they do think it's their cat, but it's an easy fix.
According to the sheriff's office, Gonzalez has not been charged with a crime, but the case is still open.
Do you have pictures? Do you have adoption papers? These are slave animals. Do you have your papers to say that this animal belongs to you?
They're continuing to investigate. Gonzalez acknowledged that the video doesn't look good, but wants the community to know one thing.
I want them to know that I didn't do anything bad but get my cat back, and it's now in the rightful home. It's back where it belongs. Like anybody else will if they lost their cat and they see it on someone else's porch, they will do the same thing.
Veronica Catlin, 17 News.
How do we know? I guess you got to put one of those, you got to inject chips into your cat so you know. Cat identification card. That's what we need. Yeah, how does she not know, right? It's so weird. I love that story.
Republican Senator John Cornyn.
I love it when it comes out because I remember the cat theft thing, and I remember being like, what the hell? Because you watch the news every day and then they come back around, they're like, no, actually the cat was his the whole time. Dun dun dun. Something like that. It's his cat. It sounds like it's his cat. Yeah, it sounds like that cat belongs to that dude. I'm Team Gonzalez on that one.
Cornyn of Texas is predicting a midterm disaster that will make President Trump's final 2 years in office miserable. Republican Senator Cornyn sat down for an extensive interview with the New York Times, his first since he was defeated by the Trump-endorsed Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton last month in a Republican primary runoff. He told the paper he thinks it's going to be, in his words, a pretty bumpy ride for the next 7 months in the Senate as he joins a handful of other Republicans who are either not seeking re-election or were defeated in primaries by Trump-backed candidates. The senator added, quote, as the president told President Zelensky when he was in his office a year or so ago, he said, you don't have any cards. Well, we've got some cards to play. Cornyn also gave voice in stark, candid terms to a growing sentiment among Senate Republicans that President Trump was hurting his own party with self-serving decisions and his insistence on, quote, slavish loyalty. He said the president's self-inflicted wounds are, quote, going to make things harder, certainly more expensive in Texas, and make it harder around the country.
Slavish loyalty. Hold on. This is John Cornyn.
The senator added, quote, as the president told President Zelensky when he was in his office a year or so ago, he said, you don't have any cards. Well, we've got some cards to play. Cornyn also gave voice in stark, candid terms to a growing sentiment among Senate Republicans that President Trump was hurting his own party with self-serving decisions and his insistence on, quote, slavish loyalty.
Slavish? That's slavish. Slavish loyalty. Slavish loyalty, everybody.
He said the president's self-inflicted wounds are, quote, going to make things harder, certainly more expensive in Texas, and make it harder around the country. Cornyn continued, quote, I don't say that with any sort of desire for vengeance. I just think that's the way it's going to be. He's going to have the most miserable 2 years of his life in the last 2 years of his term, I think, because November is going to be a disaster. Now, if you're hearing some laughing, it's because my panel is here with me. Joining me, the host of When We Win with Maya Rupert podcast, Maya Rupert. She has managed both mayoral and presidential campaigns, also the author of a new book, The Real Ones. Also with us, MS Now political analyst Matthew Bartlett. He was a former U.S. State Department appointee during Trump's first term. Okay, I'll just take it from the laughs. Because look, wow. Cornyn is saying this as, I'm not saying this vengefully, I'm just reading the tea leaves. And I think back to when I was in Texas in February with him, Matt, and Cornyn said to me, if we make Ken Paxton the Republican nominee here, he's going to be, and this was his
Slavs. It's slavish loyalty to Donald Trump.
In Texas, right? That was his pitch to voters. Trump came in at the last minute, endorsed against him, and now.
I mean, this is what I mean. See, Sidis thinks that cheating on your wife is okay. Paying prostitutes when your wife is raising your child, your infant child, that's okay. Sidis think that raping children is okay. Sidis thinks that it's perfectly acceptable to kill children in Africa. All these things are acceptable. It's okay to hang out with Jeffrey Epstein. That's what Sidis thinks. So vote Trump 2028 because Jeffrey Epstein's cool and you should be able to hang out with whoever you want to.
You've got Cornyn finishing out the rest of his term. He's not a flamethrower by any stretch, but these comments are stunning.
Yeah, wow. All my exes live in Texas.
Oh,
you know what I mean? Tell me what you really think, Senator Cornyn. Like you said, this has got not, a flamethrower, not out for vengeance, but it sure seems it. And like you said, a lot of this is just being honest.
Yeah.
These midterms could be quite painful. Maybe not in Texas. We will see. Control the House, control the Senate. But the next 2 years, sometimes Donald Trump can be his own worst enemy. And whether he's shoving nonsense towards Capitol Hill or when Democrats are in power, he thought he was going to get along better with Chuck and Nancy in the first term than he was with Paul Ryan and Mitch McConnell. Boy, was he wrong. So, yeah.
I love the French Revolutionary reference. You know that the wealth disparity in America between rich and poor right now is far worse than it was in 1780 France. But it just like always, it takes Americans so long. I mean, the French, when they raised the retirement age to 64 from 62, there was fire in the streets. They were out in the streets causing ruckus, rioting, because the government said the age of retirement should be 64 instead of 62. In America, you can't get Social Security until 68 now. And already they're saying by 2035, you won't even have Social Security, be insolvent. Now they've been saying that for a long time, but the fact that we're all okay with this and that we're not all in the riot, we're not all burning shit down and rioting in the streets is fucking crazy. We don't care. We pay for our whole lives. Social Security, every dollar that we make, we pay Social Security on it. And they're literally saying out loud that you can't touch it till you're 68 now. And you might not get it at all. You probably won't. And none of us are in the street burning shit down. Seems weird. Because the French would be chopping heads off if they heard that shit. Heads would be rolling in the gutters of Paris. But we in America were like, can I spread my cheeks a little more for you? This is a country born in revolution? No. France is a country born in revolution. You want to know how revolutionaries and rebels act? Go to France. Every time their government even breathes wrong, looks at them wrong, they fucking go to the streets. Love it.
Expect a bumpy ride on the horizon, and it seems as if Senator Cornyn's going to go out in a Texas blaze of glory there.
Yeah, it does seem that way, right? And I will say, I asked Cornyn what he makes of the people who say that he's part of this like YOLO caucus. You only live once, and maybe they're going to start bucking the president. And he told me that those people should get a life. He was joking, of course. At least I think he was. He was laughing. But at the same time, for Democrats, is there an opening here for these?
This is you're clearly a bot, but I'll go ahead. Bite. Retirement should never be a thing, and blah blah blah. The problem is we've already paid for it. You dumb piece of shit. We paid for it. They took our money. They gave it to Elon Musk. You're a fucking moron.
Republicans to be able to join with them on some specific issues, because I do not get the sense that the YOLO caucus is truly just going to be doing whatever Democrats want. That's not the point. These are disagreements with Trump on various issues. Right. But what is the opening for Democrats?
I think the opening for Democrats is exactly what he's predicting. There are a lot of races right now. I think about, Kentucky, Charles Booker versus Andy Barr in Kentucky, an open seat for McConnell's seat. And Trump intervened there. He got in to clear the field for Andy Barr.
France has won most wars they fought. Yeah, I mean, they kicked the fuck out of the English for a bunch of years. They've basically conquered the world a couple times, or whatever their world was at the time. Napoleon beat the shit out of a bunch of countries, I guess. France, yeah, I mean, they've won a lot of wars. In World War I, it was a stalemate, but they technically won it, I guess. But the Maginot Line didn't move, right? It stayed there. The trenches moved like 100 yards both ways, right? Even during World War II, when the Nazis came through Belgium and conquered France in a blitzkrieg, something they weren't prepared for, they resisted. A huge resistance movement, a very inspiring resistance movement, kept going. People kept killing Nazis. People kept the graffiti campaigns up. They kept going. The whole French underground, I mean, incredible. An occupied France was still extremely strong. If you occupied America, at this point, I think Americans would just roll over. I think the Iranians have more courage than the Americans at this point. I think Americans are a bunch of simps, all afraid of Donald Trump for some reason. They love a man who tells them what to do. They love having a daddy tell them what to do. Yeah. Yeah, the resistance was absolutely brave. Yes, the French resistance was fucking incredible. Like, the stories from the French resistance are remarkable and inspiring. They inspire me.
While this may look like something right out of a video game, authorities say these are actual assassinations carried out by teenagers and part of a growing and terrifying phenomenon.
What the hell? I mean, I guess like teenage girls do OnlyFans and teenage boys do Hitman. They can just go kill people for you. Great. This is what we did. This is how we do. It's a unitard party. Yes, the unitard party. We're already occupied. Yep, the war is already on. Like, it's already started. We're all just like fooling ourselves, thinking that there's no war with China, and that we're not already occupied by Nazis. We are currently occupied by Nazis, and we still have a chance. We're in the middle of the Rubicon. We're in the middle of the river. We could still turn back. We're kind of like in a delta, crossing a delta. We're in the middle. We haven't crossed the Rubicon quite yet, but we could turn around if we really did a couple hard things.
It's still hard to believe. Sometimes I feel like I'm dreaming, like a nightmare.
At 16 years old, Annalise
the unitard party.
Berg's son Rio was planning for a bright future.
Republicans, Democrats. Unitard party.
Our beloved son, big brother, and spreader of joy. He was.
A passionate soccer player, studying economics and law, even volunteering with a youth violence prevention program in Stockholm, Sweden.
He loved to live life. He saw the good in people.
Yeah, the Maginot Line was during World War I, and then after World War I, they tried it again, but the Nazis went around it. They went around the Maginot Line, right? The Maginot Line is still the same thing, though. It's just the trench system that they were trying to keep the Nazis out. But the Nazis were like, just joking, we're going to go really, really fast through Belgium.
He was at the wrong place.
God, Twisted Hippie, I've been thinking about picking up Gore Vidal. I've seen so many interviews and debates with Gore Vidal, but I never read, what was it called? Burr? Is that the name, the big book? Which book are you thinking about? Because I've been thinking about picking up some Gore Vidal lately. I haven't read, when I got into that whole crew, like Norman Mailer and them, like those, like Truman Capote, that like, I don't know, mid-century American New York elite writer group. I don't know. I kind of skipped over Gore Vidal. No, I didn't skip over. Like I read some of his essays and some of his short stories and stuff, but I never read one of his books. Yeah, you're not so smart, Farty. I like Unitard. I still have my party Unitard. Yes, Unitard party.
At the wrong time.
Heading home from the gym with friends, a hooded stranger emerged, pulled a gun, and opened fire. Rio was shot and killed. One of his friends injured.
Why? Who? What's the reason for this? Why him? Why his friends? Is there something that I don't know? Then we found out that I knew everything. He was at the wrong place at the wrong time.
His tragic death, an alarming and growing reality in Europe.
Violence as a service. Gamification, they don't call it a hit, but they call it like a mission or a challenge.
Rio's fatal shooting was actually a botched murder for hire. Worse, the gunman was another 16-year-old, just like him.
When the children commit the crime, they throw them away and they recruit new ones.
Europol, the European Union's police agency, says criminal organizations recruiting teens to do their dirty work is now one of their biggest concerns.
A 13-year-old carrying out a contract killing almost seems unbelievable.
You see kids from 13, 14, 15 years old doing contract killings, doing abductions, doing kidnappings, doing bombings.
These shocking events are becoming so widespread, there's a dedicated Europol team trying to get a grip on what they're calling violence as a service.
Jesus.
It's taking place online. It's taking place on social media, on gaming platforms. And in Europe, this is not one organized crime group or one country. This is spreading like wildfire.
Should we really be worried about this? This is happening in Europe. Is it going to happen here?
It is happening here.
These disturbing videos,
It's
obtained
happening
exclusively
here.
by ABC News, show child foot soldiers, victims of these nefarious networks, becoming criminals themselves.
They do not have any criminal records, so they're hard to detect. These kids are vulnerable. They can be manipulated. They're very cheap and they're expendable.
Are these kids desperate, or are they just ordinary kids on gaming sites like every other kid would be?
Yeah, they recruit kids basically from all communities, from all layers of society. They just make it as attractive as possible for these kids. They do it in the right language, with slang, with emoticons. They use...
Yeah, I mean, didn't Gore Vidal, isn't he the one who said, I want to say Gore Vidal calling William F. Buckley Jr. a crypto fascist? Oh, yeah. I want to see the video. This thing is so, I don't know if you've ever heard of William F. Buckley Jr.
Our guest commentators, William Buckley and Gore, are with us in Chicago after their successful debut as convention commentators in Miami Beach. William Buckley, conservative commentator, columnist, and editor of the National Review on the defensive in Miami, may now take the offensive, but I beg to put the first question to Gore Vidal, author, playwright, increasingly also a commentator. Mr. Vidal, do you feel more comfortable philosophically here than you did in Miami?
Philosophically, I wonder if that word will ever be used again while we're here in Chicago. I feel more at home in a way. The Miami Beach was a sandbar with a drawbridge and a rather homogenized convention. This place is, as Mr. Buckley proposes, a shambles. It's a police state. One's aware of the horrors of the world here, the smell of old blood, the shrieking of the pigs as they're slaughtered in the morning. All this reminds me.
Dude, the way he talks is so crazy. Gore Vidal, man. I think he calls him the N-word, doesn't he?
Of life and death. And I think the conversations that are going on now about Vietnam, to me, seem to be particularly urgent. And philosophically, two sides are being pretty well represented. So in a sense, I do feel home in a way.
William F. Buckley Jr. really did create, he created this. I think William F. Buckley Jr. created this debate bro culture that we're seeing online today. It all started with him. I think he gave rise to people like Bill O'Reilly and Tucker Carlson. I think it started with William F. Buckley Jr.
But not happy. Mr. Buckley, what do you think will be the main weaknesses the Democrats will display here in convention assembly?
I think that the principal weakness of the party at this point
He's the conservative.
Is the collision between its ideology and the practical consequences of its ideology. In other words, if they have been able to show to America that in return for having elected a Democratic president 4 years ago and a Democratic Senate and a Democratic House, something was done to greatly speed America along its way to help America achieve stability and a sense of security, then there would have been a different attitude here among the Democrats. Primarily, I think what's bugging them is that they don't really know what to do. And under the circumstances are clutching, as so many people do under the circumstances, at ideological straws.
What effect, you mentioned the Czech crisis a while ago, what effect do you think the Czech crisis is going to have on the two parties?
Well, it helped, I should think, to have at least this effect, to convince us that the romantic politics of convergence, the politics that we suppose that the Cold War, as Senator McCarthy put it last April, is, quote, over. are, as I say, politics of romance. The real world isn't behaving according to that particular paradigm. And that under the circumstances, the leadership which presupposed the separatism of the satellite states is a leadership that made certain false assumptions of critical strategic consideration. I should think that those who view the disaster in Czechoslovakia wonder whether or not the Democratic Party has in fact achieved a foreign policy which has aided the humanitarian impulses of the liberalizing forces behind the Iron Curtain.
Mr. Vidal?
Well, in actual fact, there's nothing that the Democratic Party can do about the Czechoslovakian affair.
Don't you forget? Don't listening to conservative intellectuals. This is how conservative intellectual used to talk. I should think that the Democratic Party has abandoned its liberalism of the satellite atomization, the atomization of the satellite Soviet Republic, so that they've lost all sense of credibility, I should think, behind the Iron Curtain. And he's American. He has this transatlantic accent. He's very well known for his transatlantic accent.
Any more than there's anything the Republican Party can do about it. Great empires behave badly. I think we could equate, if you wanted to, the Soviet intrusion into the affairs of Czechoslovakia with our own caper in the Dominican Republic when we moved in there against a government, a possible government of which we thought we might disapprove, didn't want it so close to home. Empires behave this way, they behave very badly. I don't think anybody's happy about what's happening in Czechoslovakia, but the Democrats can do no more about this, and the Republicans can do anything about Hungary, despite John Foster Dulles' great talks about opening wide his arms for all defectors from the East. The one good aspect of the Czechoslovakian thing has been, in the last 5 days, the defection of the French and the Communist parties from Moscow, and I suspect this, in the long run, is a good deal more important than the sad affairs of one country.
It seems to me that the...
You think that William F. Buckley Jr. You think William F. Buckley Jr.'s accent was fake? Was William F. Buckley Jr.'s accent fake? I don't think so. He talked like that till the day he died. Mid-Atlantic, transatlantic. It was a blend of American and British pronunciation mixed with a hint of the Southern drawl. It was a genuine acquired speech pattern of Northeastern elite. Yeah.
The attempt to equate what we did in the Dominican Republic and what the Soviet Union has just finished doing to Czechoslovakia is at least depraved. It takes not into consideration at all the entire history of America's intervention in foreign countries during the past 20 to 25 years. We have occupied, mostly on liberating missions, 18 to 20 countries, each one of which we have subsequently withdrawn from. In many cases, we have withdrawn from countries that have asked us to annex them. On the contrary, the Soviet Union has never tolerated an election in Czechoslovakia, which we instantly set up in the Dominican Republic. But let's never mind the uneasy and self-serving attempt to excuse ourselves by pointing out the Dominican Republic. The fact is that the Democratic Party in 1964 issued a campaign platform, a phrase in which committed the Democratic Party to encourage by all peaceful means the growing independence of the captive peoples living under communism, and citing Czechoslovakia exactly. What have we in fact done to encourage them? Another platform plank said we pledge unflagging devotion to our commitments to freedom from Berlin to South Vietnam. Well, it certainly isn't unflagging, is it? And finally, they say that they want to do everything to put speed the restoration of freedom and responsibility in Cuba. Now, if in fact America can't devise a foreign policy that seeks to affect those goals, why do they bother to create the rhetoric, and why don't people like Mr. Vidal criticize it at the time?
I think that's an awfully good question. Why do we continually in both parties maintain an impossible rhetoric which we cannot live up to?
Ooh, wonderful. Why in both parties do we create a rhetoric that we can never live up to?
We have not the means, we have not the power, we have not the will to free Eastern Europe from the Soviet, any more than the Soviet hopefully has the will to free certain of our client states from us. So I think it's the rhetoric. I'm happy to see you're doing your homework, Bill, that you quote from the platform of the Democrats. If I've lost my John Foster Dulles file, but it has absolutely reflection of all the things that Dulles was saying since 1954 about containment, and all of that is, I think, I quite agree, is totally irrelevant rhetoric, and I wish we'd stop it.
Well, it was a Democratic president, and I think we should give Democratic presidents their due on those occasions when they earn it, that faced his fist in the direction of the communist world after the crisis in Cuba and said, if necessary, we'll go it alone. But this country is not going to give way to international blackmail, and it is precisely the willingness of Republicans and Democrats to be both idealistic and responsible that has contributed to what security is now enjoyed by such nations of the world as they many countries.
Then may I take it, would you indeed like us to go to war over Czechoslovakia?
The point is that there wouldn't have been a Czechoslovakian crisis if I had been consulted 25 years ago, Mr. Bell. The whole purpose of statesmanship is to abort crisis. You specialize in looking crises in the face and saying irrelevant things about how impossible it is to do anything. The Republicans specialize in avoiding crises.
You just got here. Yeah, vintage kayfabe, William F. Buckley Jr. and Gore Vidal. I think it's great. I think it's wonderful to look at these things and see how erudite the arguments were made, but how we're still making the same arguments. That the conservative is saying, oh, well, the Democrats, it's all your fault for promising to free the Soviet republics. And the Gore Vidal, who's definitely on the left here. He's everyone's left of fucking William F. Buckley Jr. except maybe what was her name? Ann Coulter. Man, have you ever seen the Ann Coulter debate with William F. Buckley Jr.? Fuck. So crazy. The William F. Buckley Jr. Ann Coulter debate is wild, and it's during the impeachment crisis of Bill Clinton.
They do indeed. Have you noticed that you haven't had any major wars when the Republicans were in? Well, but have you not done any? If I may say so, no thanks to you, because you, after all, favor the invasion of Cuba, which I understand is still a basic. Cuba would not have mine. Well, the invasion of Cuba, which was undertaken by a Democratic administration, was unfortunately, like the defense of Vietnam, something that was done halfway.
I love this idea. Like, oh, have you noticed there were never any major wars under the Republicans? Yeah, okay. But you make all the policies that get us into wars. It's really funny to me. In the 1960s, they would say shit like that. And here we are in America today, and the Democrats say the same thing about the fucking Republicans. Why do the Democrats never start wars? Because we still have wars, though. We still are in wars.
I.e., it was unsuccessful. I don't believe in Dave's Oh, you don't? Well, because they're failures. I must say, I don't see any reason why you're not a Democrat, because there are many Democrats who enormously agree with you. There's a marvelous quotation of Hubert Humphrey in Saigon, 31st of October, 1967. This is our great adventure, and a wonderful one it is. Now, that general idea, plus the desire to contain Cuba, yes, and in your case by force of arms, in our case by, I must say, the Democrats on one occasion at the Bay of Pigs said that they believed in the policy of intervening militarily in the affairs of other countries. I happen to think that that is an immoral and bad idea, and that is
an immoral and bad idea to intervene militarily in other countries. It's funny. Why aren't you a Democrat again when all the Democrats agree with you? Is this just kayfabe?
The general line of Eugene McCarthy and our Senate government. Well, this to me is the great debate of this convention. It will certainly all stop by Monday, but it is no doubt a debate, and it is certainly one considering which there are differences in ranks of both parties. But I do think that Senator McCarthy did himself lasting damage by his total insouciance to what happened in Czechoslovakia. Oh, said he, if I had been president, I'd have had a couple of extra glasses of iced tea and thought about it tomorrow. Really, there was no particular crisis. The crisis of Czechoslovakia precisely is the falling apart of the democratic aspiration of the politics of convergence. It shows that the Soviet Union is still there, still cares not for world opinion, and is still going to press for its old recidivist imperialism. But I think
the recidivist imperialism of Czechoslovakia, it's so interesting because Czechoslovakia was such a weird case, because also the same thing happened with Hungary. The Truman Doctrine was that anyone who wants freedom shall have it, and we will back anyone revolting against the Soviet Union, and we didn't. We didn't help Czechoslovakia, and we also did not help Hungary. We told the world that if you revolt against your dictator, that we will back you, and we did not. We left them hanging, a lot like what Donald Trump did about Iran when he said revolt against Iran, and Iran allegedly killed 50,000 people, and America did nothing to stop it, even though we said we would. Do you remember that when Donald Trump said if you harm any of the protesters, we will go there to stop you? We didn't.
it's safe to say that they are behaving as stupidly as we've been behaving in Vietnam. You cannot expect a moratorium on stupidity on the part of empires. I would say to Senator McCarthy, I wish he'd put the thing more tactfully, but one of the rather nice things about him is his sometimes cruel accuracy. Since the president was not about to launch an invasion or an attack on the Soviet, he said, why go to all this melodrama, when indeed we were not going to do anything? We like the melodrama. The reason why, Mr. Dow, is because there is among decent men a tradition that dates back to the Declaration of Independence, in which the people who founded this country say that we have a concern for the decent opinion of mankind, and the decent opinion of mankind should have been mobilized 5 minutes after the Czechoslovakian thing to use whatever means were at our disposal to create pressure on the Soviet Union. Now, if you think that we are not in a position to damage the Soviet Union, you know less about international politics than even I supposed. And even you know, the fact is that the Soviet Union, for instance, is constantly running out of things like wheat, and we make it possible, we in Canada and Australia, for them to have wheat. Now, if, as a matter of fact, they've had an extremely good harvest and are on rather secure ground. Plus, we have lost the opinion, if you're talking about good opinion, of all decent men. We have lost the good opinion of all decent men in Europe, most of our traditional allies, of Canada, who are selling wheat to our enemy. We have about 20 seconds. So, having lost, to begin with, we've lost it in Vietnam, and now you want us to regain it by going to war in Czechoslovakia. And it is also true that some people lose respect for you precisely at the moment when you should be earning their respect.
I'm terribly sorry that I have to interrupt you, but we'll continue tomorrow night, and I hope we can get to the Vietnam plank in the Democratic platform. At this point, Knightley,
Oh, I was really hoping he was going to. I was hoping that was the clip where he's going to call him. He calls at some point. Gore Vidal calls him a crypto Nazi, and I love that, crypto Nazi, especially since today we have a Nazi who sells crypto. Buy Melania coin, everybody! Don't forget, buy Melania coin. It is the only way to get to the future of America. If you Venmo Skyjack Morgan or Cash App Skyjack Morgan, I will buy more Melania coin than anyone else. I will be the top Melania coin owning person, because we know that this is the future. It's about the future of America. You can't be a Trump supporter unless you buy Melania coin. Thank you, everybody, for sending me money for Melania coin. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Illegitimate non-carborundum, don't let the bastards grind you down. This is the end of our show. I wanted to find the crypto Nazi thing, though. I don't know why I thought that was the Gore Vidal crypto Nazi, but that was at the crypto Nazi. Where is it? Gore Vidal was avant-garde Hoover institution. Crypto Nazi. It was so fun watching that. I love that. Oh, it was. Ah, damn it.
Mr. Vidal was.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Damn face, and you'll stay plastered. What is it? It's like even though William F. Buckley Jr. is basically just an old school Republican from back in the day, I feel like that's the voice I hear when Donald Trump is like, Could I be Elvis in a fight? Elvis was a black belt, but was he good at karate? Actually, he had 2 black belts in 2 different disciplines of the martial arts. Could I take him in a fight? Could he beat up me? I hear William F. Buckley. I'll suck you in the face and you'll be blasted. Ivana, you buy the Melania coin. Buy Melania coin. I loved it. Yeah, he wanted to bring up the fact that he was in the infantry in the war, but he's acting like a Nazi, saying like, oh, well, the Nazis did this. And then I don't know. I guess, we should all praise the state, saying that the Viet Cong should organize their own country according to what they think, I think is perfectly reasonable. But, we're not that into it in America. We're not that into that type of thing in America, letting other people do their own government. We don't like that shit. We like people doing our form of government. We like telling other people what to do. Bradley on the border, News Nation. Bradley on the border. News Nation has a blonde on the border. Bradley the blonde on the border. So News Nation has sent her there, and she's ready to report. She's embedded. I mean, really embedded with ICE down there.
Ali Bradley with News Nation, and right now we're actually riding along with Texas DPS, and they're conducting a joint operation with Border Patrol here in the Rio Grande Valley.
10 more.
Right now we're watching a live feed that actually shows 8 individuals just cross the border illegally. So they're trying to see if they get into a vehicle and take off, or if they're going to stay on foot. So we'll be here with the front row seat to see what they encounter here tonight.
Let's go. Tough guys. Hey, don't do that while you're driving. Why are they cursing so much? Oh. I hope she has a speech impediment too. Is she on this? Is she with them? Is she like marching with them? She's staying in the car. What's the deal?
South, so it's probably the guy.
She's there. Bradley. She got all her makeup on. Look, she's stoked.
Go.
This is just such a stupid plan. Why are we doing this? Human beings are going to try to live where they want to live. People move around. Let's send other men to like hunt them down.
Got one there. Good, Ali.
Remember what I was saying? Like Americans, like we're pretty fat.
Watch it.
Run. Run! Come on, you're not rooting for the guy. You're not rooting for the guy running. Run!
Good, right?
Where's Bradley? That was good, right? That was fun. Man, these guys, they need some Chick-fil-A after this.
You get through there right there on the phone? Yeah.
Well, you can see where the other agents are at on this one.
So obviously we were just running through the brush, kind of explain what we were doing and who or what we were looking for there.
So this is part of our
Thanks, Busy.
joint operation with Border Patrol, anti-smuggling operation.
Okay, so there she is. I didn't hear if she had a speech impediment. Did she have a speech impediment? I didn't hear it.
Explain what we were doing and who or what we were looking for there.
So this is part of
No, I didn't hear it. I don't. She just sounds like she's really American.
our joint operation with Border Patrol, anti-smuggling operation. So they had seen, or they had a group of 8 that was on one of our drones that was capturing them. So preventing them from loading up into a vehicle, agents and the troopers were able to move in, closing on the group. Of course, as you saw, we moved in, everybody just kind of scattered and run different directions. But now all the resources that we have dedicated to border security, more agents in the field, more troopers working together, they closed them in, and they were able to apprehend 5.
So would you consider that a success?
It is. Awesome. Because you got to look at it this way. Those are potential gotaways. So we just know even one gotaway is critical to border security, national security, because you don't know exactly who that person is, why they're coming across, why they're trying to, go undetected. So when you're able to apprehend 5, and of course working together, really shows the critical work that's so important with our border.
Why is the left so pro illegal immigration? There's no such thing as illegal immigration. Because I've read the philosophy of Jesus Christ. He said, "Love the stranger as thy neighbor. Accept the stranger into your home." This is just old school philosophy stuff. You should accept everyone because human beings are human beings no matter what. I don't believe in rationing human rights. I don't believe in rationing human rights based on arbitrary lines somebody drew ages ago, long before I was born. Some person who's long been dead drew a line in the sand and said, people on this side have rights, but people on other side have no rights. People on this side are human. People on that side are subhuman. I don't agree with that. I don't agree that a border denotes supremacy, and that's the purpose of a border. A border is a threat of violence. That's what a border is. And since I think that is unethical and immoral, because I've read the works of Christ and others, almost every philosopher agrees about this, because human beings are human beings. They all are. We're all part of the same grand experience of humanity. So this arbitrary idea that some humans are more human than other humans, all humans are created equal, but some are more equal than others, is unethical, immoral, erroneous, wrong-headed, foolhardy, mean-hearted. And I disagree with it. I think you'd have to be dumb, deaf, blind, and evil to call a human being illegal. And to say that crossing a border is somehow a capital offense. Because if you listen to it, the Nazis will tell you that people deserve to die for not getting permission from the state to cross lines that don't exist. Do the birds have passports? Do dogs and cats and wolves and do they all have passports? Do coyotes need passports? No. Horses don't need passports because they're free. I don't think the government should be allowed to say what they want. Would you allow all your neighbors to invade your home? Well, I love that analogy is used quite commonly, right? Like that your house is somehow the borders of a country. That's not a proper analogy. That's an asymmetric analogy. That's not a good hypothetical, because my home is my domicile where I live. I would invite most of my neighbors over for sure. Yeah. If they needed a place to stay, most of them, I'd probably say, yeah, your house burned down. Yeah, come on in. Especially if I burned it down. If I burned down their house and they were like, can we live with you for a little while till we get our house rebuilt? I'd probably say, yeah, probably. Yeah. Invade. You see the language you use, like invade. No one's invading anybody. People are just moving around. The state, the government, only exists by threat of violence, threat of starvation. It's oppression. It's tyranny. And for them to say that people on this side have rights and that side don't is rationing my human rights. Something that's observable. Life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, life, liberty, autonomy, whatever you want to call it, right? Lots of Enlightenment thinkers have just written out what they think observable human rights are: God-given, inviolable, inalienable human rights, however you want to chop that up. If you believe that there are some rights that are inalienable and inviolable, then you cannot ration them. You cannot arbitrarily decide whose rights you trample on and whose you don't, because rights are rights. They're inviolable and inalienable. Yeah. How many illegal immigrants have I let into my home? Lots I have, actually. Many, actually. Yeah, because I don't see people like that. I don't ask people their immigration status when I invite them to my home, but I have had many people who are not here documented. They don't have their papers in order, you fucking Nazis. How many people have you let in without their papers into your home? Many, because I don't ask people. And I've had many people who don't have the paperwork with the government correct. I've also let people into my home that have unpaid parking tickets and other paperwork crimes that I just don't give a shit about. Yeah, don't give a fuck about. I have no fucks to give about your paperwork crimes. I'm sorry that you guys have gone full-blown Nazi and think that if someone doesn't have their paperwork, like that's what an illegal immigrant is, you realize. Someone who got here and either overstayed their visa or in this case, snuck in, right? It's very rare that they sneak in like that, actually. But most people come in on planes, they overstay their visas. Illegal! Who gives a shit? Who cares? Who fucking cares? They're human beings. Who gives a shit? It's not like we have a social welfare. It's not like we have a bunch of health care or something that people need. Like it's not like you're paying out for these people. You give them nothing. You give them nothing. And they risk everything.
Mission as we keep on going with Operation Lone Star, part of the governor's initiative, and why it's so important now working with our federal partners.
So when you hear the president say 0 people are crossing, but you just had 8 people cross, what's your response to that?
Well, it's an example, right? That there's still people trying to cross the border illegally. Cartels are always going to change their tactics, they're always going to adapt to what we're doing. And I think you saw that today. Of course, we see that in previous events, especially when it pertains to commercial vehicles. We have 20 in a commercial truck, most recently 39. I think right there does show that there's still people crossing the border. Cartels are still using those tactics to get them across. But again, that's why it's so important now that all these resources, state and federal, working together, we're able to disrupt and stuff.
And that's what they like to do. They like to compare it like, well, what about your house? The fuck are you even talking about? Your country's not a house. There's no similarities between the border and your home, between large groups of people moving around planet Earth and the 4 walls of your home. There's no similarity whatsoever.
Some of that criminal activity.
Well done.
Well done.
That's not necessarily what they're doing federally.
Well, it does, but of course, again, if they can go federal, we can still also charge them state.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So we still file the state charges regardless. Border Patrol made.
We could charge them twice.
Up the case initially, and then once they're done with their federal case, then that's when our case will come into play on the state side.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So it's a lot different, obviously, now than it was before.
Yeah.
And of course, with juveniles, a little bit different with juveniles. That's where we come into play, where we can actually arrest the juveniles and prosecute them. It's a little more difficult on the federal side.
Look, she laughed. It's so funny. It's so funny. Oh, they're children. Watch this. Watch
a little
this.
bit different with juveniles. That's where we come into play, where we can actually arrest a juvenile.
They're children. We can arrest children. We can arrest children. Open borders for every country. Yeah, the abolition of borders. There's no reason for a border. A border is a tool of tyranny. There's no reason for a border except to keep populations under control.
And prosecute them. It's a little more difficult on the federal side.
To assert power. To assert power, they can arrest children, clearly. You could take people's children away from them. Why? Because we invented this thing called a border that says so. What? Yeah, we could just take your children. Why? Well, because that piece of land is different from that piece of land we just decided. You just decided that? Yeah, so we're going to take your children away from you and put them in concentration camps. But why? Because we invented this thing to restrict your movement so that we can control your population and our population, all populations of people, so we could divide you and decide for you so that the state can run things and oppress you, because the government knows the answers to everything. The government's in control.
So that's why it helps when we're working together, because then we come across a juvenile, or they come across a juvenile smuggler, then we can file the charges and we'll take them to jail.
Gotcha.
So either way.
Gotcha. That's funny.
Regardless, there's a consequence.
It's technically an adult, right? So
Well, on the federal level, obviously, it's 18.
right, but on state?
17, yes. Yeah.
Right.
But
At the state 17, you're an adult. In Texas. In Texas, you're an adult at 17, which is why Carmelo Anthony was tried as an adult.
Now, as we see in this area here, are teenagers, 15, 14 years old. And of course, cartels know that because it was, I guess, before it was known that you could bring a juvenile over, do the smuggling, they'll get caught, no prosecution, they'll get sent back to Mexico, do it again. Now that we come into play on the state side, now we actually charge them with human smuggling and actually take them to a state juvenile detention center. So there's a consequence now to that.
Wow, we have a different set of concentration camps, but they're run by the same companies.
Okay.
So
Great partnership then.
yeah, it helps. It does help. So now you have state and federal working together, and then the charges can go either way. Regardless, there's going to be a consequence on both sides.
Yeah, do you remember he said that we just need to get rid of the imaginary line between America and Canada? That should be our 51st state. Canada should be our 51st state, and just get rid of that imaginary line. They always say this shit, but like, and then when you say the line's imaginary, they're like, no, it's like your house for some reason. I just decided.
Good job, middle.
Actually, yeah, you shouldn't pay property tax because why the fuck does the government get to tell me that I can't own a piece of land? Really, all land should be communally owned anyway, and you shouldn't have to pay taxes to anyone. And yeah, but whatever. Cities, bro, you're very stupid. You've proven over and over again through this whole broadcast that you're not a bright one. You're a dumb one, little bitch. Wow, American heroes, huh? Fuck you, race trader. This fucking race trader walked in as this fucking tubby ass state trooper piece of shit. Look at these tubby fuck. Look at this tubby fuck. It's skinny bitches on her phone laughing about how it's so funny that you can arrest children. Juveniles. This is why it's okay for Epstein to do it.
Salvador, you said? Mexico and El Salvador? Yeah, ¿dónde va?
I mean, what are you doing?
Oh, you're filming. You can speak English? We're journalists, so we're covered. No, you know, you're just here. Sí, señor. ¿Qué ciudad quieres ir? Texas. ¿Con familia o amigos?
No, amigos.
¿Por trabajo o asilo? Trabajo.
Yeah, he wants to work. Do you want to work or you want asylum? I want to work. Trying to work, feed my kids. You don't get to feed your kids. Why? Because we decided that there was this line here. This is where I want my tax dollars to go. See? Nazi. Nazism and MAGA are inherently anti-human movements. They're anti-human organizations, anti-human. They hate human beings. Do you think they're going to put the corporations in jail that are hiring guys like these?
Okay, so we were just out in the brush with Texas DPS and Border Patrol as they conduct their joint operation, and there were 8 individuals who crossed the river illegally. Right now, these are the suspected 9, the people that were actually guiding the group over and subsequently working with the cartel in order to move these people into the country illegally. There are 3 other individuals down here that were trying to get into the country. One of them from El Salvador, one of them, and he was saying he was trying to be here with his wife, and 2 were from Mexico, both trying to go to different areas of Texas to work and be with friends here in the U.S.
Yeah, damn it. Those fucking bastards trying to work and be with their friends. You fucking animals. How dare you try to work and be with your friends? How dare you? Get on your knees. Get on your knees because you were trying to work and be with your friends. Oh my God, he has a tattoo. That means he's evil. If you have a tattoo, that means you're a gang member. Put him in CCOT. Straight to El Salvador.
¿Eres un coyote, ¿ah? ¿Sí? ¿Coyote? ¿Sí? ¿Eres un coyote?
¿Qué soy?
No?
No. Ah, no, vamos a trabajar.
What the fuck, fucking bitch? You're a coyote, right? You're a coyote, right? No, we're just trying to work.
Just working.
¿Conoces con alguien? No, no. ¿Paisa? Los tatuajes también. Sí. ¿Venezolano? Venezolano. ¿Usted también? Igual. Ah, bueno. Yo no tengo nada que ver con eso. Aunque ahorita la estación, vamos a ver.
I don't have nothing to do with it.
Sí, sí, no. Las y todo va a salir. ¿Cuántas veces has cruzado? No, yo la primera vez que cruzo. ¿Es la primera vez que cruzas, pero es la primera vez que lo pescan? ¿O no, ¿cuántas veces has cruzado? Nomás tengo desde el 2016 que ya no vengo por acá. Ah, bueno. Pues vamos a checar cómo está y ahí va a salir todo. ¿Por qué usted nomás tiene el chaleco y los demás? Porque no, pues yo se los quité allá. Yo no me lo iba a quitar. Yo les dije que no me los quitaran. Pues gracias. No, yo les dije que no se los quitaran. Pobre, porque ese día. We're working both roads, not pretty good.
Hello, moto.
Oh my god, there's a condom on the ground. That must mean they're evil.
What's condom for?
What's the condom for? These tubby ICE agents, state troopers, they don't know what condoms are for. What's a condom for? What's a condom for?
¿No comenzaron el nuevo intake todavía? Okay.
It's funny that you say that, because while this is happening, I'm thinking about how, in America, generally speaking, I know there's cases where this isn't the case, but this is, I think, similar. When they do sting operations against prostitution, and I've seen them real life. I've seen them while they're happening, because I worked in Las Vegas, and they would bring in Vice, and they would do sting operations. And I knew who the cops were, and I knew who the prostitutes were. I knew who the pimps were. I knew all the players. And you could see the pimps. And what would happen is they would bust the prostitutes. They bust the prostitutes by posing as Johns. Now, they never bust the Johns for some reason. They never bust the guys who go to prostitutes, even though they're arguably the problem, right? Why aren't you busting the guys who are trying to get prostitutes? No, they'll bust the prostitutes. They won't even bust the pimps. They're sitting right there. You could point them out easily. Everyone knows who the pimps are. They're usually sitting in the casino while the women are in the lounges, but always after the pro. And I think it's a similar thing with immigrants. We'll bust you if you're trying to work. If you are trying to work, arguably, probably, you're pretty much a victim of this horrible system that we've created, because you're trying to slave yourself, right? You're trying to slave yourself. We're not going to bust the corporations, McDonald's, who hires many undocumented workers, Walmart, who hires many undocumented workers, most of the fucking Senate and the House, they both are always getting busted for having undocumented workers as nannies, undocumented workers laying their pool tiles, undocumented workers doing the roofs on their houses. Donald Trump hires undocumented workers all the fucking time, but the way they get around it, they hire cleaning companies that hire undocumented workers to clean places like Mar-a-Lago. You see it all the time, because I've worked in those resorts. I've worked in all those types of resorts, and you see it. And you know people that are undocumented. And they get around it because they'll hire a third party who is a little easier. They'll hire, that's how they get child labor too, by the way. They'll hire people that are too young to work, but the resort doesn't hire them. The resort hires a third party who hires them, and now they're working at the resort. Fun. But they'll never go after the resort or the Walmart or the McDonald's. They'll go after the person trying to work, just trying to be a slave. They'll never go after the John. They always go after the hooker. And there's so many more hookers than there are Johns, right? If you got rid of all the Johns, you'd have no more hookers. Fuck. Anyway.
Just had a big day.
Last one. I just want to see this full thing. Last one of the day. The last one. We already watched most of this, but
I know you'll never be satisfied, but that's okay. That doesn't bother me at all.
they didn't show that, right? I know you'll never be satisfied, but that's okay.
We just made a great settlement of the war with Iran.
What kind of a loser talks like that?
And we're going to be subject to finalization of documents. We should get done over the next few days. We'll probably have a signing maybe in Europe. And it's a great thing. Stock market's up 1,000 points. That means they like the deal. See, that means they like the market goes down. That means they don't like the deal. But it's been up. Oil's dropped. Oil will start coming down to, I think, even lower than it was before. I said I was in Iowa. It was $1.85 a gallon. And I don't know if I'm going to get there, but we're going to get pretty close. It's going to come down. And when oil comes down, everything else comes down. And
look at how fucked this dude's nose is. His nose is falling off, man.
Most importantly, we have a deal that Iran will never have a nuclear weapon, which was the whole purpose of what we had to go through to get this. So it was a big, very big thing.
Very big thing. Very big.
But
bigly.
We have a signing soon, and the documents are in pretty final shape. So we'll see. We'll see. Very good. Should be done. That should be done pretty quickly. They want it every bit as much as everybody else wants it. And I think a lot of good relationships can ensue from this.
Support journalism you trust.
How much you want to bet that we're bombing them tomorrow? Before the end of the weekend, we're bombing them again. How much you want to bet? In Iowa, I know he says $1.86. It's $4.86, right? What's the average price of gasoline in Iowa? It's $4.76. Holy shit, for regular unleaded. What? He just lied. I was in Iowa and saw it was $1.86. He just lied. Yeah, when was he in Iowa? 1975? When was he in Iowa? Holy shit. Diesel is under 4 here. Oh yeah, where are you? Where are you? On a military base? He's fucking... Well, I'm on my own personal farm where I sell it to myself. Yeah. Even in Iowa... Hold on. In Iowa, diesel right now is $5.44. $5.44. I don't really give a shit what it costs in your fucking neck of the woods. Donald Trump's a fucking liar. Diesel mid-grade, regular unleaded is regular unleaded is $4.76. This is on AAA. AAA. Diesel is $5.44. $1.86. You lying sack of shit. Buy Melania coin, everybody. Donald Trump never lies. He never lies. He never lies. He's totally alive and kicking. Trump isn't dead. He's still relevant and really important, and everyone should believe what he says. He's not dead. He's not dead. Yeah, a liar. Yeah, I mean, come on. It's just, give me a break. Well, what he meant was actually so funny. So funny. Abortion is healthcare. It is, yeah, but we don't have healthcare in this country, so what do we care? Women are second-class citizens in America. There's nothing you can do about that right now. Not right now. But hey, maybe we should just break this system, make sure that we don't do this anymore. Yes. All right, I'm going to play some guitar. Thank you all so much for joining Illegitimate Non-Carborundum. Don't let the bastards grind you down. If you hold on a minute, I'll be right back for the last hour where I play songs that people throw at me and try to learn them on the fly. Where's my night drive? Here it is. I love this vibe right here. Do. All right, thanks everybody for joining. I'll see you in a little bit if you're still here. Awesome. If not, that's okay. Have a great night. Take care of yourself. I'm playing guitar on Saturday, and on Sunday I'll see you in the morning time. Maybe. Thanks, everybody. Yeah, baby. Winter's day, a winter's day, in a deep and dark December. I am alone, gazing from my window to the street below, on a freshly falling silent shower of snow. I am a rock, I am an island. I think that, like, I keep on trying to mess with this song to try to make it different, but I really enjoy, like, messing with that, like, trying to change it up a little bit. On a winter's day, in a deep and dark December, I am alone, gazing through my window to the streets below, on a freshly falling silent shroud of snow. I am a rock, I am an island. I've built walls, a fortress deep and mighty, that none may penetrate. I have no needs of friendship. Friendship causes pain. It's laughter and it's loving a disdain. I am a rock, I am an island. Don't talk of love, but I heard the word before. It's sleeping in my memory. I won't curb the slumber of my feelings that have died. If I never loved, I never would have cried. I am a rock, I am an No Scarlet Begonias. No, I haven't even listened to Scarlet Begonias. I haven't had time. Tomorrow I'm going to try to listen to Scarlet Begonias and Lee Shore a little bit so I can maybe try to get a better version of that. I think that'd be kind of fun. I think it'd be kind of fun to do. But since we're playing Whiskey in a Jar, Metallica, Disappearing by what? Dave? Oh fuck! Hold on a second. We got An Honest Doubter, Disappearing World by David Gray. You got it. I've been listening to Horse Feathers. I've been listening to Horse Feathers and John and Roy. I've been really enjoying that. Thank you for all the recommendations. I love this so much because I feel like ever since, like, I listen to public radio, but I don't get as many, like, I don't really get as, you know, when we were young, people would always recommend new stuff, and I just never really, all of a sudden, I never have access to like new music, and not just new music, but bands that I don't know and stuff. And now all of a sudden with this, since we've been doing this, you guys introduced me to so many new songs I haven't heard. But also I'm falling in love again with old songs that, I don't know, I'm really enjoying doing this. So thank you, everybody. Slowly the truth is loading. I'm weighted down with love. Snow lying deep and even, strung out, dreaming of night falling on the city. Quite something to behold. Don't it look so pretty, this disappearing world? You don't see it? What don't you see, Navia? Oh, that's why they're doing it. They're doing it like this. Don't it just look so pretty, this disappearing world? They're threading hope like fire down through the desperate blood, down through the trailing wire, into the leafless wood. Night falling on the quite something to behold. Don't it just look so pretty, this disappearing world? This disappearing sticking right there with it. I'll be your side, sailing like a silver bullet, head on between the eye, through the smoke and rising water, across the great divide, baby, till it all feels right. Night falling on the city, sparkling red and gold. Girl, don't act look so pretty. Now this disappearing world, this disappearing world, this disappearing world, this disappearing world. What do you think about that, An Honest Doubter? What do you think about that one? Navia, you're so funny. You're so funny. An Honest Doubter, you like that one? You like that version? Thank you. I can watch people play with balls whenever I was once in a lifetime. It's true. That's true. You're right. Navia, you're amazing. You're amazing, Navia. Thank you. I'm glad it was better than the red begonias. Whiskey in a Jar. That was a fun song. I've never heard that song, so David Gray. I know who David Gray is, but I don't know that song. I know that song, Whiskey in a Jar. Whiskey in a Jar Part 2 by Metallica? Hold please. Hold please. Whiskey in a Jar Part 1? Whiskey in a Jar, David Newman? I have an American banjo song called Whiskey in a Mason Jar by Devin Newman. Whiskey in a Jar, Metallica. Eesh, Real McGoy, I don't know if I got Metallica. Metallica, all I have is like the solos and stuff. I don't even have any lyrics for that song. On the Metallica, does the Metallica version have lyrics? There's no words. I could play the Devin Newman. The Devin Newman. I'm gonna find a lot of remakes. Times Are a Changin'. I can play Times Are a Changin'. You don't want to play Whiskey in a Mason Jar by. Let's see if I can learn this song real fast. I'll do Times Are a Changin'. That's fine. That's a fine song. I could play that song, but. Let's see if this is the same song you're thinking about. I made a vow when I was deep in whiskey to be so much more than I was. I
took a stand when I could stand to understand what came before. I told myself to be less of myself, be more like you. I don't know what I'm doing, but I know you're doing it too. You're spinning around this beautiful world, and I'm spinning around it too. I drink my whiskey from a mason jar, what I used to keep my old guitar picks in. I'm gonna shoot off those fireworks we've been saving for a rainy day. Let's make some noise and we'll sing another song about the old days and how it used to be. I don't know what I'm doing, I know you're doing it too. You're spinning around this beautiful world, and I'm spinning around it too. I spent my money on banjos and whiskey. Seemed like a good idea at the time. I like to hold your hand as we walk down the street, talking about what we did today. You look at me and smile, your lips smile, while I smile my little smile at you. Oh, I don't know what I'm doing, but I know you're doing it too. You're spinning around this beautiful world, and I'm spinning around it too. Some whiskey is smooth, it goes down like silk, it brings out the songs in your heart. Sometimes it burns and brings you to tears as your life is falling apart. I'll raise up my glass and smile at you, toast to the life we made. But I know what I'm doing, and I know you're doing it too. You're spinning around this beautiful world, and I'm spinning around with you.
man, I thought that was a pretty fucking cool song. I don't know. That's a completely different song. Oh man, I love it. I'm glad. See, we got to a cool song. I couldn't find the lyrics to the Metallica version, but "Whiskey in a Mason Jar" by Devin Newman. I think that's a gem. I like that one a lot. That was a really fun song to play, and that was my first time ever playing it. I've never heard it. Never heard it. It's a 400-year-old song. What's a 400-year-old song? What's a 400-year-old song? Somebody wanted that Bob Dylan. What was that Bob Dylan song? I loved it. I loved it too. I thought it was so good. It was such a fun song. So I'm glad that you suggested the other one, that you requested the other one. You know that song, but it sounded like a real fun song. I really liked playing that song. But you guys wanted that Bob Dylan song. What was that Bob Dylan song? Times are changing, I think. I think you wanted Times Are Changing. The times they are changing. Oh, he does this one. Okay. It's been a long time since I tried to play this song. Let's come gather. Come get. Where's my? Claypool style. What are you playing? What are you saying, Navia? Don't think it twice. It's all right. Don't think twice. It's all right. It's an old shanty song. What are you guys talking about? Nice. Who thinks twice nowadays? Don't think twice, cause it's alright. Could treat me better. I love that song. I'll play Bob Dylan today if you want. Come gather round, people, wherever you. Come gather round, people, wherever you roam. And admit that the waters around you have grown. Accept that it soon will be drenched to the bone. If the time to you is worth saving, you better start swimming or you'll sink like a stone. For the times they are changing. The writers and critics who prophesize with your pen, keep your eyes wide, this chance won't come again. And don't think too soon, for the wheel's still in spin, and there's no telling who that it's naming. For the losers now will later do win, for the time they are changing. Senators and congressmen, please heed the
cold. Don't stand in the doorway, don't block up the hall. If he that gets hurt will be he who's told. And a battle outside raging, and it'll soon break your windows and rattle your walls, and the times they are a-changing. The mothers and fathers throughout the land, and don't criticize what they can't understand, 'cause the sons and your daughters are beyond your command. Your old road is rapidly aging, and so please get out of the new one if you can lend your hand. All the times they are a-changing. The line it is drawn, the curse it is cast. The slow one now will later be fast, and the present now will later be past. The order is rapidly faded, and the first one now will later be last, and the times they are a-changing. Times they are a-changing.
Snowflakes are melting. Indeed, the snowflakes are melting. Donald Trump is having a tantrum on Meet the Press. So yes, it is melting. You're right. Thank you for watching. Thank you. Sorry, guys, your chat that is stupid. Sorry, I didn't know what was what. Play Claypool style. I don't know what Claypool style. That's my Claypool style. That's Les Claypool. Projection, yeah, I know. Trust me. Donald Trump calling the press. Meet the press is corrupt. Everybody's corrupt. Everybody's corrupt. California's corrupt. Counting votes is corrupt. Everybody's corrupt. Everybody's corrupt. Everybody's corrupt. But me. What was that other Bob Dylan you wanted? Oh yeah, the Don't Think Twice, It's Alright. That's a fun song. Don't think twice, it's alright. Don't think twice. I think I could play this. An A minor 7/G chord. Oh shit! It's also capoed all the way the fuck up here. God damn it, Bob Dylan. used to sit and wonder why, babe. Even you don't know by now. And it ain't no use to sit and wonder why, babe. It'll never do somehow. And your rooster crows at the break of dawn. Look out your window and I'll be gone. You're the reason I'm traveling on. Don't think twice, 'cause it's alright. That isn't turning out the light, babe. The light I never know. It ain't no use turning out your light, babe. I'm on the dark side of the road. But I wish there was something I could wish there was something you would do or say to try and make me change my mind and stay. We never did too much talking anyway. Don't think twice, it's alright. It ain't no use in calling out my name, gal, like you never done before. It ain't no use in calling out my name, gal, I can't hear you anymore. I'm thinking and I'm wondering and walking down the road. I loved a woman once, a child I'm told. Gave her my heart, 'cause she wanted my soul. Don't think twice, 'cause it's alright. So long, honey, baby. Where I'm bound, I can't tell. Goodbye's too good a word, baby. But goodbye's too good a word, babe. So I'll just say fare thee well. I ain't saying you treated me unkind. You could have done better, but I don't mind. You just kinda wasted my precious time. Don't think twice, it's alright. Oh man, I think that's pretty cool. Rebels, I brought my babies to the concert in Jack's living room. I thought that was pretty cool. I kind of want to play that one again because I fucked up a couple pieces, and I feel like, I think that might be like, I think this is my first time trying to play that song. I don't think I've ever played that song because I don't have it favorited. I mean, I know the song, but like the fourth fret and everything, it seems weird. It feels like a brand new song to me. I don't think I've ever played the song.
Well, it ain't no use in sit and wonder why, babe. You don't know by now. It ain't no use to sit and wonder why, babe. I'll never do somehow. Your rooster crows at the break of dawn. Look out your window, baby, I'll be gone. You're the reason why I'm traveling on. Don't think twice, it's alright. Ain't no use in nerding out your light, babe. That I never know. Ain't no use in nerding out your light, babe. I'm on the dark side of the road. I wish there was something you could do or say. Try to make me change my mind and stay. We never did too much talking anyway. Don't think twice, it's alright. Now ain't using calling out my name, yeah, like you never done before. Ain't no use in calling out my name, girl. I can't hear you anymore. I'm a thinking and a wondering and walking down the road. I once loved a woman, a child, I'm told. Gave her my heart, but I wanted my soul. Don't think twice, it's alright. So long, honey, baby, where I'm bound, I can't tell. Goodbye's too good a word, babe, so I'll just say fairly well. I ain't saying you treated me unkind. Well, you could have done better, but I don't mind. Just kinda wasted my precious time. Don't think twice, it's alright. I thought that was kind of fun. The flatter the better. I thought that was kind of fun. Dreadful anarchist wailing. Yes, yes, dreadful anarchist wailing indeed. Yes, yes, yes. This guy needs a baguette. For sure, I need a baguette. Hell yeah, I need a baguette. I for sure need a baguette. You know it. You know I need a baguette. I always need a baguette. All right, let me see a couple more, I think. A couple more songs before we get out of here today. I hearted that one for later. I thought that was pretty fun to... But I was looking at Olivia Dean. Yeah, Sam Fender, Rain Me In. I heard this song by Sam Fender and Olivia Dean. I thought it was pretty good. It's also at the 4th fret. Okay, it's at the same.
fuck? Sus 4. Sus 4. It's a weird. I'm not playing it like that. I'm playing it like this. A G at 11. G at 11. This is G at 11. Something like seemed churlish, but it's what I was owed, I suppose. Every flagstone of this town bears our prints. The bars around here serve my ghosts and carcasses. I wish I knew these things when I was young. Now I'm just gone so numb. Take whatever we can and get reason back. So please don't rein me in. Oh, don't rein me in. Oh, please don't. Myself up to a nice warm bliss. Oh, my memories of you ring like tinnitus. And if I stop, it's just plain. Please don't rein me in. There's nothing brave of walking alone. Love in exile has nowhere to go. Come on home. Don't run away from my tenderness. So afraid of that heart inside your chest. We were doing so well, but you were scared to be held. You took the easiest way out. I see the tears of a man too proud to reach out for a hand. But let my love keep you safe now. So please don't. Oh, rein me in. Myself out here chewing everybody's lugs off. Telling everybody how much I fucked up. Telling everybody how much I fucked up. Telling everybody, you know how much I fucked it up. Slow down, don't rein me in. Slow down, don't rein me in. And I'm working myself up to a nice warm bliss. Oh, my memories of you ring like tinnitus. All I stop is just pain. Please don't rein me in. And I'm working myself up to a nice warm bliss. So all my memories of you ring like tinnitus. If I stop, it's just pain. Please don't rein me in. Sound of Silence. I learned that song a while back. I don't know, I want to play that song. I feel like I'm playing it too slow, but it's such a slow, long song. But I really like the tinnitus thing. And I love the Don't Rein Me In. I also like the Don't I Fucked It Up thing. I don't know, I like that song. It's a duet. Sam Fender and Olivia Dean. Don't rein me in, bro. You sent me a $5 on Cash App. For which song? Gorb. Silence. You want the hello? You want the Sound of Silence? What the fuck? You did send me a $5 on Cash App. Hold on a second. I have it. I've played this song before. Hold on a second. I think I have it saved somewhere. Give me a second.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. I'll play it. It's been a long time since I played it. I used to love playing this song, but it's like the breathing controls a little. It's a little. Hello, darkness, my old friend. I remember the last time I played this song because they play it with like so much with so much breath, and I really hate the way they sing it. Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again. 'Cause a vision softly creeping left its seed while I was sleeping. As the vision that was painted in my brain still remains within the sound of silence. In restless dreams we walked along the narrow streets of cobblestone. Neath the halo of a street lamp, I turned my collar to the cold and damp. When my eyes were stabbed by the neon lights that split the night and touch the sound of silence. Naked seed, naked light, sorry. And in the naked light I saw 10,000 people, maybe more. People talking without speaking. People hearing without listening. People writing songs that voices never share. No one dares. This is the sound of silence. Fools said I wasn't really happy with that. It's like it's hard to like go the way that's. It's okay. You sound fine. Simon and Garfunkel, I mean, there's two of them, and like one is pumping like crazy. Like Garfunkel had the fucking pipes, right? Supposedly, most of the songs were written by Paul, and Art was like the one-man band, right? But he could just like, it's just like crazy voice. But I really feel like it should be, hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again. Because a vision softly creeping left its seeds while I was sleeping. And the visions was painted in my brain. They still remain within the sound of silence.
restless dream I walked alone, narrow streets of cobblestone, neath the halo of a street lamp. I turned my collar to the cold and damp. When my eyes were stabbed by the neon light that split the night and touched the sound of silence. And in the naked light I saw 1,000 people, maybe more, people talking without speaking, people hearing without listening, people writing songs their voices never share, and no one there disturbed the sound of silence. People said, you do not know, silence like a cancer grows. I hear my words that I might teach you, take my arms that I might reach you, but my words like silent raindrops fell, and they echoed the wells of silence. And then they prayed to the neon god they made, and the sign flashed out its warning in the words that it was forming, and the sign said the words of the prophets are on the subway walls, tenement halls, whispered in the sound of silence. Regular persons don't support massacres of children by Israel. Do regular people have Nazi tattoos? It's the City by Mark Lanigan. So I don't know. I feel like if I spent more time with that song, I'll do Mark Lanigan. I feel like if I spent more time with that song, like I feel like it's in the wrong key for me too. Like playing it with Simon and Garfunkel, I feel like it should be played like a full step down. Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again, because a vision softly creeping left its seeds while I was sleeping, and the vision was planted in my brain. It still remains within the sound of silence. Restless dreams I walked alone in narrow streets of cobblestone, neath the halo of a street lamp, and I turned my collar cold and damp. When my eyes were flapped by the neon light, split the night, and does a silence and split the night, and does the sound of silence and make us see that
do not know. Silence like a cancer grows. Hear my words that I might teach you. Take my arms that I might reach you. But my words like silent raindrops fell, and they echoed through the wells of silence. And the people, they bow, they pray to the neon god they made. And the sign flashed out its warning in the words that it was forming. And the sign said the words of prophets are written on the subway walls and tenement halls, and whispered in the sound of silence. Yeah, it was whispered in the sound of silence. Oh, whispered in the sound of silence.
Something like that would be, I think, a little bit better, you know? I think that would be better in like a different key. Because the key with them, they're like, all those old folk songs, especially Simon and Garfunkel, they're in these super high keys because Garfunkel's singing in a register that fucking normal humans can't do, and then Paul is coming in thirds. So it's like Simon's coming in thirds, and fucking Art Garfunkel's like, ah! Like it's so high. Human beings aren't meant to sing like that. Especially like grown fucking men. I don't know. I think I'm gonna play that in the third, like a full step down, or I guess that'd be a step and a half. I don't know. That was good. Yeah, I kind of like it better that way, you know. Yeah, I think that's way better doing it like that than like I like trying to make songs like actual covers, not try to do it like the Mark Lanigan, like not try to do it like the album. But it's hard when you're like trying to do it when you're reading these things. It's like, oh, I'm reading Mark Lanigan. Hit the city. Mark Lanigan Band, Hit the City. But I thought I kind of like that. And it'd be kind of fun to try. I was going really fast on that last one, just because I was kind of getting bored with that song. But I think that in that key, it'd be kind of fun to try it out. What is he doing here? Oh no, he's doing this. It's all power chords. Is it a really heavy chord? Is it a really heavy song, all power chords like this? Is it like a heavy song, this song Hit the City? Yeah, every version I find is all just power chords. It's fine by me. But C5, G5, 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 C5, G5, F5, D5, D5. No, D5. That's D5? try. D5. Fuck. Yeah, D5, F5, C5, C5. Dark descent through the promised land. Down, down kingdom come and acid band. I got alone and burned inside out. Inside out, nothing to kill it. Fuck that. And it's like, why is that sounding so fucked? It is right. I hit the city. A trip on my heart of stone. In the end, all that crawled was my skin. I couldn't kill it. I hit the city. I hit the city. Ghost arrives at its bitter end. Promised land and the dark descends. Fuck. Bad alone, burned inside out. Nothing to kill it. Hit the city, hit the city. Fuck, this can't be right. I don't know, something's weird about this song. I don't know this song, and I'm trying to... Power chord strum almost with rock vocals. Oh, it's power strums with rock vocals. Let me see here. I think this D5 is fucking with me. You can also play it the 6th. That makes more sense. I think that he's playing it up at the 6th fret or the 11th. He could be playing it up here. The 9th. Times I played a song. Dark descends through the promised land, down the kingdom come and the acid brand. I'm battle on burn inside out, burn inside out, nothing to kill it, not in the city. Nothing to kill it. I hit the city. 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 Oh man. Where are you, real honest doubter? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? I'm trying to play your song, Honest Doubter, but I don't know. It's a driving melody. It seems almost like it seems like a Velvet Underground song. It reminds me of a Velvet Underground song. That's why I'm singing it kind of like, you want your $2 back. Ah, no refunds, no refunds. I hit the city. Doesn't it sound like a Velvet Underground song? Nine, 4, 11. Maybe there is a decent, no. Well, there's also this. We can do this. Play like that, maybe. Dark descends through the land. Dark descends through the promised land. Down kingdom come and the acid band. Bad alone, burned inside out, nothing to kill it. I hit the city. Mariana dug a hole. Watched her trip on the stone, my heart of stone. And in the end, all that crawled was my skin. I couldn't kill it. I hit the city. I hit the city. Ghost arrives at its bitter end. Promised land and a dark descendants. I'm bad alone, burned inside out, nothing to kill it. I hit the city. 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 Hit the city. I hit the city. I thought that last version was okay. Not so bad. Not so bad, I don't think. What are you thinking, Honest Doubter? I thought that was pretty good, that last one. Well, it's not supposed to sound like the original Honest Doubter. I thought it was okay. You didn't like it? I thought that last version was pretty good. I thought the last one was pretty good. We built this city. We built this city on rock and roll. Built this city on rock and roll. The last version was pretty good. I thought the last version was pretty good. Thank you. I wonder if I still... Before I die, I'd like to do something nice. Take my hand, take you for a ride. Before I die, I'd like to do something nice. Take my hand, I'll take you for a ride. Hit me yesterday because I made you cry. So before we die, let me do something nice. I wanna buy you something, but I don't have any money. No, I don't have any money. Ooh, I wanna buy you something, but I don't have any money. But I don't have any money. And if I had a car, I would trade in my car. If I had a gun, I would trade in my gun. Honey, we ran from the city, the country, I mean, we were rushed to the city. And now there's nothing to be done. There's nothing to be done. There's nothing to be done. Oh, I wanna buy you something, but I don't have any money. I don't have any money. I wanna buy you something, but I don't have any money. Oh, I don't have any money.
That's an old song. Have my two. Thank you, Navia. You just bought me a baguette. Thank you. Thank you. You bought me a baguette. I'm never marrying again if I divorce. Did you like that one, Navia? That's an old song by the Drums. It's pretty simple, but I thought about the city. We got pushed from the country, and now we live in the city. Yeah, honey, we ran from the country when we rushed to the city. Honey, we ran from the country when we rushed to the city. Now there's nothing to be done. There's nothing to be done. There's nothing to be done. You remember that song? Yeah. You know that song. It's an old song, but I love it. I love that song. I don't have any money. I also like this, like, if I had a car, I would trade in my car. If I had a gun, I would sell my gun. Like, what the hell? It's always immediately a car and a gun. It's so funny to me. Why a gun? Anyway. I think that might be. I'm trying to look for one more song to play, but I can't think of any songs. Oh, you know what? I wanted to play this song in German. You want to hear a song in German? Hey, how are you? Chai Pixie's a girl. Don't misgender Chai Pixie. Barbie? I was going to sing a German song. Are you cool with that? I'm a Barbie girl. I like that song too, but I want to try this one. I haven't sung this song in a long time, and I was talking to my friend in German last night, really late. I told you my friend from Germany called me really late last night. I was talking to her. You know, it's funny. I was engaged to that girl, the girl who called me last night. I don't want to play with it like this. I'll play it like this. Heute mach ich gar nichts, keine Finger krumm, bleib zu Haus und liege hier einfach nur so rum. Telefonieren wird nicht passieren, das was ich tu. Kühlschrank auf und wieder zu. Mir geht's gut, wo ich bin. Die Sonne scheint, die Wolken sehen nicht perfekt. Der Moment wird heute verpennt.
When you tried the dating problems, you gave up real quick. Yeah, I don't do the dating. I don't do the dating apps. I kind of want to try. Any songs from Brother Where Art Thou? I am the man of constant sorrow. Do 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 do. Oh, brother, where art thou? Didn't I play that down by the river? What was that song? I recently played a song from there. I played a song from that album really recently. Oh, brother, where art thou? I am the man of constant sorrow. Man of constant sorrow, right? Constant sorrow. No, no, no. Do, do, do. It's actually an old Dylan song, right? Like, originally it's a Dylan song, right? Yeah. It's an old Bob Dylan song. He played two other Bob Dylan songs. Yeah. It's an old Bob Dylan song that they played for that. I am a man of constant sorrow. I've seen trouble all my days. They do something weird, like with the. And I've seen trouble. I am a man. Oh, I am a man of constant sorrow. I've seen trouble all my days. I say goodbye. You'll never see no more. There's one promise, darling. See you on God's golden shore. Through this open world, about to ramble through ice and snow, sleet and rain. Fuck. I don't know how the fuck this song. This tab's all fucked up. That's why it's got low rate. I should have checked the ratings on that. Sorry. All right, let's try this one. I am a man of constant sorrow. I've seen trouble all my days. I'll say goodbye to Colorado, where I was born, hardly rain. All right, that was I feel like that was a pretty good first time ever playing that song. I kind of went a little too hard. I want to try one more time, and that's the last song I'm fucking playing. It's 2:00 p.m. here. I got lots of shit to do today. All right.
Constant sorrow, I've seen trouble all my day. I'll say farewell to Colorado. I was born partly raised. Mother says I'm a stranger, my face you'll never see no more. There's one promise, darling, I'll see on God's golden shores. Through this open world, I'm bound to ramble through ice and snows and sleet and rain. I'm bound to ride that morning railroad. Perhaps I'll die on that train. Sounds like gaslighting, manipulation to me. Place that I started from. If I'd known how bad you treat me, honey, I never would have come. That's it. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much, everybody. I hope you have a wonderful day. Don't take it with nickels. We're doing... Oh. You didn't like the way I played it? Well, I'm terribly sorry. Take it up with Bob Dylan. I was playing Bob Dylan's version. Popping that's popcorn. Oh, you did? Let me see. Schumann, der Einsiedler.
I don't think that I don't think der Einsiedler from Schumann. I don't think that's possible. I only know a couple of other German songs. No, I don't have Siedler from Schumann. No, I'm sorry. No Schumann, der Einsiedler. Einsiedler. No. No Schumann, I'm sorry. No Schumann, honest doubter. I'm looking at it right now. I appreciate you. No, I'm looking at it, man. Honest doubter, but I can't play that song. You know it was impossible. I'll play a German song for you tomorrow if you want. I want to play. I know a couple of Rammstein songs I haven't played in a really long time. They're all in German. I don't think they sang any songs in English. They played that one, Du hast. They played that one in English, but they didn't play any. I think that was the only song they released in English, I think. Hier kommt die Sonne. Sie ist die hellste Stern von allen. Hier kommt die Sonne. Edelweiss, Edelweiss, Edelweiss. Edelweiss, no. I don't know how to play Edelweiss. Edelweiss, Edelweiss. Isn't that just the Austrian national anthem? Isn't that Edelweiss song just the national anthem of Edelweiss? Edelweiss. Yeah, it's the Austrian. So when you really love me, bring me, darling. If you really love me, darling, bring me Edelweiss. So when you really love me, you should bring me Edelweiss. Freibier, oh yeah, Freibier, oh yeah. Is that what that is? There's that, Edelweiss. Bring me Edelweiss. Edelweiss. I don't know. I'll look up Edelweiss. I don't know. Sounds like an oversized hair dryer. Schumann? I'll listen to it. I will listen to it. All right, I'm going to end the stream. I'm going to do the poetry reading, and then we're done. Yeah, it's the national flower of Austria. I mean, it was about Austrians trying to escape to Switzerland because of the Nazis. My favorite part, though, is that he's an Austrian naval captain or some shit, and Austria is landlocked. But of course, they had navy captains and stuff. The Austrian Empire was really big. Edelweiss, Edelweiss. Hey, thank you so much. Ben from Berlin, you missed it. I sang a song in German, too. I sang Max Raab. I was thinking about you. I sang Max Raab. Just like 2 songs ago. Das perfekte Moment wird heut, but they have the Donau. They have the Donau, but the Austrian Empire was not modern day Austria. But one of the jokes that you always hear is that like the Von Trapp, whatever the fuck they're called, Von Trapp family,
It's a real family. It's based on a real family, by the way. I'll try listening to Scarlet Begonias. All right, we're going to end this. I'm going to do members only. If we want to continue, go to members only. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you so friggin' much.